Or I needed a different song. Hello, what's up? What's up, everybody? Welcome. And we're back. We're back. Good afternoon. I am awake. And hopefully so are you. Hope you're all having a nice Saturday. Thanks for clicking. Beginning of stream arrivers. Hello, Quite Adept. What's up, Not Ethan? Thinks he's back. What's up, Arathon? Bulkier Bacon? Commodore? What's up, Gnome Sang? Hello, Fox Dot. Nataruk is back. Communal is first. The first chatter here. Impressive. In a league of your own. It's a very energetic soundtrack. I'm trying to find new game soundtracks and just listen to them and kind of try to add some new choices to the repertoire. This one might be a little over energetic, but that's okay. So Mega Strikers, just things that are on Spotify that hopefully don't get the stream muted. I never even played Omega Strikers. I think it's like another soccer amalgamation. So Gare, welcome back. What's up, Carth Vader? Bitten Sauce. Hello, Chuckles. I'm addicted. I can't tear myself away. I have to know what is going to happen to the team next. And I have to get further into the season, man. we need to clear the All-Star break today and get past it for sure. I hope to finish the season within the next 3 streams, including today, hopefully. We'll see if that's a functional goal or not. Finish the regular season, at least. Hello, I haven't watched the last 14 streams. How lost am I gonna be? Yeah, you will. Yes. Correct. You probably get almost nothing of value from this stream at all. That being said, you probably get almost nothing of value from any stream that you watch. So what's the difference, really? Well, Mega Strikers was a really fun little game, but the devs gave up on it because of low player count. Yeah, I saw the reviews on it were like complaining about balancing issues and also low player base. But if you hear only one thing, hear this, Cat in a Box. If you like strategy games, if you don't like strategy games, then pay no mind. But if you do like strategy games, you should check out, and if you happen to like maybe soccer, check out Football Manager. If you happen to like baseball, check out Out of the Park. If you happen to like software development and building cute little Sims style houses, check out Software Inc. There are a few games in a management sandbox that I think are in their own little world, and it's a unique genre of game that scratches a very unique itch that I would recommend. I think a lot of gamers let it fly under their radar and never check it out and are missing out on a really, really fun genre that's really narrow, really narrow. I think there's a lot of people that would enjoy Football Manager or Out of the Park who don't like sports and don't like soccer or baseball because they're in a style, a genre of sandbox simulation games, unlike all of their strategy game counterparts, because their strategy game counterparts almost universally are just playing with army soldiers and having intergalactic war. And these are some of the only huge strategy sandbox games that are not focused on war. I don't care for football, but Football Manager is fun. Yeah, I think it's just that, like, sports simulation games are, like someone in chat said yesterday, they're like JRPGs where your party is like 40 people. It's exactly like playing a JRPG where your party size is a 40-man roster in this case. And they do not require you to actually pay attention to sports outside of the context of the game in which they take place. What's up, Lou M? Hello, Nine and Dava. How's it going? Happy Saturday to everyone. Let's play ball. Howdy, Wisco Joe. The Dark, welcome back. Good to see each and every one of you. I've already drank over half my coffee, so probably gonna grab a refill at the first ad break, but I'll try and stretch it until then. We stayed up pretty late last night, getting some things done, trying to get through some games. I don't know how far we're gonna get today. As far as how far have we gotten so far, we're almost at the 80 game mark on the season, so we're almost halfway done with the season. And then there's the big thing today is going to be, of course, changing this song. The big thing is going to be the amateur player draft today. So we've been getting through like 30 to 40 games per day, basically. This kind of seems like the average. That could be pumped up if I felt like it by simply simulating weeks at a time. If I really wanted to. I feel like 30 to 40 a day is a pretty good pace. Hello and welcome. What's up? So it's 3:16 p.m. here in fabulous Las Vegas, and we're back. One day we're gonna pop those 6 free starter packs. Just kidding. That's for Perfect Team game mode, which I do not play. We are playing the standard game. Though, one day, maybe I'll try a historical game or something. Who knows? We can go all the way back in history. Let's go to 1871. The pre-1901 inaugural baseball draft. Everybody probably sucked at baseball back then. I think if I played a historical game, I would definitely play on not default mode. I don't really care about historical accuracy with some flexibility. I like the mode that's like career mode. Play through history from the starting year, but let things play out differently than real life. Players will develop differently. Some will get hurt, and some will sign with different teams. Random debut mode is also kind of... I might like random debut mode because that makes it where the players who appear in the major leagues don't even necessarily start in the historical year they started in. Do they have the rights to all the historical teams from back then? I mean, anything that's MLB they do, yeah, I think. I'd have to like start a game and look. Because you have import complete history up to 1921, so one would assume so. They've got a whole history database and a season recap for each season, which I don't know how long it would have taken to come up with all this information. How is all? I don't know. Like even just thinking about putting a little like paragraph blurb for every single year of baseball sounds like a gargantuan task for my little brain. There's the Washington Senators mentioned. Had 90+ wins for the 4th straight season in 1933. Beat the Yankees and the Athletics for the AL pennant. So there you go. All right, anyway. Did we get to the All-Star game? Nope. Hello, Zeninator. Ye old baseball. Very, very ye old baseball. Whew. Here's a familiar screen, but we are still doing okay. We haven't been doing as good, to be honest. But we're still doing very good because in the standings, somehow, we are still first overall for now. The Las Vegas Invaders, top team in baseball. We're only ahead of the Texas Rangers by 3 games, despite our stellar record. And then in the NL East, the Atlanta Braves are almost as good as us. They're a half game back from being as good as us, and then the Dodgers are like 2 games back from being as good as us. They have a much nicer, easier division, which you don't say about the NL West too often, but the Padres have fallen off in this timeline. The Rockies are starting to stabilize, and the Giants are 7 games back from them. So the Rangers are just playing really well this year. So far, Jacob deGrom is currently the best pitcher in baseball. 2.09 ERA, so he's not giving up very many runs. And there's something that's worse about this. We traded a player yesterday that we acquired on waivers, so it wasn't really our player. We claimed him from the waiver system from another team. And his name was Luis Angel Acuna. And since I didn't really have a spot for him on our team, I decided to try and flip him. So I traded him. And I paired him with another player who had a big contract worth a few $1 million that I was trying to get off the books. And now he's batting leadoff for the Rangers. So I just realized that, yes, I did trade this player to my division rival, who's only 3 games back. So he might actually be helping them stay close, because now that he's joined the Rangers in 73 at-bats, he's hitting .288 with a homer, 4 doubles already, and a 729 OPS. So he went from the Mets, where he was barely scraping across a 197 batting average, which is terrible, and he's hitting like 70% better now. I don't know how long that's going to keep up for, but it does occur to me that, yes, I did just trade a guy who might actually help the enemy team who we're competing against. But I would have liked to have kept him, but I didn't feel like I had a spot for him. But maybe I should have just trusted my scout. You didn't have the right coaches. This is not my team. This is the Mets. He was on the Mets. He never even hit the ball while he never even took a swing while he was on our team. So it has nothing to do with our coaches, because he didn't play for us. War of the Worlds, thank you for gifting a sub to Tharaka. Appreciate the gift sub. People arriving on the scene, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice Saturday. And Crispy Games, thanks for subbing 4 hours ago, long before I even turned the stream on, if you're out there. So, last we left off, we just came off of a series win against Kansas City. We won the first 2 games, but lost the 3rd one in extra innings, which was very sad. We had 10 hits in the game, but unfortunately, some errors cost us the game. Errors from Jazz, Chisholm Jr., and Tyler Freeman contributed to at least 1, maybe 2, 2 unearned runs. So one of those runs came across with Dustin May pitching, and one of them came across with Abner Uribe pitching. So some bad defense on the infield cost us that one. And then Aiken took the loss in extras. After they scored one in the 10th, we tied it up, and then they scored one in the 11th, and we could not match. So not so good defense. Winnable game, unfortunately. I'm finally over the sickness that has lasted for over a week, feeling pretty good. That's good. I hate when something happens and it just like sticks to you, you know? And you just keep waking up every day like, okay, I'm gonna sleep for 8 to 9 hours and try and rest. Hopefully I feel better tomorrow. And that like waking up and being like, do I actually feel better? Or is it worse? It's a pretty terrible feeling. Hello, Blood for the Blood God. What's up? He got a free jersey and then left. I guess he did, yeah. We'll see whose contract's been extended. Tyler Wells got a contract extension for $20 million. $10 million a year for the next 2 years. He's having a really good season. So they want to keep him around. See if anybody else has a big extension. No, nobody that we haven't seen anyway. But yeah, the guy that we picked up off of that trade still hasn't played for us, so I'm considering like getting him to come up and take some swings, because this is the dude that we traded for. He has low leader, low adaptability, and he's not exactly very good at defense. But I like his hitting stats and hitting potential. He got a little bit of MLB play time, and he did well. 11 homers in just 154 at-bats. While he was briefly called up with the Rangers in 2026. Hitting 260 with 843 OPS. I mean, he was doing well. He's got low adaptability, so we have to be a little patient with kind of him trying to figure it out and come into his own. So far with our AAA team, he's hitting 273 with a 333 on base percentage. So he's doing a little worse, but that could just be the low adaptability. So I was thinking about like bringing him up and seeing if he can do anything with the team. But I'd probably have to send Jace Young back down, I think. Jace he was on fire in AAA, but he hasn't quite found it. He's doing okay, to be honest. Despite the 211 average, he's still got a big on-base percentage with his eye, and he's clubbing a few homers and doubles here and there, so his OPS is still like close to 700, which for me is about average. That's where you want everybody on your team to be at or higher, I think. But he's probably the dude that you replace there, because Gavin Conticello is currently the DH. He's around the same, actually. He can also play first base and right field. And then Juan Brito has been playing first base. And he's been doing Juan Brito things that I haven't quite understood. He has cooled off. Like, he's back down to about 280 from hitting like 323, but he's still excellent. Still excellent. Big help on the team. He's already got 2 WAR. So Juan Brito is responsible for 2 wins by himself, which makes him worth like 15 to 16 million, like 14 to 16 million dollars by himself. And we're only paying him 800,000 this year. It's his first major league year, so if he gets better, it's gonna get even crazier. And he's got some really good utility. He can kind of play everywhere, so that's nice. That's a good hitting utility player. So I don't know who. Like, I kind of just called Jace Young back up. So I feel bad sending him right back down. for this other guy. Maybe we give him a few more attempts. But his game log, this is where we called him back up, right? And it's like 0 for 1, 1 for 1, 0 for 1, 0 for 2, 1 for 2, 0 for 4, 0 for 4, 0 for 1, 0 for 3, 2 for 3. So, I mean, he's about the same. Like, he's hitting 211 when we send him down. He's hitting 211 when we call him up, but his OPS has gone up a little bit with the home run. Got a couple of home runs since coming back up. Maybe we just give him a little bit more time to cook. I'm not liking the fact that we got 3 dudes who are tired, so we're going to have to play against Detroit, who is currently second in their division, with some good players and some good pitchers. With 3 of our dudes sitting on the bench. Celestride, what's up? Welcome. Glad to have you. All right, I want to take a look at a few things before we start playing some games. There we are. Eric Miller. We traded Eric Miller, Mason Montgomery. Mason Montgomery is out of the bullpen for the Brewers, 4.39 ERA, so he hasn't been doing anything crazy. And we traded Griffin Canning. So they're using, Milwaukee's using both of the guys that we traded them. And we got Chase Davis in return. We lost 1 WAR in the deal. Listen, you don't know. Chase Davis might become somebody crazy, okay? You don't know. You'll see. Now, trading Ronnie Mauricio is one of those things that just stings when you see he's hitting 282 with his new team in 40 at-bats with 2 homers already. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Okay, I don't know. I still just don't know where he was going to play. We would have had to move Jazz. We had to move Jazz up to second base so Mauricio could play third. Probably. Maybe that was the right call. Perhaps that was the right call. It's just all these players who we take who are not doing good on their respective teams and we ship them over to another team in a trade and they start going crazy. We're like the middleman. We've sort of become the middleman. Marchand is 2.6 WAR. Oh yeah, well not this season, but he was lights out last season. 2.2 WAR for Marchand last season. I don't know where that WAR comes from. But yeah, he was not getting paid 4.8 mil last year. He's still got elite catcher blocking, framing, and an arm. And he was hitting a respectable 251. 22 doubles. You know, he doesn't have a lot of power, but he was hitting well last year. This year, he's actually got more OPS because he's got the same number of homers and many fewer at-bats. He just hits random homers at clutch times. Yeah, I guess so. Because he's slugging better this year, higher OPS, but much lower average. So that's kind of interesting. But we've mostly got him for his defense. And just hung on to him to make our pitchers look better. And then we just surrounded him with better bats. So you wouldn't notice that he's not hitting as well. Cal Stevenson had 2.5 WAR for the team last year. And so it kind of feels bad that we just dropped him back to AAA, where he's kind of doing about as bad. Tox, thanks for the crashing fix suggestion last week. I swapped to a single monitor while doing setup, and now the game runs perfectly. Huh. Yeah, it's got to be something to do with like somehow you were alt tabbing during the setup process, and I don't know if something was going on behind the scenes, but that was what was triggering my crashes, was me clicking off. But yeah, it's fun to look at this. Either way, I'm glad it works now, Icer Joker. I hope your save's going well and you're having fun. Don't think there's any league news. Chad, did I say anything? You weren't even here last night. Michael Toglia. We don't have $3 million. If we had $3 million, then I would certainly consider picking up Michael Toglia. Kind of a first base DH guy with good power, 9 home runs in the season, on pace for 19, hitting 259, 790 OPS. Good against both lefties and righties, which is rare. He's pretty consistent with both. He's a good switch hitter, not just a pretend switch hitter. So that's nice. But I can't afford $3 million. So, in fact, that's one of the things we actually have to figure out first. Today, that's tough. We've got about $2.6 million in free money, and I need to free up more money for the upcoming amateur draft. So I don't know how to get rid of... If I could get rid of Luis Torrens somehow, we'd save almost $4 million. He's kind of our backup catcher. He did pretty well in the MLB last year, and we were hoping he could do the same again this year, but it looks like he's regressing. Also, I changed my scouting page. I customized it. It took a while to figure out how to do the screen setup, but I think I like it better this way. We kind of got like the scouting changes in the middle, and then the OSA reports versus the my scouts report, so I can kind of look at a glance and see how they differ, and then how the scout has updated his report, a little blurb about them, and then I can see their individual ratings. So you can kind of see that since I know the number's tiny, but November 25th, this is like April of 2026, he's kind of like dipped in both eye and contact. So, unfortunate. Because one thing that was bothering me in the scouting reports was I could look up here and see that he dropped contact potential as we scouted him. But I didn't know how that translated to like an overtime. So I'm gonna try this little design out. I have a version of this game from 10 years ago. Is it worth it to get a newer version? I think so, but I haven't played it since 10 years ago. So I can't be an objective opinion on that because I only started playing Out of the Park last year. But I think that the 2026 version plays really well. And I think there's been probably a lot of new features since then. 10 years is a long time. That being said, the game itself does go on sale on Steam from time to time. So if you feel like being patient, you might be able to get it on a Steam sale. If you don't want to pay full price. But I would assume that from 10 years ago, there's been a significant number of upgrades. Like this year, one of the upgrades was the draft combine. So you kind of like choose different amateur draft prospects to go to your combine so that your scout can kind of like build a relationship with them. We just finished it actually. So they build a relationship with them, and it can make them easier to sign with your team and lower their asking price and build your scouting accuracy so you have more accurate numbers. It's way better since then. I don't think they even had the MLB license back then. Did they not, Stenko? I got it in a Humble Bundle. Oh, nice. That's funny. But now you're kind of interested in baseball and like, maybe I should play that. It's a great game. So I'd recommend it. I think it's worth it at full price, but yeah, like chat said, it can often go on sale around the All-Star break, which will be in a couple months. So if you don't like, I'm the kind of person who, if I was in your shoes, when I want to do something, I want to do it, you know? I would just be like, meh, I'm in. I ain't waiting. By the time July rolls around, I'm not going to want to do it anymore. And it'll be pointless if I have to sit on it. I'm very impatient. But yeah, excellent game. And if you're even mildly interested in baseball, then I would highly, highly recommend checking it out. I think the newer versions would be very worth. Because it'd be cool to see like a little feature list of what's changed over the years, like each year. Because I know the player development lab was new in 2025, and that's kind of a cool thing that every off season you get to pick a number of players to try and develop and work on, so you could pick your prospects or just try to improve some players on your team that you're using every day that could have higher potential. Plus, I'm sure the AI's changed. I think how players develop and regress has also changed. Obviously, rosters kind of goes without saying. And that's just like within the last 2 years. I don't even know what happened in 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, all the way back to 2015. They got the MLB license around 18-ish. I forget exactly when. You used to have to mod the real teams in. Well, that would be a big reason to get the new version in that case. Yeah, if the MLB license was not existent but now is, I would say that would be the best motivator. Because yeah, if you bought the game like last year or the year before, then it gets a little more maybe take it or leave it, I would say. But if you do get it, I hope you have fun. Matt here. Just gotta be a little patient with it, look up some stuff outside the game, get familiar with the UI. It takes a little while, go slow, and you will, if you like strategy games, and especially if you like baseball, there's an easy 1,000 hours in this game. We've already got 200 in this version, and not including last year's. So I'm probably getting close to like 400 total hours in Out of the Park as a franchise. And I probably, like, if you ask me how confident are you in how much you know about the game, I feel like I know maybe like 35% of the game now at this point. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm not confident that I have enough knowledge. I feel like I'm past the tutorial phase to some extent, but like now I'm at the part where I have enough knowledge that I can kind of tweak things the way that I want to. Like, oh, I like the scouting screen to look like this because it has the stuff that I want to know. I'm starting to know what I want to look for and what I'm trying to like see when I'm playing. Does your GM get any sort of bonus or incentive for going 630 for the season? When they said just don't suck? I don't think so, but you're from an RP perspective, your manager does build a reputation over time and command a larger salary, which unfortunately you can't do anything with, which is also a problem in MLB The Show. If you make a Road to the Show character and they get money from a team, but you can't do anything with it. I think Road to the Show in particular is missing a trick by giving you like a cool customizable home base or headquarters or something like that you could spend your money on. Just cosmetic fun stuff, or maybe build your own training facility or something to make it more of an RPG. But anyway, in this game, not fulfilling the goal can get you fired unless you disable the option that allows you to be fired. So your bonus is not getting fired. And probably building your reputation faster, because I'm already at fair reputation, which is I think a step higher than I started. Because you can also do like an RP type of save where not every team will hire you. You can only get hired by certain teams until you build your reputation up, and then use that reputation from winning to get the job with the team you actually want. Is fired game over? No, you would just go to the job board and you could take a job from the job board. So like right now, with my current reputation, the Royals, the Pioneers, the Cards would accept me as their new general manager. And I would just switch to their team. Or you can go for the independent leagues. You can also do the Honkball Hoofdklasse or Korean baseball if you want to do something funky. You can go pretty much wherever. You can also just be a manager for like a AAA, AA, single A team, and just manage the games. Or you can switch to commissioner mode and then get a job with whoever you want. You just happen to be... Yeah, I just happen to have a career MLB record of 120 and 120 as a GM. We just hit 500 total from last year. That's pretty funny, too. Okay, anyway, I could just yap on and on about all these little things because there's so many little things to yap about. Tyler Freeman has now set the record for the career most games played on the team. Carpenter has our team's home run record now, and it's just going to go up. Team chemistry is ecstatic, even though we don't have a team captain, because we're just winning games. So they're really happy about that, though I would like to get a team captain, and I'm regretting the Mauricio trade. Because I think in hindsight, keeping Mauricio and just moving Jazz to second, put Mauricio at third was the play, which does block out Tyler Freeman. And that's why I didn't do it, because he's been playing better this year than last year. And he still has room for a lot more contact. So he could still improve even more, and he's got really good defense, and the spark plug is still good. But it would have, if it didn't block him out, it would have blocked Arenamo out. So it's just, there's a lot of players here. But they're really happy, so that's cool. I'm trying to remember what I was doing. I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of a contract, but I don't know how to get rid of it because I need to free up some cash before the draft next month. I've got a lineup to face Berea, allowing Tyler Freeman, Cooper Pratt, and Kerry Carpenter to take a day of rest. Strategy's fine. Front office, we've got sellout crowds, which is great. Season tickets are good. It's just finding some money from these salaries. Luis Torrens, $4 million currently going down the tubes. Alec Burleson is currently getting paid 1.5 mil to do nothing but play AAA, but he's a depth piece. He's hitting 328 in AAA. So he's kind of just there in case we end up needing an extra outfielder. He doesn't have great range. It's the only downside. But he's got decent contact and power. And then nobody else is really getting paid enough money to sweat. But there's not really any way to trade this bro. What about with a prospect package? Let's see who the AI wants to grab from my team. I'm curious. Who do they want to steal from my team? They want Santos. Dayan Santos. Dayan? I think it's like Dayan. I don't know. He's in AA. It's probably good enough for AAA, to be honest. He's been improving, I think. Yeah, he has been improving. His potential's gone up to 50. Yeah, he's been getting better. His stuff potential is going up. His control potential is going up. Yeah, that's cool. That's why they want him. And he's pitching really well here in AA, 74 innings deep. I don't mind just leaving him in AA right now. But he could probably go to AAA if we wanted. 13 starts, 2.55 ERA. Even relative to AAA, he's got great stuff, great movement, not as much control as you want. He's only got 3 pitches downside. So that's pretty neat. And then they want Keegan Aiken. One of my better relievers. Yes, let's just weaken the bullpen. Probably not a good idea. All right, well, I don't know how to get rid of him yet. We'll keep looking for an opportunity. And then, how about waivers? Yeah, Michael Toglia. Okay, we already looked at this. Free agents. Nobody. Okay, I think we're ready to play some games, but part of me feels like I'm forgetting something, always. Maybe I should check to make sure the probers have enough players on the team. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. They have plenty of pitchers, 3 catchers, and then only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They don't have enough position players. Okay, so we need to go grab a couple dudes who just suck. Who have less than like 2 years pro service or something, who are just like, they need to be like less than 22 years old or something like that to play in the Dominican Rookie League. Kieran Coles is 20. That's a catcher. I made it so that international players can play in the Dominican Rookie League so I can actually fill them in because I don't have discoveries on in my game. And if you don't know what that means, that's okay. But the people who do will understand. All right. Yeah, we just did the waiver wire check. There's a guy there who's really cool, but we can't afford him. And I think we're good to go. I just need to check the bullpen. Bullpen's a little shaky right now because it's only Snyder and Alexis Diaz available. Though we have other pitchers who are technically able to pitch. This is the problem with having a 6-man rotation. When you have 1 extra inning game, it kills the bullpen. And Mats doesn't go particularly deep into games. But the problem is that Quinn Matthews has been having some pretty decent starts on the whole. He had 1 iffy one. Snyder can get through a few innings. They just have to let him do it. And then Diaz has 30 stamina as well. And then you could pull Weaver back out and Bender back out and Aiken back out. There should be enough. I'm just gonna say let's send it, going up against Jamie Barria. So we need to sim some games today. We'll watch a couple, but I need to get through the season because we're gonna be here forever. I'm gonna be here forever. He's worse against lefties, so that's good for us. The lineup that I've got is Jazz leadoff as a lefty, Juan Brito because he's been amazing, Luis Robert Jr., Will Brennan, who's been on fire lately. He's got 3 multi-hit games in a row, and he's hit 2 doubles in 2 of the last 3 games. So he's just been crushing it. So, of course, he's in. Matos has been seen like a beach ball as well. 4 hits, 4-game hit streak with 2 multi-hit games. Conticello has been pretty reasonable out of the first. He's playing first because we got some people need to rest. Marchand and Indy Rodriguez, both of my catchers, are going to have to hit because someone's got a DH. And then Basabe is in just to give Cooper Pratt a day off. So let's go, Detroit. Attention, Brett Callahan was diagnosed with a fractured thumb. He's going to be out for 6 freaking weeks. Also, we beat Detroit. The Invaders knocked off the Tigers 4-2 in American League action at Comerica Park. Las Vegas pitcher and Stony Brook, New York native Steven Matz had an outstanding performance. The lefty is now 5-3. He tossed 6 2/3 innings of 2-hit ball, walking 4 and fanning 2. Las Vegas now leads the American League West by 3 games. Vegas used the hitting of Rafael Marchand to pick up the win. The catcher clubbed a run-scoring single in the top of the 8th to put the Invaders up 4-2. He also had a home run and a single in 4 at-bats. We put together a nice win, he said. I find it hard to balance playing out games and simming games also. I like doing both. The thing is, since I am playing, that's kind of one of the reasons why I wanted to play in GM mode. I don't feel like I have to play out every game because I don't make any decisions. So whether I watch it or whether I sim it, theoretically it's the same outcome. Whereas if I was a manager, then I would want to play all the games. So it's been kind of freeing to just hire a manager who lets me set the lineups and most of the strategies and stuff, even though he's starting to wake up and take more control over things. So I don't feel guilty for simming the games because I'm just not observing what would be happening anyway. I just don't like simming weeks at a time unless I'm really in a hurry for something, because I don't trust the depth chart. I like making little reactionary, nitpicky changes to stuff as well. What's up, Crass Boo? Thank you for the 43 months. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate the prime. Also, thanks again, Sly Fox, for the gift sub. All-Star game? Yep, we'll be getting there today. I don't know if I want to watch it this time or not. It depends on if my guys are in it. If my guy is in it, then I'll watch it. If they pick somebody stupid again, then I'm probably not, because it was embarrassing last year what they did to us. What Luis Gil did to us. Now he's a 50 overall with the Cubs with 3 great pitches and a 2.91 ERA through 52 2/3 innings. They fixed him. He's out though for 4 weeks with chronic back soreness. He had a 2.57 ERA to finish the year with him last year in 49 innings pitched. They fixed him, man. He's still only a 3-pitch pitcher, which is tough as a starter, but... And his control's a little shaky. But he's got a lights-out fastball and slider. Anyway, good game. Jazz and Brito didn't show up, but Luis Robert Jr. did. Will Brennan did. He's crazy right now. Matos did. He's crazy right now. Conticello and Marchand showed up, so right in the middle of the order. All the runs scored there. Conticello had a double. Marchand had a homer. Nobody was on, so solo homer. And then Brennan had a solo homer. Team left on base 9. Not my favorite. Jazz with his 19th steal. Luis Robert Jr. with his 14th steal. Matz with a sick quality start. Aiken with a clean inning plus an out. And then Bender gets the save. You love to just like we drew it up. That's exactly how every game should go. Easy. Marchand heard us talking about random clutch homers. I know, right? All right, see, like, here's the AL All-Star voting. And we don't have anybody except for Kerry Carpenter, who's still 200,000 votes. There's no way he's going to beat Roman Anthony. But, like, if you compare the two of them, I know it's based on, like, fan popularity. But tell me it's close, because it's not. Anthony's got more strikeouts, but Kerry Carpenter has him beat in every meaningful category: average, OBP, slugging, OPS, OPS plus, BABIP, WOBA, WRC plus, win probability added, and WAR. So I think Red Sox fans are just salty. Why am I so obsessed with watching fake baseball? Because it's a really fun video game. Freighter 5. But what's up? Fake baseball is really fun. Okay, and then nothing in league news. Don't need to check the waiver wire every day, but I'm obsessive. And then Jazz needs a day off, so everybody except Jazz versus Emmett Sheehan, who's actually pitching really well this year. 3.88 ERA. Whip is low. Home runs are a little high, but not by much. 3 really good pitches. And he's better against well, his ERA is better against lefties, but his whip is not. He's walking more lefties. So, I don't know. This could be bad for us. We'll see. All right, Jazz day off. So if Jazz was taking a day off from third, then that's a Basabe or a Young day. I think it's a Basabe. I mean, a Young day. I don't really want Young to lead off, though. Brito lead off. I need to figure out how to get... Like, Conicello had a okay day yesterday, but right now Will Brennan is just going crazy. So I'm going to get him in at DH. Have him bat second. Move Freeman down. And since Marchand had a good day, we'll let him hit again. How is Rodriguez? Ofer. Okay, so he'll sit. Looks good. How's the bullpen? Looks really good. We got 4 arms. Woodruff day. Send it. Win at Detroit in extra innings. I'm gonna watch the highlights on this one. Oops. Bench my dude here who's got a viral infection. Okay. So these are the highlights. Playing at Comerica Park. Woodruff pitching. Riley Green. Austin Meadows. Or not Parker. It's Parker Meadows. Parker Meadows on first and second. A little pop-up toward no man's land. Okay, apparently that was a clutch out. That was worth highlighting because nobody scored. All right, Woodruff versus Kyle Schwarber in the bottom of the third. And Schwarber does what he does best. Hit ball hard. Gone. Dude. And then Kerry Carpenter up in the 4th for Vegas. So a solo home run against Woodruff. Full count. That's smacked. That ain't coming back, baby. Okay, well, it is. But he jumps and misses it, and Kerry Carpenter has a triple. I thought that was out of here. 2-out triple. Nothing happened? Okay, it was just a cool triple, I guess. Different inning. Freeman up to bat. Young has reached first. Double play ball? No. They're showing me weird highlights. Okay, they get 1 out, and then next inning. Why was that a highlight? Schwarber at second. Torkelson up to bat. Okay, this is who they replaced Kerry Carpenter with, so he's flexing now. Into left field as Kerry Carpenter looks up at his previous fans. After Detroit traded Kerry Carpenter, Detroit gets to see him come to their ballpark again, but wearing a different uniform. I think this might be the first Carpenter homecoming series. So Spencer Torkelson goes deep for his 11th homer of the season. And they're up 3-1. I don't know how we scored, but it's now the top of the 8th. Late inning comeback. Will Brennan, Brito on first. Brennan cannot be stopped right now. That's a 2-run shot to deep center to tie it in the 8th. Brennan is ridiculous right now. I'm trying to get him a bat every day if I can. I moved him up to the 2 spot. He's hitting .318 on the season in 157 at-bats. So we tie it, and then up comes Colt Keith against Uribe in the 8th. And he issues the walk. So Keith at first for Riley Green, hitting .264 on the season. Strike 3, strike him out, throw him out. Boom, boom, double play, baby. Ugly performance so far, says the game. And then Luis Matos up in the 9th with 1 strike, nobody on, nobody out, and he takes it pretty deep, but hangs up there for out number 1. So 2 outs now for Gavin Conticello. Last hope in the 9th. Pokes it, diving, shortstop, miscue, error. Ad about to start in 7 seconds. I'm trying to finish the job. Jazz in play, diving second baseman. They get the out at first. Brilliant play. Las Vegas 9th is over. I'll wait to see how the highlight finishes until after the ad is done, so that you guys don't miss it. But yeah, we couldn't take the lead in the 9th apparently, but we tied it up in the 8th, which is nice. Alexis Diaz has to keep it close here against the other Young. Josh Young versus Jace Young. They're almost batting in the same spot. Josh in the 5 spot, Young in the 6. And they're both Jay Young, and they're both playing third base today. They brought Jazz in as a PH. Pinch hitter. Trying to figure out who he pinch hit for. I have no idea. Anyway, the ad didn't start as soon as I thought it was going to. But that must be really frustrating for all of the Detroit Tigers fans. Just see Kerry Carpenter out here flexing his 20 home run season so far. There it goes. Ad finally started. Twitch, you have one job, dude. One singular job. I think that this season makes me look a lot dumber if we don't pick up Kerry Carpenter. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to think of what the team looks like without Kerry Carpenter, and it looks like a losing team. I mean, it probably wouldn't be a losing team. It probably just wouldn't be off to a 9-game. Well, we kind of had the 9-game start without Kerry Carpenter. When did we trade for him? We were still a pretty hot team. But I think that just star-studded lineup is just, that's a tough top 4. Like, Jazz, Brito, Luis Robert Jr., and Kerry Carpenter, like 4 in a row. That's a tough lineup for any pitcher, I think. 'Cause you get through one, and then the next guy comes up, and he's just as good. It's funny to include Brito in that group of people, but it's true. Burrito he deserves a spot in that group, even if he's not getting paid the big bucks. Also, I was having some internet problems last night, so I'm hoping they don't rear their ugly head again today while I'm streaming. So it's a good thing that I stopped the stream last night when I did. Also, I was going to get more coffee during the ad break, and I forgot. I'm going to go do that real quick in the last, like, minute while the ad's still playing. 1 sec. Yo. Okay. Hello. Howdy. How are you? So in the highlights, it was bottom of the ninth, and Alexis Diaz up to pitch. He's been pretty lights out for us. The occasional home run given up. And he gives off a leadoff single there to Josh Young. Josh and Jace played against each other IRL today for the first time. Pretty neat. Oh, that's cool. That is neat. So Josh Young, yeah, he's on Josh is on the Rangers, right? Yep. And Jace is on the Tigers still. Oh, baby, this is a spicy one. They go first to third, nobody out? Oh, how did we get out of this one? No shot. Tigers, bottom of the ninth, chance to walk it off. Infield playing in. Young at third, Meadows at second. No double play, nobody out. Gets a pop-up on the infield for out number one. Diaz still out there against Gage Workman. Gets the strikeout. Third strikeout of the day for Workman. And then last hope to walk off is Theron Lorenzo, the catcher. Theron Lorenzo? And they strike out. Why you no bunt? Because we're playing infield in. They'd have to do like a suicide squeeze. We're playing infield in to protect against the bunt. So strikeout 2 after the pop fly to Strand. The runner's ice in his veins. Ice in his veins. So we go to extras. Indy Rodriguez, ghost runner, Cooper Pratt in at short. Strike 3 called for out number 1. Juan Brito up. Brito into left. Of course it's Brito. Safe. Invaders now lead 4-3 as Brito strokes the RBI single and then gets to third. And then Robert what the hell? Okay. That was such a strange play. I thought he caught it for a second because the animation. That dude sprinted out there. So Luis Robert Jr. extends it to a 5-3 lead with an RBI double. And then it's back to us. Diaz back out against Kyle Schwarber. In play. Out number 1, runner moves up to third. Then Torkelson strokes a single. So that extra run by Luis Robert Jr. was huge. To get 1 extra, because they actually managed to score the ghost runner. And then Diaz walks Keith, and they bring out Colin Snyder, of all people, after the year that he's had this year. And he walks the first guy he sees. People on Reddit would have been going crazy at this decision. They would have been losing it. Okay, we're gonna go listen to something. Gonna listen to something. Gonna listen to something. Whatever, just listen to Fury. 5.31 ERA. Holy. Yeah, he's had a really rough year. Really rough year. So this was definitely a choice. And he walks the first dude he sees. To load the bases. In the bottom of the 10th. We're only winning by 1. And there's only 1 out. Josh Young up at the dish. Pops it up just past the infield. Or just on the infield. Huge out. Infield fly rule. And then last hope for Detroit is Parker Meadows. Hitting 198 on the season. Into deep center field. Luis Robert Jr.'s there. Game over. Snyder does it somehow. Close one, boys. With the bases stranded, loaded. Close one. GG's. All right, you unfortunately are going to... I love that I'm signing these guys, and they're like, thank you for letting me play on your AA team. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. You're going to my Dominican Rookie League. You're going to my Dominican Rookie League. Have fun down there. You thought you were playing AA. No. Dylan Cruz hoped for the best but expected the worst. Medical staff said he would miss the rest of the season. He suffered a torn calf muscle in an earlier ball game. He's discouraged, but said he plans to come back strong next year. Losing Dylan Cruz would be rough. Would be rough. He was on pace for a 26 home run season. All right, can we sweep Detroit? The Rangers lost a game. They fell one back. We're on a 2-game. I don't want to call that a win streak because it's not technically a win streak. Taglia's still there. Pitching is Bobby Miller. We got Bender, Weaver, Snyder up in the pen. Probably need more than that, but... Could have Quinn Matthews available just in case. Versus Ronnie Garcia, who's supposed to be easy, but I'm pretty sure that he like beat us last time. Even though he's got an 8 ERA against lefties. Okay, we should be able to feel just like the normal... Oh, I didn't even look at the card, really. I just watched the highlights. From the last, whatever, 5, 6, 7 games, there's really only one way to go, and that's up, said AJ Hinch. Woodruff went 6 innings, 3-run, 5-hit baseball, got the quality start. And then Mantiply, clean inning out of the pen. He's been incredible. Uribe, clean inning out of the pen. He had such a rough start to the season that he's really been bringing it back. Like, look at how he started the season. Back here. 1 run, 2 runs, 2 runs. He had some blown saves. Yeah, blown save. We were trying to make him the closer, and then I just moved him back to the setup man, and look at his time since moving him back to the setup man. No runs, no runs, no run. He took it down from a 4.15, 4.91 ERA at peak, and just dialed in 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1 run, 0, 0, 0. So he dialed it into a 2.59 from there. Snyder is slowly on the way back as well. Look at his game log. He peaked at a 9.58 ERA. And is climbing his way back to a 5.31. It hasn't been pretty, always. It hasn't been pretty. I'm trying to give him some chances, though, because I signed him because I believe in him. We only had 7 hits in the game. Kerry Carpenter had 2 of them with an RBI. Triple. Well, he just had triple. Luis Robert Jr. with the double. Brennan with the homer in the 8th. All right, I like what I see. Conticello, you're cool, but I gotta give Brennan the DH spot because he's just been going nuts in all situations. He is hitting very well against... Look at how he's hitting against lefties in 41 at-bats. Hitting 415 against lefties. 955 OPS. He's still hitting 284 against righties. So, I'm moving him up in the lineup. Jazz leadoff. Burrito has a higher OBP, but they also have higher slugging. So Jazz has decent slugging as well, but I'm just going to leave him lead off. Burrito, Robert Jr., Kerry Carpenter, then Will Brennan, then Matos. Conticello has a better average, but he also has a better OPS plus. Like, I can actually play Conticello in right field instead of Matos if I want. Matos has been really good, though. I'm just going to leave it in like this. Take Conticello, make him a DH. All right. Got our best lineup available. Got Bobby Miller. Three guys up in the pen, including Weaver. I might just, I don't know if I want to leave Matthews out there, or I guess I'll just rest him. Because I feel like the bullpen's doing okay, despite the limited options. All right, can we sweep the Tigers? We can, and we will. We can, and we will. Starting with a leadoff double in the first. Poor Tigers fans, man. Oh, going for 3? Peepo run. Safe. The hustle triple. 3-bagger number 2 for him on the season. Burrito reaches first. Robert Jr. with a nice little, not trying to do too much, single into shallow center to score the first run, his 50th RBI of the season, clutch. So we actually scored 2 runs in the first, 1 run in the second, but the highlights did not see fit. And then Josh Young with a RBI single. Okay, I see you. And then Bobby Miller gives up a dinger. A rare. He's an extreme ground baller, so giving up a homer is kind of rare. Dude. 372 feet to left. Miller versus Dylan Dingler. Little chip shot into right with nobody out. Nothing came of that apparently, and we scored another run in the 6th that they have chosen not to show me. Jazz back up in the 7th, and that one's to opposite field, muscled down the line, barely stays fair. 9th homer of the season for Jazz, extends the lead to 5-2. So a little solo dinger there. Workman with a shot up the middle. Keegan Aiken pitching. Gives up the RBI single. Safe. Okay, so Dingler and Workman on with nobody out. Gets the strike 3 call for out number 1. Torkelson into center. Robert Jr. is there. The throw. Bounce. Safe at the plate. So then it's 5-4. Aiken has given up, what, 2 runs? Gets the strikeout swinging. And then Tyler Freeman against Zapucki. How do you say his name? Nice little single there. Nothing happened apparently, because now Uribe's out to face Green. First baseman scoops it. Burrito's got it. Out number 2, maybe. I don't know. We got 2 outs now for Meadows. Dribbler back to the mound. Nice throw. Inning over, 5-4. And then Burrito with 2 outs in the 9th. Keeps the inning alive. Wants some insurance runs for the team. Falls in for a hit. Burrito before Robert Jr. is something else, brother. Luis Robert Jr. to the deepest part of the ballpark. Back in the bushes to a 438-foot bomb to deep center, 2-run homer. Circles the bases to make it 7-4. And then they're bringing up Kerry Carpenter for a shot into center. Okay, no, I don't know why they showed us that. Binder in, 2 outs. Dingler on third, facing Justin Henry Malloy, hitting in the leadoff spot. Full count, strikes him out. Game over. Las Vegas wins 7-4. It's just that easy. Swept the Tigers. Jazz Chisholm Jr. pulled his weight. The 8-year veteran went 3 for 5 with a homer and a triple. He scored 2 and drove in 2. Anthony Binder picked up his 9th save. Detroit's current losing streak falls to 7 games. Oof. Las Vegas used the hitting of Luis Robert Jr. to pick up the win. He clubbed a 2-run homer in the top of the 9th to go up 7-4. And he had a single and homer in 4 at-bats. You can't take yourself too seriously, Jazz told the Las Vegas Times, but at the end of the day, we played to win. That's a rough losing streak. Bobby Miller picks up the quality start, 2 earned. Keegan Aiken gives up 2 runs in relief. It's unfortunate, but he has been pretty lights out recently. Raises him to a 2.95 ERA, 0.84 whip. Just gives up the homers a couple times too many. Strikeout rate's pretty good. His offensive numbers are coming more in line with previous years? I think so. Hitting 271 now, 12 homers on the season, on pace for 24, which is consistent with last year. 772 OPS. Already got 2.3 WAR, on pace for 4.6 WAR. So, yeah, he's getting there. He's revving it up. And he's also, we looked at his fielding stats, and his fielding stats look insane. So he's doing a lot on defense, which is another reason why I wanted him. I thought it would be really nice to have one of your most important defenders. I think center field is one of the most important defensive spots. Also have the ability to hit 25 homers on the season and some clutch ABs, because he's 52 RBI on the season. He's got some clutch singles in there too. I wonder what his, like, can you see average with runners in scoring position? I don't know where that would be. But yeah, his WRC plus is actually higher. And his base running is on pace to become higher. I don't know how to see their clutchness with runners in scoring position here. Caught stealing Brennan. He's been caught a few too many times. Tyler Freeman stole 2. Jazz had his 3rd error of the year. 11 hits for the team. Jazz had 3 of them. Brito had 2 of them. He's a god. Luis Robert Jr. had 2. Carpenter had 1. Freeman had 2 hits and an RBI. Both Jazz and Luis Robert Jr. with dingers. Pitching looks good, other than Aiken having a little blip. Jazz Chisholm Jr. player of the game. You love to see it. Hello, Square Cat. Happy to be here. Hey, happy you're here. Thanks for subbing. I saw Craspu earlier as well. But thank you for the sub, Square Cat. How we doing today, boss? Alex Speed, so far off to a good start. Swept the Tigers. And improved to a 5-game lead over the Rangers, because we won last 3. They've lost 2. Trying to create a little gap here would be nice. Hello, we have a 3-game series against the Yankees kicking off today. Here's my report. They're 48 wins and 33 losses, 2nd place in the AL East, tied with the leader. The number of runs scored is 4th in the American League. Their batting average is 7th. They're 2nd in runs given up Their starters are 3rd in the AL, and their bullpen is 4th. All right, it's going to be a tough series then. We got Malley, Matthews, and May coming up. They got Garrett Cole, Carlos Rodon, and then Clark Schmidt back to back to back. And Judge is actually having a better season. He's got 19 homers, 863 OPS, on pace for 38 home runs this season. Looking a little bit more like himself after last year. Well, actually, no, he did catch up last year. He just had a rough start. And they've got, well, luckily we don't have to face Chris Sale, who for some reason has only gotten stronger the older he's gotten. Had a 3.33 ERA last season, 2.97 so far this season. He's going 6, 7, 8 innings every single outing. Which is terrifying. So luckily we don't have to face him in this series. How much did you pay Jazz? We're paying Jazz like $109 million over 5 years, I think. So, an exorbitant amount of money. We're paying the new team sucks tax. Big time. However, he's almost got 2 WAR already this year, and he's on pace for 3.5, so he's actually doing better in that respect than the Yankees, but his actual regular offensive numbers are pretty close to what he did with the Yankees, but he is hitting more homers with us, maybe developing that power. And he's going to have more walks and fewer strikeouts. So it looks like his approach at the plate has improved year over year because he had 330 at-bats. So he's got 57 fewer at-bats, but he's already got the same number of walks and twice as many stolen bases. So maybe a little more patient this year. All right, let's check the transaction history. Of the 3 games, which one should we watch and bet on? The first, second, or third Yankee game? Why don't we... Well, Brito's going to take a day off. So is Marchand. Marchand out, Indy Rodriguez in. Brito out, and then maybe Conticello at first? Or Young at first? Young can get this start tomorrow or something. Let's get Conticello in there. And then... Gonna move Brennan up to the 2 spot again. Because he's just been hitting the ball so well. And then Matos, Conticello, Freeman, Rodriguez, and Pratt. Third for the story. Is Jazz gonna retire an Invader, or are you gonna deal him? I might deal him before his contract, depending on how things go. The original idea was that we take these really expensive dudes and then we front load their contracts so that we spend the team's extra money this year. So like Luis Robert Jr., we spent $47 million in the first year just so that in subsequent years, the overhead ask for other teams is way lower if we want to trade. Because we just had a bunch of extra money. Since we don't really have prior Albatross contracts from past years as an expansion team. So we front-loaded Jazz's as well, and it actually gets lighter each year. And then he has a player option in the final year with a little pay spike. But both of them, since we're cutting their contracts down each following year, get easier to trade if we wanted to. Basically, like, my thoughts are... Gavoon, try for the big win in the first couple years with these guys. And if we can't, then consider dealing them for prospects and rebuilding. That would be my, like, theory. I might feel differently once I got to 2029, right? But, like, make an honest effort here, and then if you can't get it, just ship them for prospects. Because we're going to have Kerry Carpenter's contract going the reverse. He's starting at 6.2 and then going up to 15 mils. So what a deal for Kerry Carpenter. Inheriting that original 5-year contract. He signed it prior to the 2026 season, so he signed it in the simulation for 50 mil. And the Tigers got him for a steal, to be honest. I don't know why he agreed to such a low contract compared to these guys. Yeah, his power's up to 65. You can kind of see that power overall just spiked according to the scout. Which I feel like we could have told you just by looking at the number of homers he's been hitting. And it's almost like the scout followed up on that afterward. But yeah, his current power rating improved from 60 to 65 back in May, apparently. And then Luis Robert Jr.'s, unfortunately, his power overall has dropped. But he should still be on pace for a very good season. His overall went back up to 55. But yeah, I'm still trying to get rid of bro Luis Torrens, and I just don't know who to pair with him to get rid of him. How's Aronamo doing on his rehab start? Hitting 429 in 14 at bats. We gave him some rehab days because he's been out for like 5 weeks. And if we want to bring Aronamo back up, I don't know who to replace him with. That's the issue. Because he's basically ready to go. And we've got Ortiz, who's also hitting pretty well in our AAA system, but not like incredibly. I said Burleson is some outfield depth. He's kind of the only outfielder that we've got that his potential went down, which is unfortunate. But stat-wise, you wouldn't know it. He's hitting 323 in AAA. So, like, I've got him for outfield depth, but I'm curious if you add him, does that change anybody's offer? It does. Okay, so, I mean, he's not really someone I want to get rid of. But we do still have Cal Stevenson as well, who's doing worse in AAA, but has the glove to be that kind of, like, backup defensive outfielder for left, center, or right. And he did okay with this last year, playing a full year. He's currently unhappy because he wants to be in the majors. What happens if I take Burleson out and put Cal Stevenson in? Wild, he was our star player last year. I don't know if he was a star player. He was decent, considering the circumstances, but he was below average. His OPS plus 84 means 16% below average, generally speaking. So, I mean, he's like, nobody even wants to trade this trade. They want the other guy, which I'd want Burleson over Stevenson as well. Which is why I just tried to offer him up, but nobody wanted to bite. Also, we did hire Nick Allen, but we're not actually paying him anything. He's doing really well in AAA. He's kind of just like a backup fielder in case somebody gets injured or two people get injured. We still got Mangum. I don't think anyone's going to want Mangum, sadly. But yeah, I'm trying to find like some people to just offload the Luis Torren contract. Just see if anything sticks. This might be worth it. This actually might be worth it. Do we care about losing a 30-year-old second baseman? Probably not, right? He's not going to get time over Arenamo and Freeman. He wants to play in the majors. He's very unhappy. I don't think this is going to be a dude that we ever like really miss. And then we just pair him with Torrens to Bobby Dalbec. If one of our catchers gets injured, though, it'll be a problem. That's really the only big downside. So the Yankees want this for some reason. We'll get an extra $2 million freed up because of the move. Why is it only $2 million? Shouldn't it improve by 3.8 mil? Like, we still have Banfield, who's not going to get anything done, but we have a good defensive catcher if we need to back something up. You've already paid some of his salary. Do you pay salary throughout the year to these players? I guess I just missed that. Some salaries are prorated. Huh. I don't know how to distinguish between those, but $2 million is $2 million. $2 million is $2 million before the amateur draft. All right, Mally's up. I agree. Let's play the third game of the series and sim the first two. All right, couple guys got a day off already. Boom. Win 2-0. I knew it was going to be a tough series. I didn't know it was going to be that tough. 6 hits and 5 hits. Tyler Mahle was on the winning side of a pitcher's duel at Omnibus Park. In fact, the Vegas right-hander was instrumental in the team's 2-0 victory over the Yankees. With the win, Vegas improves to 53-29. Gavin Canicello had a big run-scoring double for the Invaders in the bottom of the 6th, with Vegas leading 1-0 and a runner on first. He got a fastball from Garrett Cole and swatted a double to center, his 15th double of the season, and put the Invaders out in front 2-0. Not too many highlights on our side, said losing manager Aaron Boone. So the Conticello pick won the game. I just put him in at first for this lineup. Freeman with a hit. Luis Robert Jr. and Jazz with a hit as well. Jazz had a homer? Nice, brother. Nice. Luis Robert Jr. with his second triple. We just couldn't get anything to go off of it. So Jazz with his 10th dinger of the season. And he committed his 4th error. But it didn't come back to bite us. So Mahle with 5 1/3 innings of shutout, 3-hit baseball. Snyder with a clean inning. You love to see it. Mantiply for a specialist out. Aiken with 1 1/3 innings. And Bender picks up his 10th save. Everybody was flawless. Mally player of the game. I can see that. I agree. Oh, love that we're trying to like trade New York. You've just been informed from Brian Cashman that he rejects your trade proposal. He said we're headed in the right direction. They always do this. Every single trade is like, let's make this trade. Just kidding. We're going to need one other guy that we're going to instantly release. I literally just signed this guy. Take him. I don't care. They're altering the deal. Torrens, Urias, and Bradley for this dude just to get rid of the contract. Okay, it's done. Deal done. We now have $4.5 million extra to help with the draft. Which is coming up soon. On the 11th, right there. So now I feel a little better because we'll have like 13 million bucks, which hopefully will be enough to get the players that we want. All right, and then we need to we're gonna need to check on the minor league players soon, so maybe we'll do that after this series. Invaders announced an acquisition of minor league player Bobby Dalbec from the Yankees in exchange for Luis Torrens and Luis Urias. Torrens is also 31, so the odds of him getting much better over time, probably not super high. Carlos Rodon, 5.2 is the ERA. He just had 2 quality starts, and before that, he gave up 9 runs in 4 1/3 innings, and then he had 2 more quality starts before that. So he's had 4 out of 5 really good starts, and he's a left-hander, which we notoriously are pretty bad at handling. Though we've got our own lefty, Quinn Matthews, up. Had a really solid outing last time, 7 innings of 1-run ball, got a 2.88 ERA across 4 starts and 9 total appearances. Matos is EP. So I'll just have Brennan. I'll just get Luis Robert Jr. in as DH. Brendan at right. They're not particularly good. At facing lefties, but it is what it is. Whereas Jace Young is. All right. In real life, they would probably be a little bit insulted at hitting this far down the lineup. If I was a real manager for a real baseball team, I would just start the day like, "Hi everybody. I know it's going to be a little strange. If you want to win games and win a ring, just do what I say." I'm just kidding. I don't care how many millions you're getting paid, okay? You're just another player in the lineup. You're just another number. You're just another statistic, okay? So just do what the numbers say you're supposed to do, and everyone will be happy. No, I'm just how to, like, be a toxic person in the clubhouse. Bring everybody down with you. You're lucky you're playing at all, Luis Robert Jr., given that I'm looking at your splits here. Your OPS against lefties is 626 on the season, so what's up with that? Jazz? I'm looking at you, you're hitting 182 against lefties. We're going to have to work on this. So you're lucky you're even in this lineup. I'm giving you a chance to prove me wrong in some lower pressure scenarios. The only reason someone else isn't in is because there's not anyone better than you. I got him playing second, so I can have Jace playing third. All right, let's send it. We're terrible against lefties, so good luck. Maybe pitching will save us. Nope, we lost. Scheduled game cannot be completed over the roster limit. The Oaks, okay. It's pretty much how I thought it was gonna go. Tyler O'Neill slugged 3 home runs for the Yankees in 1 game. Picking up the save was Raisel Iglesias, his 20th save. Austin Wells came through for New York. He smacked a solo home run in the 7th to take the lead. Aaron Boone said, they did what it takes to win. We out-hit them, but the hits didn't do much. 9 hits, 3 runs. A Kerry Carpenter double, a Brito double. Whereas they had Tyler O'Neill hitting 3 homers in 1 game. His 16th, 17th, and 18th home run of the season. That'll do it. 15 lob. That's 15 individual lob. We actually only had 5 team lob. So a lot of people get confused. This left on base is a bit misleading because it counts every runner left on base multiple times from the perspective of the individuals. So Kerry Carpenter had 3 individual left on base and Brennan had 3 left on base. But collectively as a team, we only had 5 left on base. So they just saw the same person multiple times. So the team lob is kind of the more important one. But it does give you an idea at a glance. If an individual had like 5 left on base individually, then it's like, damn, you were not clutch at all. Brennan had an RBI. Robert Jr. had an RBI. Freeman with a hit. We just scored a run on an error, presumably. I don't know. I don't know where the 3rd run came from. Anyway, Matthews gave up 4 runs in 6 innings. And then Diaz got tagged for 2 more runs in 2 innings of relief. And then Weaver came out and had a clean inning, which all this, not so big a deal. When you only score 3 runs anyway. So it is what it is. All right, moving on to the next one. They did a news article about how they bombed 3 home runs against Las Vegas. How dare you put a news article in the paper about that? Pittsburgh first baseman Nick Camillo went 5 for 5 against the Phillies. He was patient up there, said skipper Derek Shelton. I like the way he waited for his pitch and wasn't overly aggressive. Singled in the first, an RBI doubled in the 3rd, doubled in the 5th, and a 3-run homer in the 6th, and a 2-run homer in the 8th. Trade for this guy. Wow, he just came up from AAA? And in his 2nd game as a major leaguer, went 5 for 5. Literal 2nd game ever. That's funny. Okay, we're gonna play this one out, I guess. I need to fix the roster for the rookies. I don't know, who do we have more? Who do we have too many things of? We have 15 pitchers, so probably not a pitcher. We have a lot of outfielders. I'm just gonna pick one of you at random and dismiss you. I apologize. Charlie O'Shell will be out for 2 weeks with a dead arm. Etal, I've reviewed the goals I set for you. My comments are below. Team record. I'm very excited by how the team has played so far. If you keep this up, you have a great chance to win it all. Upgrade a position. Thanks for bringing in Luis Matos. I can already see improvement from where we were before. I'm still looking for a little bit more from him to get us up to a top 6 right fielder. Still, I appreciate the upgrade from 2026. Brother, we have Kerry Carpenter. Just move him to right and you'll never know the difference. Increase attendance. All I can say is, wow, you're well on track to completing this goal. Try to make sure the fans keep having a reason to come out to the park and you keep getting praise from me. During our time working together, I've been very happy with your progress toward the goals I've set. I feel similarly about your handling of the team's on and off the field management. The final evaluation toward these goals will come at the end of the season. Good luck. Joe Mantiply says, I am sure you're aware that this is the last year of my contract. If you want to offer an extension, let's start negotiations. I want to continue playing for this team. Mantiply, you have been pitching very well this year. You pitched pretty well last year. But you're 36. But you've still been pitching pretty well. Chat, did you know that Joe Mantiply has not given up any earned runs to left-handed batting this season? Zero. No runs, no homers, 3 walks, 0.29 whip, 10.9 strikeouts per 9 against lefties. He is a left-handed specialist god, which is exactly how I have him listed. He doesn't get the same strikeouts. You've noticed that stat. Time for it to change immediately, perhaps. As a righty pitcher, no, he bats righty, he throws lefty, which is weird, but he does throw lefty. Still only a 2.42 ERA against righties in 22 1/3 innings, which is still great. Like his let's see how much he, oops, I deleted the message. All right, it doesn't matter. I didn't mean to delete. I deleted your email on accident. I clicked the wrong button. Don't mean that as an offense. He wants a 3-year, $2.2 million deal. That's per year. That seems excessive. 3 years for a reliever is big. That's a big reliever contract. When's the trade deadline again? End of July? July 31st. Yeah. Top prospects. The BNN Top 100 prospect list has been updated with what we've learned to this point. This year, 18-year-old shortstop Melvin Gutierrez of New York of the Mets is the #1 prospect overall. Acquired in international free agency signing. Number 2, Julio Cantu. International free agency signing. Chad, did we do bad with international free agency? We didn't get the super top prospect, did we? Because we didn't have the money. Another international free agent, Max Clark, who's just kind of been chilling in AAA. Getting stronger. Jason DeCaro. So he's moved to number 7. I'll check on all of my dudes after this next game. So they finally moved DeCaro from the #1 spot down to the number 7 spot. But he's still like improving at a good rate. His overall is climbing. And his potential has been coming down. But that's just what happened with very high scouting accuracy, and it may still go up. So we'll see. I'll do a scouting report on all those guys too. Which reminds me, here's a question for chat. If you do a scouting report every day repeatedly on the same guys, Does your scouting accuracy go up? Also, is our scouting accuracy on them going down right now? No, I think we still have like high. Keep him for a 1-year extension till he declines? Yeah, I'll probably do a 1-year extension soon. But I'm curious, if it's worth trying to do some additional scouting reports on these guys. I'm curious if it'll raise their scouting accuracy from average, even though I've already done some scouting reports on them. Probably not, but it can't hurt to give him a little bit more work. While we still have time. Because, like, if you scout these guys and get better accuracy, then if we draft in the second round, we'll have a better idea of who we want in the second round. He's like, oh my god, you've requested so many scouting reports, my man. I have, and I will keep doing it. Couple of little trades, some prospects. Nothing crazy. Check the waiver wire. Nothing crazy. All right, channel points bet. I'm gonna give you guys 5. Actually, the ad is about to start. So while the ad's going, you guys are gonna have 5 minutes. That way, if you can't see the screen, or if you can't see the bet, which just appeared, we have some problems with that yesterday. We're going to play the Yankees versus Clark Schmidt. 3.58 ERA on the season, 1.22 whip. Third game of the Yankees series. We won the first one, lost the second one. Last 3 outings, he's given up 5, 4, and 4 earned runs. And we're going to be pitching Dustin May. Dustin May has had... last 3 outings, 2, 5, and 3 earned runs given up in 5 to 6 innings. And we are not gonna... I am gonna field Kerry Carpenter just to try to win this one. But I'm gonna give Cooper Pratt maybe a day off. Or, no, I'm just gonna make everybody play as usual because we have a day off tomorrow. So I'm just gonna make the normal lineup play. Can I get Conicello in there for somebody? Maybe it's a Conicello for Matos kind of day. Matos has way better defense, though. Yeah, he does have better defense. He'll just come in off the bench as a pinch hitter. Do switch hitters have different batting stats on both sides and have a preference? They can, yeah. They can. In general, I would assume so. We got Mantiply, Snyder, Weaver, Uribe up in the pin. Mats is on fire right now. He's had some really good outings. Turned out to be a nice contract, even though he got injured a couple times. Okay. How's the front office look? They're making money, so they're happy. Full house every day, raking in $1.4 million rev per game. There's the matchups if you want to see them. So Aaron Judge Volpe, Austin Wells, Jock Peterson. Kind of a terrifying lineup there, but it looks like who was it that hit 3 homers against us in the other game? People arrive. Gamba. Yeah, it's Gamba time. Let's catch a game. Because the Yankees are like top in their division, so this is almost like a pseudo playoff game, maybe, depending on how the rest of the season goes. Won the first one, lost the second one. A few of our guys are tired. I actually think it might be worth benching Cooper Pratt just for one day. Get Basabe in there. He's not like an essential part of the lineup. You don't really want your shortstop to be extremely tired. Wait. Oh, I accidentally like subbed him in because I'm a dingus on the wrong page. There we go. Basabe has been kind of iced. He's not hitting well. He has the potential to hit well, but it's also his rookie season. So he's kind of a hole in the lineup right now, but he still has good infield range. Reasonable backup shortstop. We need to get Arenamo back in here. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I'm gonna get Chat, you only got like a few seconds left. 30 seconds or less. Put your channel points on the line. You guys can't even hit 1 million nowadays. Channel point broke. You guys used to hit 4 million channel points per bet. Now you're at like 600,000. Well, just a little bit. I'm keeping all my points. I don't want to lose them. You guys can barely scratch across 1 mil. It costs me everything to believe. You give it up to the whales, and then the whales just hoard all their channel points. Okay, I want to do something real quick. Basabe is just actually just not. He ain't it right now, which is fine. We can just option him down. So I'm actually sending Basabe down. Bringing Arenamo off the IL. He's had 20 plate appearances. Wait, did he only have 1 rehab start so far? Or are they just not playing him? I don't know. I'm bringing Arenamo back up, though. Arenamo's freaking back. He can play third. He can play short. He can play second. And today, he's gonna play short. I'm just debating who's batting last in the lineup. I'll let Arenamo bat in the 9 spot to start. That way it breaks up the lefties and righties. Okay, Clark Schmidt versus Dustin May with Arenamo in. Let's go. Let's go. We're playing at home. Brito at first, Freeman at second, Arenamo at short, a familiar face, Jazz Chisholm Jr. over at third. We got Matos playing right, Gary Carpenter in left, Luis Robert Jr. shifted over a little in center, and then we've also got Will Brennan at the DH. Up to bat first, Anthony Volpe. In June so far, he's hitting 169 out of that leadoff spot today. Dustin May on the mound. Got a 3.46 ERA over 13 starts for a win-loss record of 4-4. Got the 5 pitches with the 100-mile-an-hour fastball that he can dial into. And then the slider, the sinker, the cutter, and also a little change-up from time to time. Let's get it. New York is 49-34. Las Vegas is 53-30. First in their division. Let's take out the Yankees. Volpe into shallow center field. Luis Robert Jr. charges hard and pulls it down. Covering it out there. Out number 1. Now Aaron Judge versus righties. He's hitting 232 on the season. Got 20 home runs total this season to tie Kerry Carpenter. So a home run battle, perhaps. Judge grounds it over to short. Jazz handles it. Quick throw. Out number 2. And the catcher, Austin Wells. He's had a home run in each of his last 2 games. Though he only seen us once in the series. This will be the second appearance. And he's set down on a swinging strike. Got him with a 99-mile-an-hour fastball that caught the zone. So up comes Jazz Chisholm Jr. to face Clark Schmidt, the righty. He's got a 5-7 win-loss record in 17 starts, 3.58 ERA. Relies on that slider as a put-away pitch, and then got a nice balance between his sinker, fastball, cutter, and the curveball. And then a changeup to mix in from time to time. Well, it just seems pretty balanced across the board. Backing him up, we've got Andrew Vaughn playing first. Oswald Peraza at second. Anthony Volpe playing short with crazy infield range. And then Oswaldo Cabrera over at third. Judge in the outfield where he belongs instead of at first. We got Trent Grisham. Big coverage in center. I'll be curious to see how he stacks up against Luis Robert Jr. and Jason Dominguez in left. Here we go. Jazz Chisholm Jr. up first. And he strikes out. No chance on the slider. So slider already in play. First strike out of the game for Schmidt. But Brito, who cannot be stopped this season, blisters the ball into center for a base hit on this 83-mile-an-hour slider at the bottom of the zone. So 1-out base runner for Luis Robert Jr., who in this series is 1 for 7 so far. And he'll work a 3-4 pitch walk. Runner in scoring position now on the walk. Nice at bat by Robert Jr. for his 19th walk of the season. So doesn't happen too often. And up comes Kerry Carpenter trying to take the lead in the home run race. And they hit him. The changeup hits him. 10th hit by pitch for Kerry Carpenter this season. They've hit him 10 times already. He's got a magnet in his uniform, and the ball has like a piece of metal or something. Bases are loaded for the hot-hitting Will Brennan at the DH spot today. He is 0 for his last 10, so maybe not so hot-hitting now. I feel like he's due. A ball and 2 strikes. Put in play, shallow left field, hangs way up there, not deep enough to score the run on the sacrifice fly. So 2 outs now for Luis Matos with the bases juiced. Matos grounds it to third, and that'll be a ground out. Strand the bases loaded, failed to score. I don't know where the bat hitting the ball sound effect went. It's gone. Unfortunate to strand the bases loaded there. All right, Dustin May on the back out against Jock Peterson. Hitting 246. He's 2 for 13 against Vegas. May get 3 for 14 with a single into shallow right field. All right, Andrew Vaughn, runner on, nobody out. That one smoked to left, deep, but caught down the line. Slicing away from Kerry Carpenter, caught way too much airtime. Hit that one hard, a towering fly ball, but caught in foul territory for a long out number one. On a 3-1 count, Oswald Peraza flies that toward the pitcher's mound. Brito makes the catch for out number two. And now Dustin May versus Jason Dominguez. Versus righties hitting .291 on the season.
Strike three.
And he strikes out here. Side retired. Nothing on a base hit for New York. May looking good through 2 innings. Bottom of the order up for Las Vegas, starting with Tyler Freeman, who in this series is 2 for 6. The number 7 hitter skies one into straightaway center field. 1 out on 1 pitch. That'll bring up Rafael Marchand, who chips one over the shortstop on a hop to the left fielder. So he's a 1 out hit base runner. And that'll bring back Yadier Arenamo, who we haven't seen in about 5 weeks. He's been getting some starts in AAA on a rehab assignment and is now finally back with the team to cover some defense substitutions, second base, third, and shortstop. He's got high contact rate that he's been building on this year, hitting .281 so far with the team. Let's see if he can get it back after a brief injury stint. With a rolled ankle, he'll ground it to short, short to second, second to first. His first AB back, and he grounds into the double play. Cotton candy. The Yankees face the minimum despite allowing a base runner as they wipe out 2. All right, May back out against Trent Grisham. Grisham hammers this to deep left field. It just misses getting out of here. Bounces off the wall, and he slides into second with a double. Grisham in there with a lead-off double. Barely missed a solo home run. And now is Waldo Cabrera with 11 homers on the season, hitting .223 when he's not at home. That one hit hard. Third baseman has it. They make the throw to first to get Cabrera out number 1. Grisham moves up to third. And Anthony Volpe back, trying to bring him in. He's had a rough June so far. Grounds a soft one. Pitcher has it. Throw. And Volpe is retired. Second out of the inning, and that holds Grisham at first. Nice play by Dustin May, covering the mound there.
Strike three.
And he strikes out Aaron Judge to strand the runner at third. Still no score. 2 hits for both teams. Top of the order due up now for the Invaders with Jazz Chisholm Jr. up first. He struck out the first time, and he'll scoop this one into right now for out number 1. Judge has it. Brito, he's got one of the 2 Las Vegas hits. Full count on him. And he works the walk, so some good at-bats from Brito, as usual. Can't fool him. Luis Robert Jr. with a chance. But he strikes out. Swings on the slider, gets him on 3 pitches. A sinker and then 2 back-to-back sliders that he couldn't catch up to. Kerry Carpenter sits on a ball. A steal. Brito with his 11th stolen base of the season says, if you guys can't get me over, I'll do it myself. So he's in scoring position now for Carpenter, who works a walk. Ball 4 straight balls. He'll take his base. Runners at first and second. 2 outs now for Will Brennan. Brennan scoops this one to left, but it hangs up in the sky for out number 3. So 2 left stranded on 2 walks. No hits in the inning. All right, Yankees back up on the 4th. This is a pitcher's duel, apparently. Dustin May's turn to walk. That's a leadoff walk. And the 20th for Austin Wells on the season. Jock Peterson sends this one out of the ballpark. That one's gone. On a 3-1 count, nice hitters count, New York strikes first. It's 2-0 on Jock Peterson's 13th home run of the season. That was a towering home run into the 4th or 5th row back in right field. Doubters starting to get a little excited now. Took the high fastball right over the heart of the plate and pulled it deep to right. All right, well, base is now empty. No, still nobody out in the inning after the walk comes back to bite May to add an extra run to that homer. And now Vaughn has himself a single up the middle. So Yankees now with their 3rd and 4th hits of the game. May still trying to record his first out in the 4th. And he comes and hits Peraza. Hit by pitch, 5th hit by pitch for Peraza this season. On a changeup that just rides too far in. So runners now on 1st and 2nd. Nobody out for Jason Dominguez, who in the series so far is 0 for 9. His bat has been quiet so far, but this time he'll pump one to center field. And Luis Robert Jr. is there, gets the ball back in to hold the runner at 2nd. So out number 1, and a grounder away from getting out of this if he can get Trent Grisham out, who's already got a hit today. That one into left. Right at the left fielder, Kerry Carpenter's got it. They get the ball back in. So a hard hit, out number 2. And now Cabrera. So every single outfielder a chance to show off and flash the leather there. First center, then left, then right. So good job to limit it to just the 2 runs on the Jock Peterson 2-run homer. So Luis Matos up first for the Invaders in the bottom of the 4th to try and strike back.
Strike 3.
But he's set down looking on strike 3. 3 quick strikes. Couldn't take the bat off of his shoulder. Now Freeman with a fly ball into right for out number 2. Vegas offense currently asleep at the wheel. Rafael Marchand has one of the 2 Las Vegas hits today. And he'll strike out this time. So 3 up, 3 down, 1, 2, 3. And May has to come back out there with nary a chance to rest between innings. What's up, Alias Gray? Thanks for the kind words. What's up, Durf? I can't stop. I won't stop. Top of the order for the Yankees, starting with Anthony Volpe. May trying to have a cleaner inning this go round. High fly ball in the infield. Who wants it? All the infielders converge. And Arenamo makes the grab over Freeman jumping up. Now Aaron Judge works a 4-pitch walk. So 1 out base runner. Judge moves on over to first for Austin Wells, who puts this one in play down the right field line. It's foul, I think, but I don't know why they show. No, it's fair. Okay. Maybe the umpires are seeing something I'm not. That's apparently a fair ball, they say. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well then. Can you even challenge foul and fair in the game? I mean, I think that's just a misrepresentation of the visual. The simulation said it was a hit, and the animation was just wrong. So, runners on first and second now for Jock Peterson, who went deep last time up. 2-2 on him. Puts it in play. Slow roller, tough play for Arenamo. He throws, and they managed to get 1 out. Well done by Arenamo to get that out at first. But that'll move Judge and Wells over for Andrew Vaughn, who also has a hit today.
Strike 3.
He gets the rare strikeout. May have been having trouble getting the swing and miss, but he gets an important one there to strand 2. So bottom of the 5th. Vegas looking for some offense. And we start with Arenamo after May worked 7 pitches to try to get that strikeout on the sinker. Arenamo looking for his first hit back after coming off the IL. And he powers one into deep right field. Off the back of the wall, just missed a home run. But that'll be a leadoff double that just needed a little bit more launch angle to get out of here. So there he is. After hitting into a double play last time up, he's got a leadoff single now. Passing it back to Jazz Chisholm Jr. at the top of the order to try to bring him home.
Strike 3.
But Jazz hitless in 3 at-bats now. Swings and misses after his 6-pitch AB. Chases the cutter outside. Out number 1. Juan Brito's reached base both times today. And he'll ground it to third. Arenamo holds it second. So that's 2 quick outs for Schmidt. Now it's up to Luis Robert Jr., who also strikes out. So side retired, not able to capitalize on the leadoff double. Only 3 hits on the game for Las Vegas. And Robert Jr. with his second strikeout of the day to strand the runner. May back out in the 6th, 90 pitches in. I can't imagine he'll be out for much longer. Gets a quick 2-pitch ground out to Freeman. Peraza thrown out at first. And now Jason Dominguez on the 2nd pitch he sees. Up the middle. Past the shortstop. Too hot to handle. And that might be it for May. Yes, it is. So May's day is done through 5 1/3 innings. He's responsible for Jason Dominguez on first. And up comes Colin Snyder, who's had a real shaky start to the season, but has been scoreless in his last 4, 5, 6, 7 appearances. Trying to get things back under control here versus Trent Grisham with 1 out and 1 on. And that's put in play. Second baseman has it. Freeman makes the out at first. And Dominguez goes to second. In scoring position with 2 outs for Cabrera. Snyder gets the punch out. Got him to chase the fastball off the corner. 94 miles an hour for a strikeout. So Snyder gets it done out of the pin in relief. And Kerry Carpenter takes his position at the plate. Looking to ignite the invaders, and they hit him again. The second time Carpenter's been hit this game, and the second time he's been hit by Schmidt. We need to get some fire in the dugout here. Schmidt trying to send a message. It's time to rush the mound, dude. Charge the mound. They're hitting our best pitchers instead of pitching to them. He just got hit by the curveball. So it definitely wasn't intentional, but you need to start getting some control, Schmidt. Hit him with the curve. All right, he's a leadoff base runner now for Will Brennan. 0 for 2 today. And he strikes out. Tries to check his swing, but he went too far. Brennan with his first strikeout. 0 for 3 now. Now Luis Matos. Can't seem to get anything going against Schmidt here. That one in play down the left field line. Fair ball. Carpenter going first to third. And in there with a double. Cotton Candy. Matos with a stand-up double, his 18th of the season. So Freeman with a chance to tie it up. Tying run at second. He represents the go-ahead run. Schmidt up to 85 pitches now as Matos takes the sinker and muscles it to the opposite field.
Strike 3.
Freeman strikes out on the breaking ball, curveball up there, and he can't catch up to it. Now it's Rafael Marchand to try to bring the runners home. Marchand down the line, first baseman handles it, and they strand 2, inning over. The Invaders get nothing. New York still maintaining the 2-0 lead as Snyder back out in the 7th to face Anthony Volpe in the top of the Yankees order. And that one is punched to right. A solo homer for Anthony Volpe. Snyder gives up his first run in the last 7 or so appearances, and the lead is now 3-0 after the solo homer. Classic Invaders Stranding 2 runners. Yep, classic. Snyder doing Snyder things. Unfortunately. Snyder doing Snyder things. But he gets Judge to ground out. Gets Austin Wells to line out to short on 2 pitches. And then gets Jock Peterson to line out to third. So defense in the perfect position for all of those except the home run. Snyder. All right, offense. You got to do something, man. Schmidt's back out here. 93 pitches in. Arenamo, leadoff man in the bottom of the 7th. 2-2 the count. He had a double last time up. This time he will loft it to center for out number 1. Grisham makes the play. New pitcher finally. So Schmidt's day is done. 6 1/3 shutout innings of 4-hit baseball. And now Elvis Paguero, sinker, slider, ground baller, up to face Jazz Chisholm Jr., who has had a rough 0 for 3 outing so far today. Happy to see Schmidt gone. And that one hit, but into the shift. Third baseman playing over, and they retire him on 2 pitches. Cabrera makes the play. Now Juan Brito. He grounded out last time. And that's going to be a single up the middle. So a 2-hit day. He has reached base 3 out of 4 appearances at the dish. But now Paguero will face Luis Robert Jr. Struck out twice today. A steal attempt, the throwdown. So getting a little aggressive here in the late innings. Brito removes the force out at second and is in scoring position now for Robert Jr., who grounds it softly back to the pitcher's mound. Pitcher covers, throws, and he's retired. So nothing doing on 1 hit from Brito through 7, 5 hits, no runs across for Vegas. Snyder back out in the 8th after giving up the solo home run. And now he's going to see Vaughn. He gets the strikeout, his 40th of the season. Peraza 0 for 2 today. In June, he's hitting .213 on the month. And that one lofted into left. Going to find some grass on a hop in front of Kerry Carpenter. Down for a hit. So Peraza will stand at first. New pitcher in, Luke Weaver, for the home team. He gave up 3 runs, only recording 1 out against Toronto on the 11th, but he had 2 better outings his last couple. And he's out here to get the last 2 in the 8th. Starts things off with a strikeout on Dominguez, who chased a fastball low, couldn't catch up to it. And the ball gets away from Marchand. Spins around and follows it to the backstop. That's going to be scored as a wild pitch. Cotton Candy, Peraza goes to second, so I don't know how that's a wild pitch, brother. It looks like a pass ball to me. Either way, counts 1-0. Peraza now at second. And that one smacked into the gap. That's down. Almost a homer. It's going to score another run. So Weaver coming out of the pen and giving up the double. It's now 4-0 Yankees. Weaver is not tagged with the earned run. That one will go to Snyder for his 2nd earned run of the game. That one, however, is going to go to Weaver. It's also almost a home run. Very hard contact, and the Yankees are opening it up now in the 8th. It's 5-0 as the bullpen continues to do bullpen things. I think Snyder and Weaver are the 2 least reliable relievers that we have at the moment, which is sad to say about Snyder, given how lights out he was last year. Weaver has not found it with the Invaders. He's been dominant since 2023, and he's been having a much worse season this season so far. I'm going to head to the car and beat the traffic. And then Weaver is going to sneak the third out on a 3-1 count, towering fly ball. But he gives up 2, and the lead extends. So Peguero back in, and Las Vegas gonna need some late life and magic to try and overcome this one. Kerry Carpenter trying to get things started. The shutout is over, and he's given the home crowd something to cheer about with his 21st home run of the season, a 412-foot bomb to right. And it's now 5-1 Yankees. So the Invaders are actually alive. Nice 6-pitch at bat by Kerry Carpenter. And now he passes it to Will Brennan, who pops it up on the first pitch in the infield. Volpe hustles after it and has it for out number 1, Luis Matos. That one scooped to deep center field all the way back, and on the warning track, a really long out. Just missed another home run in the inning. 2 outs now for Tyler Freeman. And that's going to be a little chip shot into right, so 2-out base runner and Tyler Freeman. So some hard hit balls here off Peguero, but they haven't been able to get anything going off of it. 1-1 for Marchand, grounded softly back to the pitcher's mound. Safe! Peguero can't get to it in time. That is an infield single for Marchand. Freeman moves up to second, and now Yadier Arenamo, who hit a double earlier, has another shot to bring in Freeman from second. Infield playing deep. That's going to be down the line in right, falling in front of the right fielder. So something going for the Invaders. Wait, what? Marchand aggressively tries to take third on the single. Vaughn cuts it off, fires to third, and he's out. Guys, you're throwing this one in the garbage, brother. Arenamo has an RBI single and scores another run, but Marchand out on the base pass to end the inning. Instead of passing the baton back to Jazz and a chance to tie it, we are just out and have to do it all again in the 9th. Easy. Easy. Weaver back out after an awful showing in the 8th. Saving Uribe for a different game, perhaps. Batter is Judge, and predictable situation that just unfurled. I'm typing a angry Reddit post right now about the manager leaving Weaver back in there to face Aaron Judge, who takes him deep in the first at bat. Weaver is awful, man. 2 outs recorded. He's given up 3 runs, only 2 of them earned. Jesus, why is it so bad? Nightmare Weaver, I know, right? Well, I can't believe you got to that one. Matos, with his range, makes the catch on a hard liner down the right field line. 1 out. Jock Peterson, manager, can you not see the hard contact that he's given up? He's already given up 3 runs, man. He gets a strikeout, but he does not have it. Aaron Judge now, with his 21st home run, ties Kerry Carpenter's 21st home run. So you gave up the lead in the home run race also. All right, Aaron Bummer out to close it down for the Yankees with a 4-run lead. He's got a 2.51 ERA on the season in 32 1/3 innings of work. The whip is low, the home run rate is low, the walk rate is low, and the strikeout rate is very high. So this will be a tough one, but Jazz Chisholm Jr., lefty on lefty, it's not looking good for Jazz. Full count, though.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Looking at the sinker in there. And now Juan Brito. Burrito into left. Out number 2 on the line. Last chance, Luis Robert Jr. A ball and 2 strikes, and it's predictably over. GG. Doubters, you win. Yankees take the series at our home. Feels bad, man. Terrible, terrible offense. 2 runs on 9 hits. When Arenamo is one of your best producers in the lineup, something went wrong. May just missed a quality start, and then Snyder and Weaver combine for 3 2/3 innings of 4-run baseball between them, which is pretty terrible. What happened to Snyder? What happened to him? They never pitched to Carpenter. I know, he had 1 hit in 1 AB, and then they plunked him twice. Why are all these dudes injured, brother? All right, I like that song, but you can't listen to it because I don't know whose song it is. So instead, I don't know if we can listen to this either. This might be a little dramatic of a soundtrack, but that's okay. Oh, that sucks. PJ Hamilton was diagnosed with a fractured thumb. Why does it not take me to the correct team that he's on? What team is he even on? Wait, what was his name? Chat, what was his name? I'm looking for him on the... Oh, RJ. It was RJ Hamilton. Yeah, we're missing like 5 players on this roster. They probably still have enough people. Our AAA team has best record in the division. Our AAA team doing some work, man. Cade Horton is like, let me come back and pitch in the majors. He has 6 starts in AAA with a .68 ERA. He's using cheat codes. Wait, Cade Horton, the OSA thinks he's a 40. He wants to come back and pitch for us. Which he was pitching good for us, but we tried to let the other dude come up and pitch instead for a bit. Dion Jorge, Alec Burleson, Ortiz has 4 homers with us already. Maybe we bring Ortiz up. Weekly team power rankings from Major League Baseball. We're 2nd. Yankees right behind us, even though we just lost the series. Sad loss, man. I feel like if we get to the playoffs, that's how our playoffs are going to look. It's just us being like, why can't we score? Cole Carrick was told his rehab time would be increased to 1 week. Okay. Who cares? Jack Sawinski had few peers in the National League this past week. Tristan Casas best AL player. It's a day off today. Nobody on waivers. All right, so on the day off. Oh my God, another injury on the King Cakes. Is the A-ball team just cursed? Kang sizes up 3-game series. Didn't we get swept by the Guardians? Yeah, we did. We got swept by the Guardians last time up. They are leading the Central Division with a 44-40 record. It's going to be Mats versus Freddie Peralta, Woodruff versus Justin Steele, and Bobby Miller versus Nick Enright. And then Duran, the closer, Claze, the reliever, Cade Smith playing, or he's a reliever, and then Jesus Rodriguez and Kyle Manzardo. Okay, those are our top players. And then getting some scouting reports on these bros, just to see if anything changes with that. Kansas City deals Salgado to Washington for Pickney. Nothing crazy. Obsessively checking the waiver wire. All right, let's try not getting... I got to pay the doubters. I'm avoiding paying the doubters. You guys are about to make a huge amount off the believers. There you go. 1 million channel points coming your way. Biggest winner was one class Hidalgo, who bet 100K, won 320K. Biggest loser, Juni, who lost 250K. Rip. I did not enjoy that any more than you did, believers. Trust. We gotta win these series, man. Now the Rangers are only 4 games back. They're clawing their way up. Very sad ALDS loss awaits these Vaders. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we can even make it that far. There's a lot of teams that have high records this year. At least the ALDS, we can play 5 games. But yeah, Cleveland having to face Justin Steele, who's a pretty good lefty. I think he rocked us last time, if I'm not mistaken. Pitching staff, like Snyder and Weaver, are just killing me, man. I'm kind of in favor of just taking Quinn Matthews out of the starting rotation. I just like having another lefty in it and also giving my fragile guys more rest. But I also don't hate just having him in the bullpen, since we have 2 guys who are just like throwing games for us, basically. I don't know what Snyder's issue is, man. Like, I'd rather have Mantiply out there, which is saying something. How many innings is a big enough sample size for a reliever who's struggling? Because they should both be doing way better than they are. 37 innings is not a huge sample size over the course of a long season. But I'm curious if anyone's on the trading block. Duran is on the trading block. I don't have an $18 million salary to pay a closer for only a 1-year deal, but he would be pretty sick as a closer. Jason Foley. Yeah, we don't have the kind of money that we need to invest in these, like, top guys. It's unfair to the reliever? You have one job, dude. The starter has to come out there and face guys 3 times through the order and get them out without giving up more than 3 runs. All you have to do is get 3 outs once. And you can throw as hard as you can. And the starter has to pace themselves for like 5-6 innings. So they're not even allowed to go all out. You're allowed to go all out. I mean, you got to pace yourself a little bit to come out like following day, possibly, but it should be way easier to be a reliever, in theory, like on paper. There's a lot of pitchers here. None that I am particularly excited about, but Joel Cannell is that control movement guy with 5 not so good pitches. The over-the-top pitcher style is pretty good, though. Is a closer just a good reliever? A closer is a guy who comes out in the last inning of the game to close out the game. So it's the guy you want to have the most confidence and ice in his veins to lock it down. So he's not necessarily... He should be probably your best reliever, but specifically it's a reliever that wants and is good with the mental sort of hurdles of being the one responsible for like actually securing the win, which takes a bit of a different mindset. It's more pressure. His pitching stats, he just doesn't have a lot of innings pitched in previous year. Well, I guess, yeah, he was AAA. This guy's like fresh out of AAA from arbitration. The second he comes over to us, I imagine he'll start playing worse. Pretty good against lefties and righties. Strikeout rate is going to be down. He's a ground ball pitcher. Gives up more base runners and home runs to lefties, which kind of makes sense. I'm not saying I want him, but he's the only one up here who's like $1 million. I'm curious what the Orioles want. The Orioles are rebuilding. So they probably want to... They got him on the trading block now. And they want a right fielder. How do you guys feel about offering Cal Stevenson for Joel Cannell? Cannell's got this year. The strikeout rate's going to be down. I just need the walk rate to be down too. It's like 0.9 walks per 9. Pretty low. Sierra was like a 3.47. 23 games over 500. Are we first in the MLB right now? Close. We just lost 2 in a row, so I don't know if we're number 1 still, but we're right up there. There's a lot of good teams this year. Ready to knock us out. But what's up, Jarek? Yeah, it's going pretty well. Where do you see like meltdowns as a statistic? It's MD. He's had 10 meltdowns this year. What is a normal number of meltdowns? I don't know what SD is here. Two blown saves. 5 holds. Yeah, I don't think he's a guy that I necessarily need to be gunning for. All right. I'll just leave it alone. I just think our bullpen is maybe like turning into the weak spot. I need to sim the next series. All right, let's do it. Lineup versus lefties. Indy Rodriguez has fallen asleep at the wheel. Tyler Freeman and Jazz is kind of just like a huge hole in the lineup. Like, even Aeronamo would be better. So just play Aeronamo at second. Give Jazz days off against lefties. Give Conicello days off against lefties. And Luis Robert Jr. over, I guess, Robert Jr. over Freeman. Shortstop backup will be Aeronamo. And then he's also the backup at third. All right. Something like that. Something like that. Like, Jace Young is actually pretty good against lefties. I think swapping him and Matos makes a lot of sense. They have, like, reverse splits. All right, I don't like Luis Robert Jr. being that far down there, though. Let's do this, 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 this. Okay. Give that a try. Pitching, everybody should be pretty rested. Steven Matt's up. But yeah, I'm thinking about just having Quinn Matthews available out of the bullpen since I don't trust Snyder or Weaver. Have him be like a long relief / middle relief guy and just go back to a 5-man rotation. See if we can trust Quinn Matthews more out of the pen. Having another lefty. Lefties have been doing pretty good for us. All right, Justin Steele, 4.09 ERA. Pew! Achievo unlocked. Well, we lost. Achievement unlocked. 31 game on base streak by Brito. Okay. Is he the best in the business? He was 2 for... Oh my god, look at his batting history. He's had a multi-hit game in each of the last 4 games, and in this game he had a walk. We've now lost 3 of the last 4. We can't beat the Guardians for some reason. The Guardians defeated the Invaders 7-4. First baseman Jose Ramirez deserves a share of the credit. He was 3 for 5 with a homer, a triple, and a double. Well, he just missed the cycle. He scored 3 and drove in 2 for the Guardians. Justin Steele was the winning pitcher. He allowed 4 runs in 6 2/3 innings. So if you score 4 runs, you should be able to win that. That's a pitching problem, in my opinion. With Cleveland leading 1-0 in the bottom of the second, he had a curveball from Steven Matz for a run-scoring double. All right, who lost us the game? Matz gave up 5 earned, and Uribe gave up 1 run. Then Diaz, Snyder, and Aiken pitched some combined innings. Only 6 hits on the game, a Young double, a Pratt double, and a Kerry Carpenter home run, the 22nd of the season for him. Pratt went 2 for 4, Carpenter 2 for 4 with 3 RBI, so it was the Kerry Carpenter day. Luis Robert Jr. predictably 0 for 4, Young 2 for 4. All right, we just need to switch you guys up, I guess. I don't know. Matos 0 for, Aeronamo 0 for, Indy Rodriguez 0 for. They did it to us at home. Well, this was Progressive Fields. That was their home, but yeah. The Yankees beat us at home. American League All-Star voting. Kerry Carpenter is still in second place, but maybe gaining some ground. Remember when I said I was going to check on my minor league players? At this point, I think I'm getting in too much of a hurry. I do need to check on them. We'll check on them after this series. Aiken, Bender, Mantiply. Quinn Matthews is probably rested enough to use as a reliever. So Matt's had not so good of a start, basically. I do need to check on... Yeah, we are still selling out. Sell out games every day. want to, yeah, we need to do like a deep dive on some stuff, but I'm getting antsy because we're just like losing games that we should be winning. Freddie Peralta has a 4.15 ERA on the season. Not giving up that many homers. Lots of walks. Lots of strikeouts. Been pitching pretty well last year. It led the league in games started. I'm doing a default righty destroy righties list. Win 12-3. Yeah. Right-handed pitcher, no problem. Left-handed pitcher, oh my God, you're not allowed to do that. You can't be a left-handed pitcher. The Vegas Invaders beat the Guardians 12-3 at Progressive. Jazz Chisholm Jr. in particular was impressive. He went 4 for 6 with a homer, a double, and 2 singles, scoring 2 runs himself and driving in 3. In the top of the second, Las Vegas catcher Rafael Marchand had a productive AB. With the bases loaded and 1 out, he stroked a run-scoring single to center to make the score 1-0 Las Vegas. He went 2 for 5 with 2 singles, adding 3 RBI and scoring once. We had 18 hits on the game, so that was a dominant performance. I like to keep things lively in the clubhouse, said Chisholm Jr. Believe me, it's much easier after a win. Woodruff went 7 innings, 3 runs, 6 hit ball. Quality start. Mantiply closed it out. He's crazy. 2 innings, no earned. Tox, did you expect your team to be this good in year 2? Absolutely not. No. Not even close. I kind of signed Jazz and Robert Jr. because I thought it would be fun content. Either they help us actually win games and are amazing and I look like a genius, or we lose a bunch of games and it's funny because I spent so much of the budget on them and then we're stuck with them. So I just thought, hey, that sounds like a fun thing to do. Let's try it out. And they haven't been like amazing, but they've been good. And they're on pace to be really good. Like 4 WAR is pretty much what we signed on for if he can pull that off. And then Jazz is on pace for 3.5 WAR, which is better than expected by a good margin, I think. But he's actually almost exactly... Look at his stats compared to last year. Other than WAR, he has almost the same batting average, the same OBP, the exact same slugging, and 1 point off of OPS. He's the same guy. That's crazy. That's so weird how the stats are almost identical. Also, the ad is starting in 3, 2, 1. Turn your volume down if you watch the ads. Just a FYI. Any catchers on the block that you could upgrade with? No, because I can't afford their salaries. There are people, but we can't pay them. Also, I need another soundtrack. I can't even hear this one. It's just like fading in and out every so often. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. So, I mean, yeah, we're getting what we paid for so far, basically. Ad still starting soon, FYI. Jazz had a double, Freeman had a double, Matos had a double, Jazz had a homer, Luis Robert Jr. had a homer, Will Brennan had a homer. Get it! Get it, boys. 4 for 6. Brito had a rare 0 for 5, but he did walk, so he kept his on-base streak alive. Luis Robert Jr. 2 for 6 with 2 ribbies. 4 for 4 day for Tyler Freeman. Gaming. All right, I will be right back. While the ad is running, I'm gonna get a drink, okay? And a snack. Thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging today. Hope you're having a nice Saturday. I'll be RB. This makes me want to play Hades. Perhaps unsurprisingly. Oh. Okay, clear my brain so I can focus on this stuff. I'm still waiting on Hades 2. I want it to be like more done before I experience it. Oh, excellent game all around here. 4-hit game. Maybe he's breaking out because he's kind of just been like not doing too much in his last few. Brito has been so good that you just kind of have to let him stay where he is. Robert Jr. getting another homer. On pace for 24. Right where he needs to be. Kerry Carpenter just keeps hitting the ball. 2 homers in his previous 2 games before this one. Is there a world in which you swap Luis Robert Jr. and Kerry Carpenter? I don't know. I kind of like Carpenter in the 4 spot because you put 3 really good hitters in front of him and he mashes home. Like, I know it's traditional to put the biggest home run hitter in the cleanup spot, but I don't know. It just makes sense here because Jazz, Brito, and Robert Jr. each, they just have a high chance of getting on base in front of him. Brennan is not going to be hitting this hot forever, and that's okay, but, well, ride the wave while he's feeling goated. Like, since September, we think his contact potential went up, and we think that his contact in general went up. And we think his power went up since last year also, which checks out. Had a nice 3-hit game, though he's been 0 for his last few. Freeman had a 4-hit game. He's on a nice little hit streak. Let's see. Yeah, he's on like a 5-game hit streak. Bringing that OPS up. Marchand getting a couple knocks. Some multi-hit games for Marchand. That's good. He's starting to catch up. I'm excited for Death Stranding 2. I'm excited for Death Stranding 2 too. Yeet. When is that coming out? I forgot the release date. I haven't really watched anything on it. What's up, Dev2? How's the baseballing? We lost the series against the Yankees. We have split the series against Cleveland, and we're about to figure out who's going to win. I'm just trying to catch up on our 18-hit bombardment and figure out who popped off. Ten left on base as a team. Stolen base. Jazz got caught stealing probably early in the game. Took that into the 9th. Scored 5 runs in the 5th. Will Brennan single. Luis Montos double. Tyler Freeman walk. Load the bases. New pitcher. Marchand single. Scores 2. Cooper Pratt fly out. Jazz 3-run homer. Oh, baby. And then Luis Robert Jr. single. Kerry Carpenter hit by pitch again. Who's leading the league in hit by pitch, man? They keep plunking him. He's going to get injured eventually. Next month, June 26th. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm not mentally ready. Jazz single, and then Luis Robert Jr. hits a 2-run bomb in the 9th. Anyway, I want to see who's leading the league in getting hit by pitch. How do you even see that stat? Sortable, and then just turn that down a little bit, and then just find it in, oh, I guess you could find it in the filters, and it'd probably be a batting stat, HBP. I wonder why this is not in alphabetical order. Is it HP? All right, it's HP. Wait, do I want to filter or do I want to view? All right. Yeah, I think I want to view, right? I can just like add that via here. There we go. Wait, who? Oh, this is versus lefties. Kerry Carpenter's number 2, 18 hits for Edmundo Sosa. So yeah, he actually is the second most hit by pitch player in the league right now. But they've hit Sosa 18 times. Chaos. Okay, anyway. Interesting. Got some scouting. All right, before let's just play this next game, and then I need to really look at my farm system and see how those guys are doing. Cam Smith had a 5-hit day for Houston. Also, what's up, Dr. Dynastic? The monster effort from the 24-year-old third baseman helped the Astros get the 14-8 win. We made some good pitches. He took advantage, said Rays manager Kevin Cash. That's the game, though. Don't make mistakes and you'll win ball games. He had an RBI single in the first, RBI single in the second, doubled in the fourth, RBI single in the fifth, and an RBI single in the seventh. With a .211 batting average. Well, I bet that raised the average. That's not really what they hoped for Cam Smith, I think, when they made the trade with the Cubs by 2027. I got hit by a 96-ish, I'm assuming mile-per-hour fastball in high school and had a welt the size of a grapefruit on my shin for like a month. Oof. Ouch. Yeah, see, I quit playing baseball in Little League after getting hit too much, and I was like, I became scared of the baseball. That was enough for me. Did not have the courage to stand up there and get plunked by 90 to 100 mile an hour fastballs. That made me quit because it was the pitching coach who did it? The pitching coach drilled you with a 96 mile an hour heater? That's completely legit. I still freeze up facing the ball. Yeah, you really have to kind of get over it. You have to get over it, and it does help to wear more protective gear. Obviously, you can't block everything, but actually having those like elbow guards, having the foot and shin guards, having the helmet with the face protector on the side, like those things at least give you a teeny bit of confidence, but obviously they can only block so much of the pain. All right, let's get it versus Nick Enright. Enright's having a great season, 16 starts, 3 is the ERA. Whip 1.17, good strikeout rate, walk rate down, home run rate very far down. Got an over-the-top arm slot, 95 mile an hour fastball, good slider, curveball, changeup. Let's see his splits. Wait. Oh. What am I looking at? Do I have a... Oh, I'm looking at not basic pitching stats. Okay, my bad. Unfortunately for us, he's really good against both righties and lefties. He's striking out a lot fewer lefties and walking more lefties, but the home run rate very far down for both, so we might actually struggle with this one. Who's pitching for us? Bobby Miller? Bobby Miller's been great, but he's had a couple of bad starts in the last 5, so he had a really nice one last time, so hopefully that's him turning a corner. 6 innings, 2 runs, and then in our pen, we've got the whole bullpen up. So it's really up to the manager to not pitch Snyder and not pitch Weaver, and then we win. That's all there is to it, I think. I think I'm just going to use our bog standard lineup that just went 12-3 yesterday. Like, if it works, then throw it back in there. Win 4-0. Took the series against Cleveland. Very nice. Manny Longoria, one of our prospects, was diagnosed with bone marrow edema. Edema? I don't even know how to pronounce that word. He'll be out for 5 weeks? How is he doing up till that point? Hitting 209. Not great, but missing 5 weeks of the Dominican Rookie League is like missing the entire Dominican Rookie League. Edema? That's like the entire league. He'll be back just in time for the 2 weeks in August, and then season over. That sounds more serious than 5 weeks. It may be. Vegas downed the Cleveland Guardians 4-0 at Progressive Field. Stellar pitching by Bobby Miller had a lot to do with it. The right-hander, who's tied for second in the American League with a .97 whip, handcuffed the opponent all game. Vegas improves their record to 55-32, beating Cleveland. Miller scattered 3 hits over 7 innings for the Invaders. With the win, he goes to 7-1 on the year with 66 strikeouts. His fastball had teeth on it, says Scott Tyler. Only 6 hits for us. A Freeman double, nobody on. A Pratt double with 1 on. And a Tyler Freeman, one of the rare Tyler Freeman homers. In the 9th inning, off of Emmanuel Clase, you hero. You hero, that's right. Tag Clase, he's got a 5.59 ERA. He is not doing so good this year for the Guards. I wonder why. That's not sarcasm. I don't really understand why he's struggling so much. Maybe that low work ethic catching up with him. I don't know. He's 29, but he had a dominant season the last 2 years. League leading saves both previous years. 7 shutout innings for Bobby Miller. Abner Uribe, shutout inning. Good to see. And then Anthony Bender getting no save opportunity, but still coming in and closing it down out of our new closer. So he's been pretty solid. Had a couple of bad outings. Because Enright gave up 2 runs over 7. They had some errors. So Kyle Manzardo, actually neither of those runs on Clase were earned. So I assume it was the Kyle Manzardo error in the 9th. All right, chill Hades a little bit. Fly out, reached on error. Yeah, that would have been out 3. Instead, it was a Tyler Freeman 2-run homer off of Clase. Still, getting a homer off of him feels good, but he's already given up as many homers as he did all season last season in almost half as many innings. And he's got the cutter and slider that he still has potential to get even more stuff. But yeah, he's definitely not got it. You can kind of see a trend, actually, since 2024, which may have been his peak. There is a trend in multiple respects here. We have the whip going up from 0.66 to 1 to 1.57. We have the home runs per 9 going up from 0.2 to like 0.6, 0.5 to 1. We have his walk rate kind of going back and forth. His strikeout rate is up a little bit, but the batting average on balls in play is steadily rising each season. 197, 265, 282 to 368 year over year. Like, I don't know if the simulation simulates this, but my theory is that he's throwing harder to try to get more strikeouts. And somehow that's translating to like missed spots or something, giving up more hits. We can also just look at what this Sierra thinks about that as well. So Sierra thinks he's at about 361 on skill independent ERA. FIP is about a 3.28. So he is getting a bit unlucky, but all of his numbers are still worse than previous years by a pretty. His strikeout to walk rate is down. His hits per 9 way up. Way up. Base runners way up. Ground out percentage way down. Just part of being in Cleveland. Fire the pitching coaches. Fire the pitching coaches. All right, good, GG though, good game. All right, just scouting some random dudes to try to vaguely increase scouting accuracy. And then we're facing the Astros next in a 3-game series at home. They're 41-46 with a win percent of 471, third in the AL West, 14 games behind the leader. That's me. Their number of runs is good for 6 in the AL. Their batting average is third in the AL. Oh, so they're just not really converting those. On the other hand, they're last in the league in runs given up. Their starter ERA is last in the league. Oof. And their bullpen is 10th. They have a record of 1 win and 2 losses. So it's Malley versus Arrighetti, May versus Dubin, and Matz versus Quintana. Yeah, I can see why they're giving up a lot of runs. Is Alvarez healthy this year? So far, he's hitting 304. Only 6 homers for him, but he's hitting for average more. OPS up 875. So maybe he's just hitting more doubles. I don't know. More singles. Caught stealing once. Why are you even trying to steal, brother? Juan Soto has been suspended for confronting a game official after yesterday's New York-San Francisco match at Oracle Park. In the statement, the league said this is totally unacceptable behavior and will be dealt with harshly. Soto had a run-in with the home plate umpire during the game and was ejected for vehemently objecting to a third strike. For the season, he's hitting .243, batting in 39 runs with 14 homers. The gauntlet has been thrown down. He's on pace for a 26 home run season, 818 OPS, $51 million. And then just going to check the waiver wire real quick. Jake Berger. We just played against Jake Berger, but I'm not going to take an $8.7 million contract right now. All right, before we play Houston, I need to just check on my dudes. My dudes. Actually, yeah, whatever. This view is fine. I'd like to sort them by team, though. Here are my dudes. Some of them are probably not worth watching, but I'm invested in seeing how they develop for good or ill. DeCaro is still our top prospect, and he's got that ERA down to a 3.64 in high A relative to high A. Are we in the Midwest League or the Northwest League? Northwest. Relative to the Northwest League, he should be about a 55 overall. 45 stuff, 45 movement, 50 control, and then 4 good pitches. So you can kind of see that reflected here. Relative to Double A. Actually, our Double A team is in the Southern League. Okay, just checking. He's like a 45 with 45 stuff, 45 movement, 45 HRA, and 45 control. So we could probably move him up to Double A if we wanted. He's 21, so I don't hate it. Like, he's pitching well. Yeah, he's getting a lot better. 65 stamps, crazy. High adaptability, high work ethic, high leadership. He's pitching very well. 12 strikeouts per 9 in high A. His BABIP, when he is giving up a ball in play, it's going for a hit is the only downside. So he's getting hit a lot, but he's got the home runs way down. So for a guy with as high P BABIP as he has, I'm surprised his BABIP is as high as it is, I guess. But yeah, if his stuff and control keeps developing and that HRA goes up, then he could actually be pretty amazing. Relative to us, he's still got 55 P BABIP. I'm in favor of going ahead and sending him up to Double A. I like what I've seen from him. 14 starts feels like a pretty good sample size. He's got 45s relative to all the things that matter in Double A. So I think I'm all for promoting him, actually. Let's send him up. It's been a good chunk of the season. He's got 71 innings pitched. 130 ERA plus. All right, don't trade him. Transaction, take him to Double A San Antonio. And I want to make sure he's in the rotation. With Dion Santos. Update the staff. Make sure these guys are, hopefully they're rested by the time that matters. He's in a good mood. That was our first pick last year, so he's progressing pretty nicely, I think. And then Santos is another dude who actually does have more potential than we expected. His control's bad, but he's been performing well at the Double A level. 2.46 ERA. He's already a 40 relative to the MLB, though he is 24 years old, so... I'm a little scared of that 35 control relative to AAA for a starter. So I don't know if we can work on him in the offseason or if he's worth giving a spot to the development lab or not. I don't know. It really depends on if he can actually reach that 50 potential. Because if he can't, then tough, you know? It's tough. 4.8 walks per 9. It's going to allow a lot of free base runners. Ugh. Okay. Where are the rest of my dudes? Braden Holcomb in high A sitting 239. He's got really great power relative to his league, gap power, and eye. So his slugging is kind of carrying him. But I think he needs to cook a little longer. Kind of like where he's at. Let him cook. Hosky is out for 5 to 6 months. Manuel Longoria is out for 5 weeks. And honestly, he's not doing so good in the Dominican Rookie League anyways. Alex Lopez is in the Dominican Rookie League hitting .324. I'm just going to let him cook. He's 18. Wait, did I just look at David Rodriguez? No. He's also hitting really well in the Dominican Rookie League. I'm just going to let him cook down there. Garrity is in single A, 4.39 ERA. He doesn't have good potential anyways. Only 40 control relative to A, so he should be doing better. Let him cook. Charlie O'Shell out for 1 to 2 weeks. His potential really fell off the cliff, unfortunately. But pretty normal numbers, nothing crazy there. He's fine. Luke Stevenson hitting .250 in A ball. He should be doing way better than that with his stats as they are. So the fact that he's not says, I'm just going to leave him there. Maybe he wants to struggle more, I don't know. Like, he should be fine stat-wise to go up to high A. He's got the contact, he's got the avoid Ks, and he's got everything else. So chat, what do you do? When your scout says this guy should be able to hack it, he's got a 761 OPS, so he's a bit over average after 207 plate appearances. Do you just go ahead and send him up and let him trial by fire? Because he should be able to handle it. Supposedly. Or do you play to his stats, or do you play to his ratings in this case? Also, thanks Arathon for the 68-month sub. I appreciate it. Who says E, and Falcris for 69 months says nice. The funny number. Thank you for the prime. Welcome back. Okay. I think let's just go ahead and send him up. You'll figure it out or you won't. You're not a high potential anyways. So let's give him some more challenge. And I think that's everybody. Yeah, I think that's everybody. All right, just want to check in on them because I think DeCaro was ready. DeCaro was ready. Now I just want to see how the rosters, because we have too many dudes on the slow pokes. I'm just going to send Caratini up just to clear a spot here. Everyone else looks good. All right, solid. Now let's take the series against Houston and get to the All-Star break pretty soon. All right, lineups. We had a couple good wins against Cleveland, going up against Arrighetti. How do I get Conticello back in the lineup? I think the answer is actually Arenamo at short over Pratt against righties. He's still got good range, and he's got a much better bat. Okay. How do you get Conticello in? Let me compare Conticello and Matos. Where is compare player? Thank you. Like on paper, Matos is going to put the ball in play a lot more, but Conticello is going to take more walks, hit more doubles, and get more hits in general. Defensively, that's where you run into the problem. Matos has way better outfield range, better errors, right? So you could maybe move Conticello to DH, depending on who's a DH. And then batting-wise so far this year, I wish you could see batting rating comparison versus splits, because that's what I like playing splits. They're honestly very close. They're very close on the whole. So Conticello has a 22% strikeout rate. Yeah, so Matos is putting the ball in play a lot more. Conticello has almost a 10% walk rate versus the 6. Their home runs are very comparable. Batting average on balls in play easily goes to Conticello. Conticello's hitting 259, Matos hitting 244, Conticello higher OBP, higher... So higher average, higher OBP, and higher slugging. So it's a matter of, do you want that extra 10 defense? You could also put Brennan in right. I think that saves it. So you just put Brennan in right. He's got the right field aptitude. He's got the range. So Brennan, you go to right. Matos goes to backup. Conticello goes to DH. Matos goes to backup DH. I think that's the solution. That way you can have all your best bats out there. And then I would say put Freeman after Carpenter, then Conticello, then Arenamo, then Brennan. We have a nice like lefty-righty all the way up so they can't really pull out the specialist against us too easily. I think that's pretty solid. I like that lineup. I like that lineup. Who's pitching? Tyler Malley? I put Quinn Matthews just kind of in relief. We'll see how he goes. Now we got an extra arm in the bullpen for long relief. Kind of focus on our top 5 starting rotation here. All right, finish the day. Loss 4-6 in extra innings, brother. Against Houston. Oh, the bullpen. Oh, the bullpen. The Astros outlasted the Invaders 6-4-10. Jake Myers provided some punch at the plate. He went 3 for 4 with a homer and a double while scoring 2 and driving in 2. That sounds like his real-life counterpart right now. Myers had a game-changing double in the top of the 10th. On a first-pitch sinker from Anthony Bender, he banged a run-scoring double to left, giving the Astros a 4-3 lead. He called getting the win a good ending to a long game. 4 runs on 8 hits. Malley with 1 run over 6. Aiken with 1 run over 2. Bender with the blown save and the loss. His second blown save. Gave up the homer. And 3 hits. I thought the bullpen was going to be the strength. Yeah. No, it's starting pitching. Starting pitching is our strength, and then we just have to out-hit the other team. Because we held them for like 6 innings, and then 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th to tie it, and then they scored 3 in the 10th. So there was an error. The pitcher, Bender, just had a meltdown. Because Anthony Bender out to pitch in the 10th. Caden Bodine reaches on an error, a grounder back to the pitcher, and the pitcher made an error. So he should have gotten the first out and didn't. He's like okay at fielding. And then Jake Myers doubled to score Pena. Wait, Pena to third on the error? On a grounder? Back to the mound? Bro, how do you let him get to third? Oh, because he started at second. Right, Ghost Runner. He started at second. Okay. Yeah, Jeremy Pena starts the inning at second base. So Bodine, never mind, I got it. Double, scores Pena, Bodine to third, strikeout swinging, single to score the error run, new pitcher Mantiply to get out Alvarez and Altuve. He blew it. Aiken gives up a solo homer to Jake Myers. Aiken then, or Bender gives up a solo homer to Altuve. Guys. Conticello, the only dude who can hit on the team. Arenamo had a double. Conticello had a 3-run homer. 10 lob. Young with the sac fly off the bench. Arenamo stolen base. Feels bad, man. I don't think we changed the lineup. I think we just run it back and hope that the top of the order actually produces against Dubin. He's got a 5 ERA. That's the other thing. We're losing to pitchers that are like not doing well. They are not doing well against our type of lineup. Like he's weak against lefties. Twice as many homers given up, almost twice as many walks. And our starting pitching is phenomenal, but I gotta sit Kerry Carpenter because he's tired. So have a day off. So Brendan needs to play left. Which means Mato comes out and plays right. Matos in right. Everything else the same. Give Marchand a day off. And go Indy Rodriguez at catcher. And then we have like 5 arms in the bullpen for Dustin Mayday. Win 3-1. We should be blowing them out of the water. Not winning by 2. A win's a win, though, right? But still, we should be blowing them out of the water. Las Vegas pitcher Dustin May did his part, helping his team defeat the Astros 3-1. The opposition could never get much going against the right-hander. They got a big at-bat from center fielder Luis Robert Jr. He was 1 for 4 with a double, driving in 2. In the bottom of the third, with runners on second and third, he stroked a 2-run double, his 11th of the season, to go up 2-0. Dustin showed what he's made of, said Scott Tyler. 6 hits in the game. Brito had 2 of them. Classic. Robert Jr. with the RBI double. Freeman with a hit. Conticello with a hit. Indy Rodriguez with a hit. Conticello had a triple. Some 2-out RBI action from Luis Robert Jr. Caught stealing Jazz. Brito with an error. So Dustin May, another quality start. And look, the bullpen does good when you don't pitch Weaver or Snyder or our closer. Uribe picks up the save. Diaz and Mantiply continue to dominate. May continues to dominate. 2 hit, 1 run. Okay. One more game against Houston. It was a great day for Aaron Judge, but not a good one for the Yankees. The 35-year-old first baseman reached a personal milestone with his 400th career homer, but it wasn't enough to beat the Twins, who came away with a 6-5 win. Judge finished the day with 2 hits, 3 runs, batted in, and 2 scored. Well, I've conceded the fact that you can't will yourself to hit a home run, he said. I tried hard for the last few days. It was going to be embarrassing with the crowd standing up every time I came to the plate. Yeah, I think for Uribe, I'm just going to have... Yeah, I have Uribe as secondary role closer. He's got 14 saves, which is more... Bender joined late. Bender joined late. And if we look at their comparison, Uribe has blown more saves than Bender, even though it feels like Bender is shakier. But Uribe has... This is including Bender's numbers from before he joined us, though. I need to look at all my pitchers and pitching staff numbers at some point also, but first, how are we doing? We're still 4 games out in front of the Rangers. And we still have the best record in baseball. By a whole half a game. A whole half a game. Kerry Carpenter still leads the league in on base plus slugging. Bobby Miller's second in ERA, which is scary because I wanna extend him, but he's asking for so much money. Oh. To be honest, 16 mil a year is probably not gonna be that much compared to what he's able to bring to the table, but we think his potential's settled at 55. We thought it was 60, now we think it's 55. We're not sure. He's still dominant. And still has some room to get better. So I don't really know how his potential's locked at 55 when he's still got that much room for stuff, movement, and control. Okay, anybody on the waiver wire? Nope. So we need Kerry Carpenter to have a day off and Luis Robert Jr. to have a day off in the final game of the series, unfortunately. Wait. Gotta end the day. All right, so Kerry Carpenter's back. Luis Robert Jr. needs a day off. Freeman is on fire, but he's just not very good against lefties. .213 batting average, not so good. Whereas Matos is extremely good against lefties. Why am I having him bat all the way down here? Swap places. Yeah, we'll just put Freeman at the bottom. Indy Rodriguez pretty bad against him too. Did he just play yesterday? Yeah, he just played yesterday. All right, we'll get Marchand in. He's got better catcher defense anyway. All right, so it's Quintana, who's got a 5.19 ERA. Again, very winnable games. Letting lots of base runners on, giving up lots of home runs. Strikeout rate low, like... Ground baller tries to have a screwball, not going so well. He's 38. Like, if you guys can't win with Matt's on the mound, and... Oh no, it's Luke Weaver and Colin Snyder day. Oh no. Just use Quinn Matthews instead to finish out the game, dude. We lost. We lost the series against Houston. They're like 4th in our division. We only scored 1 run. The Astros knock off the Invaders 2-1 in a American League action in Omnibus. Houston pitcher and Aronia, Colombia native Jose Quintana had an outstanding performance. Oh, really? His best performance in his last 4 outings. Houston used the timely hitting of Kyle Tucker to seize the win. The pinch hitter stroked a run-scoring single in the top of the 9th to put the Astros up 2-1. Classic 9th inning. I mean, we only had 6 hits. It is hard to win with 1 run, but when Tyler Friedman is 3 for 3 and he's half your offense, what do you want, you know? What do you want? When Marchand has a run-scoring double, and that's it for your whole team, what else do you want? Young with an error? So Mats went 5 innings of shutout baseball, classic. Pulled for Alexis Diaz, who actually went 2 innings, and then Aiken takes the loss, giving up a run in the 9th. Can you guys just keep it close to go to extras? Bottom of the, top of the 9th. Keegan Aiken gives up a Jake Myers is just killing us in this series. He won both games for the team. Starting with a double, strikes out Bryce Matthews, then Bender came in. So there's just a man on second. Bender came in with an inherited runner, walks the first dude he sees, then gives up a single to Kyle Tucker, then a fly out and a fielder's choice. So basically it's kind of Bender's fault. He's just gonna have to even it out. Ugh. Losing a series against the easy baby team in your own division. Mr. Ix, says Tyler Malley, I'd like to stay in Las Vegas after my contract runs out. The Invaders have a great organization and great fans. It's a great place for my family, too. I want to continue to be a part of this team if you're willing to work with me. Would you prepare an offer? We'll take it from there. Jake Fraley, player of the week for Cincinnati. Oh no. He was 12 for 21 with a homer and 6 RBIs. He's hitting .283 this season with 4 homers. Well, I mean, he was still $10 million a year. I think we did better with Kerry Carpenter. But if Fraley was in right too, that would be pretty cool. Dominican League Rookie Player of the Week. Why did the NL name the best player, but they didn't have an American League one? Also, how are the ticket sales? Through the roof still. I'm raising ticket prices. All right, we're playing El Clemento. Did we lose the bats? Kinda. Matos is iced. Indy Rodriguez is iced. We're still in first. Luckily, the Rangers just lost as well. So we've each split our last 10. Then we're still, like, everybody's been losing. So we're doing aight. Carpenter falling behind in the home run race. Weekly team power rankings. We're falling to third. We're tied for second, actually. The Marlins in first. 4.5 games back from the Braves. Man, look at that division. Look at that division. Phillies 15.5 games back at 40 and 50. Mets almost at 500, 12.5 games back, and then 3 in the race. Crazy division. All right, next series. Woodruff. Oh, another lefty. Ken Waldachuk, almost a 5 ERA. The fastball, the slider, the changeup. He kind of feasts on lefties. Oh no, I'm in danger. My kryptonite. But I think everyone's rested, so I'm just gonna field my standard lineup and let it rip. Loss at Sacramento. We're losing to everyone in our division. Oh, the bullpen. We only scored 2 runs, and then the bullpen loses it in the 8th and 9th every single time like clockwork. Brent Rooker was a major factor. The first baseman went 3 for 4 with a homer and a double. He drove in 2 and scored once. The win went to Jared Koenig in relief. Joe Mantiply took the loss. Rooker had a timely hit in the top of the 8th, trailing 2-1. He turned a 2-1 changeup into a 2-run home run, his 20th of the season. Brito's gone cold. Which, you know, he was overperforming. So it was going to happen eventually. I'll stick with it a little longer. He's still better than everyone else against lefties, along with Brennan, who just couldn't do anything. Pratt 2 for 4. Kerry Carpenter 1 for 3, trying to carry the team. Robert Jr. 1 for 4. Young 1 for 4. Matos 1 for 3. Pratt double, and that was the only extra base hit. Another quality start from our starters. Woodruff, 6 2/3 innings, 1 run given up. Then Snyder came in, gave up a run. Mantiply blew the save, gave up a run, and then Uribe came in and gave up a run. So all 3. And then meanwhile, their bullpen was lights out. So who the hell knows? They've got something going on in their brain, man. Especially Snyder. Something's going on in his brain. I keep thinking he's going to bounce out of it, and it's a long season. But I keep thinking that he's going to bounce back. Nick Whitgren said he's retiring. I want to spend more time being a father. I'm 36 years old. I think it's a good time to go. He has a 4.04 ERA in his career, 21 and 15 with 6 saves. A little swap for Tyler Ferguson. I think nothing is going on in his brain. Because, yeah, we were up 2-1, and we just needed the bullpen to hold it down, and instead... Also, the ad's going to start in, like, 15 seconds, just FYI. It was Snyder giving up a single, then Mantiply, strikeout, and then gave up a 2-run homer to Brent Rooker, who's got 20 homers on the season. He's just a really good hitter, and Mantiply is a lefty, and he's a righty. So, I mean, the odds were in his favor. Ad starting imminently. We got 2 strikeouts, and then Uribe got the flyout. And then Uribe gives up the rare solo homer to Taylor Trammell, who literally has 8 homers on the season, hitting .204. And then we just have no clutch. Jazz grounds into a double play in the 9th. And then... bases loaded. Juan Brito flies out to end the game. Strands 3 with a chance to walk it off. Feels bad. Because, yeah, our starting pitching is insane. I don't want to shop Snyder around, but if I had to shop him around, let's just see what he would get. Some first baseman. Another different reliever. Kind of a risky pick. But we could trade like Snyder for Nunez. I don't know. I'll wait till the ad break. People come back. All right, give me 1 sec while the ad's running. It's getting toasty in here. Okay. Turn the AC on, get the fan on. Ad should be done in like 10 seconds or so. I don't know if I want to be reactionary yet. What's up, gamers? Welcome back. I was looking at this dude. They're offering him for Snyder. However, he's $3 million now and then up for arbitration, whereas we have Snyder on a 3-year deal. So I think Snyder... Let's just look at our bullpen. Let's just look. So by ERA, he's got a 7.59 ERA. His Sierra is a 3.37. So skill independent ERA is much lower. And Sierra is basically like emphasizing strikeouts. It kind of de-emphasizes walks. And effectively it rewards like ground ball contact. That's versus left. Yeah. So he's a 3.37 Sierra versus lefties. 3.65 versus righties. So his Sierra is the same-ish, but his 3.94. So he's actually got a worse Sierra against righties, but a better ERA against righties. So I wonder if I just turn him into like a... Because he's getting decimated by lefties. 2.1 home runs per 9 versus 1.1. So they're literally hitting him for twice as many homers. He's got an 18.6% K rate against righties. He does have a higher strikeout rate against lefties, but like the home run rate is insane. And he still has a 5.36 ERA combined, which is crazy. He doesn't even have the highest BABIP on balls in play, though. That's Brandon Woodruff, who's just holding it down in the clutch by simply not giving up as many home runs or walks. By Sierra, Aiken's the best pitcher on the team. And his ERA is only a 3. Then Quinn Matthews. Then Mantiply got a bit unlucky in this last one and gave up a homer and blew the save. The luck is kind of bundling up. I wonder if I just try making Snyder like a... I don't know what to do with him. What do you think, chat? Should I just try making him a right-handed specialist? Where's the meltdown stat? He said 8 meltdowns. So, meltdowns were, I'm just going to read this. Meltdowns were created as an alternative to saves and blown saves to better represent a relief pitcher's value. Shutdowns and meltdowns strip away the complications of the save rule and answer a simple question. Did a relief pitcher help or hinder his team's chances of winning? If they improve their team's chances of winning, they get a shutdown. If they instead made their team more likely to lose, they get a meltdown. While shutdowns and meltdowns are fairly simplistic, they offer an opportunity to evaluate pitchers who don't pitch as a closer, but provide a way to judge closers when they pitch in non-save situations. Okay, so it's interesting. So I will add shutdowns as well. And just throw them next to that. So like most shutdowns on the team is Uribe. He's had 5 meltdowns and 18 shutdowns. Bender's had 15 shutdowns and 7 meltdowns. So that kind of makes Bender look a little bit better compared to everyone else. Aikens had 13 shutdowns and 6 meltdowns. So like Mantiply's been the best, right? 11 shutdowns, only 2 meltdowns. Snyder has had 10 shutdowns, but 8 meltdowns. So he's just been awful. No, it's not a measure of how often they lose a game. It's just a measure of how often they help your team add to their win probability versus take away from their win probability, basically, when they come out of the bullpen in relief. Like, I've got Snyder on a 3-year contract, so if he comes back to form at some point, then it'll be worth keeping him on that contract, right? I'm gonna try him as a right-handed specialist and just see what happens. I don't know. I'm getting desperate at this point because it's getting stupid. And the offense is asleep. Alright, we're facing Inoa, who, despite only being a 45 overall, is pitching like a god this year. 2.14 ERA. Has not given up more than 2 earned runs in their last 5 appearances. I'm gonna put the standard lineup in for righties because I believe in it. But I'm gonna check the waiver wire again obsessively. And then after this series, I need to just slow down a little bit. Win 10-2. Wow, against a righty? No shot. that's how it's supposed to look. Peyton Hawkinson. That's how it should look when you're playing these dudes. Kerry Carpenter knocked in 3 runs to help Las Vegas beat Oaklamento. He had a single, a double, and a homer. After the action, Las Vegas is 57-35, while Oaklamento falls to 40-52. Carpenter had a 2-run homer in the first inning for Vegas, his 23rd of the season, to put them on top 3-0. He's the only player on the team, I think. I think Kerry Carpenter's the only guy. Bobby Miller went 6 innings of 0-run shutout baseball. Quinn Matthews got to save 3 innings pitched, 2 runs given up. And now he's exhausted after going long relief. And he still gave both of them up in the 9th. Why would you leave him out there for the 9th? He doesn't trust anyone else. I guess that's fair enough. I mean, 2 runs is when you're winning by 10-2, I guess. When you're winning by 10-2. Now we got Weaver, Snyder, Mantiply, Diaz, and Bender up. So we got 6 runs off of Noah, and then their reliever JP Sears, we got 4 runs. Carpenter had his 11th double with nobody on. Marchand in the 7th, a double. Kerry Carpenter home run with 1 on in the 1st. Conicello with a homer in the 1st with nobody on. Jazz with a homer off of Noah with 1 on in the 5th. So 3 homers off of Noah, which is very good considering his home run per 9 probably was like a 1.1 before that. That's the most runs he's given up in this year. His ERA went from a 2.14 to a 2.82, so he had his worst start of the year just now against us. And we had 12 hits on the day. Jazz had a 2-hit game. Brito had a 2-hit game. Carpenter had a 3-hit game. Luis Robert Jr. 0 for. Freeman 0 for. Conticello 2 hits. Arenamo 2 hits. Brennan 0. Marchand 1. And then 5 walks. Kind of spread out. Okay. How do we not have Kerry Carpenter above Roman Anthony? Or like a starting pitcher, man. No one's voting for our amazing... We have like the #1 starting rotation in baseball, and the Vegas fans are just not voting. Apparently. Pete Crow Armstrong was taking it slow and easy, nursing a torn abdominal muscle back to good health when he suffered a setback. Pete was making excellent progress. It appeared he would return to the squad ahead of schedule, but then he re-injured it in a light workout. He'll be out at least another 4 months and is expected to undergo surgery in Chicago tomorrow. Damn, dude. We're lucky that hasn't happened to us yet. So he's just gone, because it's June. See you next season, brother. We'll see you next season. Good luck. Okay, nice win. Let's get this one too against Schultens. He's got a 4.21 ERA. Gives up not a ton of homers. He's doing a bit better than last year. He's worse against righties. No, he's just got more runs scored against righties. Lefties were actually hitting him better. They just haven't converted. All right, and then pitching-wise, we got Malley. When was the last time Matos played? The 28th. All right, honestly, I'm fine with this. Cooper Pratt kind of became a bench guy because he's just like... He's had 150 plate appearances to try to get good against righties, and he just can't find it, so... And he bats righties. See, he just sees lefty pitching very well. Okay, Schultens, go. Don't lose. Do not lose. You have to win the series this time, brother. You have to. 10-4. All right, that looks better. Offense waking up. 2 double-digit games in a row. 10-run games back-to-back. Kerry Carpenter was 2 for 2 with a home run, a double, and 2 walks. He scored 3 times for the Invaders. Las Vegas moves to 58 and 35, while Local Minto is 40 and 53. Welcome to July. Arenamo took Jesse Schultens deep in the bottom of the second with his second homer of the season. To go up 2-0, Arenamo had an extra single in addition to the homer, going 2 for 4. 11 hits for the boys. Jazz with another 2 back-to-back 2-hit games. Burrito has fallen on hard times. Maybe we shift him around in the lineup. He's probably just regressing to the mean where he's supposed to be, and there's nothing really wrong with that. Robert Jr. with a hit. Carpenter with 2 for 2. Freeman with a hit. And Aribi. Conticello 0 for Arenamo 2 for 4. Brennan 2 for 4. And Marchand 1 for 4. Each of these guys, there's 6 runs batted in at the bottom of the order. A Carpenter double, a Marchand triple. That's rare. He's not that fast, so him getting a triple's crazy. Arenamo hit a dinger with 1 on. Jazz hit a solo shot. Brennan hit a 2-run homer, and Carpenter hit a solo homer. Only 2 left on base? Man, we converted them. Outfield assist from Brennan to tag Geloff out at home. Malley went quality start, 6 1/3 innings, 2-run ball. Weaver gave up 2 runs in relief. Weaver, man! Stop! What's wrong with you? Fire the pitching coach. I don't know, because the pitching coach is working great with the starters, but the bullpen guys are just like struggling to even stay at the average. What's up, Burn Heat? How we doing tonight? We're doing okay. We're still first. Though the Rangers are now only 3 games back, breathing down our neck right now on a 3-game win streak. They're getting closer. Like, if we were not in first, they would be tied for first in MLB, which is insane. So some competition here to make things spicy. The Twins coming up next. We've beat them 4 times and lost twice. Meeting in Target Field. They're 39 wins and 54 losses. 9th in the American League in runs scored. 10th in batting average. 13th in runs given up. That's not good. And their starters are 12th in ERA. Like, we should win these. Does it seem harder to hit 300 in this game than baseball? Not necessarily, but there is this thing where the league changes year over year, and I forget what page it's on. Oh, you can have things change over time, so sometimes there's more or less offense over different seasons, and sometimes there's more or less pitching, i.e., just like in real baseball, year to year. You know how baseball, like, sometimes there was the whole, like, juiced baseballs back in the late 2010s, and then they changed the baseball, and then it became really hard to hit a home run, and that kind of thing is sort of simulated in the background. So that you might end up with different seasons where you do have a lot lower average hitting or a lot higher average hitting, depending on what is kind of evolving. You could turn that off if you want to, though. So sometimes it might be and sometimes it might not be. But in this universe, in 2027 right now, there are the top 5 currently in the league, almost at the All-Star break, are 314, 316, 18, 22, and 325. So Ellie De La Cruz currently leading the league in average. So I think it just varies. E-Town, what's your team IRL? Astros, baby. They kind of suck this year. I look at their lineup and I go, this looks like a team I'd make an out of the park in my expansion league year for the first time. So it's been off to a rough start. I'm starting a new game. I think I'm going to do a set of 4 expansion teams in 1998. That sounds fun. Yeah, going back in time. Like, if you have a favorite team, taking them back in time is pretty cool. Or if you have, like, a team that was an expansion team at some point, going back to the year that they were created and then doing their expansion differently could be fun, too. Astros, I didn't realize you like trash lids so much. It's trash cans, dummy, number 1. And number 2, I have to deal with you guys all day, so... You thought I didn't like trash, but I'm talking to you, aren't I? Stay mad, brother. Stay mad. 2-time World Series champions. Going to the World Series 4 times in like 6 years, brother. Dom Cheadle, who's your team, brother? Spoken like you're either a Yankee or you're a Dodger. Yankees? Oh, that's why you're mad. I get it. Dom Cheadle's still trying to win a playoff series against the Astros. You'll get there one day. You'll get there. It's always the Yankees fans. My baseball team left me? Oakland, short and saucy. We got Jazz Chisholm Jr. in the lineup here. Here's the difference between Astros fans and Yankees fans, okay? Like, I could play this game and fill my lineup with players who are good just because they're good. And I'm not just like, Jazz Chisholm Jr., that's a Yankee, ooh. But there are genuinely threads in the Out of the Park subreddit with lots of upvotes that are like, how do I delete a player from my game? I'm trying to stop Altuve from getting into the Hall of Fame in my game. Someone tell me how to delete him so he can never get into the Hall of Fame. That's a real thread that exists. And then there's like a couple Astros fans in there that are just like, bro, really? And they're downvoted like -40. It's crazy. It's just like super petty, man, for just ever. But like, I don't feel that way, man. But I guess winners don't really feel that way. Just losers do. So if I had to explain it, that's probably what I would say. You know, rooting for a team who doesn't drop a routine fly ball in the important World Series games, it kind of feels better. When you don't have that guy on your team potentially losing the rings for the rest of the guys. Unfollowed, unsubscribed, unfollowed. The Astros are garbage, to be fair. They're not very good this season. They're not very good this season. They're borderline garbage this year. So far. It's hard to watch. What's funny is last night, actually, they won their first game against the Cincinnati Reds since Obama was president. Fun fact. Nobody beats the Astros in a cross American League to National League 10-game set of 10 games in a row. Okay, nobody beats the Astros 10 times in a row across 10 years of regular season games. Nobody. E-Tel doesn't understand sports fans clearly. Brother, I'm a sports fan. What are you talking about? Can you not hear me egging everybody on? Well, specifically Dom Cheadle. Do you not hear what I'm saying? I think keeping the steroid era guys out of the hall is petty. I think it's pretty petty, yeah. But then again, like, I don't know, man. I was a big childhood fan of the, like, Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa race. Like, my dad was into getting the baseball cards and the trying to get, like, a signed card or trying to get the bobbleheads or little statues. And finding out that they were just juicing the entire time or corking bats or whatever was kind of let down. When it, like, because the home run race was super fun back then. Hated the Astros when they were in the NL Central because they were good. Well, the Cardinals and the White Sox disagree. I figured out why the why the Astros lost back in 05. It's because the freaking Pope was there. That was cheating, man. He had God literally just, like, put his thumb down on the World Series. Or the playoffs, I mean. The White Sox World Series win was magical. Yep. In my defense, I'm really a tortured Angels fan who married a Yankees fan. Oof. Being an Angels fan is rough. It's like you have postpartum depression from losing Ohtani, huh? Who's the best baseball player you've watched in your lifetime? I mean, Ohtani's the best baseball player in baseball, period. It's the easy answer. Easy answer. Unfortunately, he's tainted now. So, he is the best baseball player, but I hate him for joining the Dodgers. Do you think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer? He has to be. He has to be. As an Angels fan, can concur. As a Mets fan, I look forward to our collapse every season. Well, at least you've got Juan Soto for the next 9 years. Actually, he's got a player option, I guess. I don't know. I'm curious if the game has that. And he's got a player opt-out after 2029. If he decides not to make $51 million a year for the next 5 years. Dude, imagine turning that down. Imagine just having $250 million lined up right there. All you have to do is just play ball for 5 more years. But anyway. Pocket change. Pocket change. See, like, I can accept the Dodgers hating the Astros. To some extent, I understand the Yankees hating the Astros too, because the Astros just completely dominate them in the playoffs every time they meet. However, I cannot forgive any Red Sox fans, nor can I forgive any Mets fans who hate the Astros. Ever. Hypocrites. Complete hypocrites. No Blue Jays fans who hate the Astros. I don't think that many Blue Jays fans feel passionately, but if they do, hypocrites. I despise the entire sport of baseball as a Brewers fan. It's hard to be a Brewers fan. Blue Jays fans hate the Rangers. The only sports betting that should be allowed is channel points? Probably true. I've never done sports betting. I'd probably be bad at it. I'm a Mariners fan. The only team I hate is my own. Mariners got to the World Series in my simulation, but they unfortunately lost to the Cards. I think baseball lost my generation. I don't know what your generation is, but baseball is actually getting more popular year over year, believe it or not. All the changes that they're making to make the game faster is actually increasing viewership. More people are getting into it now than ever before. I'm a Twins and a Red Sox fan, so I really hate the Yankees. Isn't baseball the sport of America? I mean, depends on what you mean by America. Baseball is arguably more popular in Japan than it is here by sheer population percentage. But it's pretty popular in a number of places across the world. I'm biased, but it's just a good sport, man. It's just a good sport. Anybody can appreciate it. I get that there's cricket in a bunch of other places, and it's hard for those two to coexist. But anywhere that cricket doesn't already have a foothold, I feel like baseball could fit in. I think American football is kind of the most stereotypical American sport. Just like sweaty dudes tackling each other. You know what I mean? Baseball is kind of like refined by comparison. It's like what's the Star Wars quote? A more elegant sport from a more refined age or something. What is that? What is that sport? I mean that quote. I wish instead of a Ghost Runner, they took away an infielder and outfielder and extras. Jeez. Hockey fan in chat. Penalize them. We should add the penalty box to baseball. But anyway, I thought this was interesting. Because, yeah, baseball viewership probably does skew older Paladin, but ever since all the rule changes and stuff, it's been skewing younger. They said last year that the median age of the MLB ticket buyer has gone down by nearly 5 years. And that was July 2024. So it is actually like trending down now. And as a sport, it's actually getting more popular year over year, collectively. What sort of rules have made the game faster? The biggest one's the pitch clock. So there's like a timer after every pitch now where the next pitch has to be thrown. The batter has to be ready by, what is it, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds? And like making eye contact with the pitcher. And then the pitcher has the rest of that time to deliver the pitch, or else it's an automatic ball for the batter. So that shaved off, I want to say like 30 to 45 minutes per game by itself. All right, anywho's. But they've done a lot of other things as well. That's the biggest one. They've also done the 3-batter minimum, so pitchers have to face 3 batters or finish the inning. They can't do a specialist come in for 1 batter anymore in the middle of innings or the beginning of innings. And then you can only throw over to first base to check the runner 2 times or 3 times if you get him on the 3rd one. So there's been a lot of rules. I like the current rules, personally. I think that all the new ones have been good, but also I want to bring in the challenge, man. Bring in the ball strike call challenge from the minor leagues. They tested it during spring training. I want to see that, like, ready to go. That'd be fun. Suddenly there's a lot of trading going on. Corey Seager wins AL Pitcher of June. Oh wait, no, not pitcher. He battered pitchers all June and wound up taking home Batter of the Month award. Rating is hard. In 25 games, he was hitting .341 with 6 homers, 22 runs batted in, and 18 runs. Sawinski gets the National League Batter of the Month. He's doing good. Michael King is Pitcher of the Month in May. How do we not have a guy up there getting Pitcher of the Month? We got some good guys too. Paul Skeens getting Pitcher of the Month also in the NL. Outstanding rookie Michael Arroyo from Seattle, batting .357 with 5 homers. Wow. Michael Arroyo, rookie season going crazy. NL rookie hitting on all cylinders. Rookie of the Month, Victor Mesa Jr. of the Marlins, hitting .306 on the season. He had some ABs in the last 2 years. What qualifies you as a... When do you stop being a rookie? I guess is my question. There might be some good guys there, but I don't need any. All right, let me take a look at the schedule. So we just won the series against Sacramento, lost the series against Houston, won the series against Cleveland, lost the series against the Yankees, swept the Tigers, won the series against Kansas City, lost against Toronto. So it's been very back and forth here. If we look at team stats, we've been playing kind of 500 ball in May and then a little better in June. So we've really evened out, unfortunately. Off to the hot start that gave us the buffer out front there. We're losing some ground in our offensive stats. We've fallen to 4th in batting average in the AL, 7th in on-base percentage, 3rd in slugging. Still good numbers, like OPS is 4th, WAR is 4th, 2nd in runs scored. Extra base hits are still good. 6th in homers. 666 strikeouts, actually cursed. Wow, we're negative 3.5 in base running. We were first last year. What is losing us? I need to look at that stat. But our pitching staff is, believe it or not, despite Snyder, we're first in the AL in bullpen and we're still first in starter ERA. And yet Can't take a picture of the month. Rookie is like 45 days of major service or something like that. First in zone rating, so we have insane defensive efficiency and zone rating. Second in walks. We're giving up a lot of homers, though. That is very interesting. So, lineup-wise, total base running runs value. Indy Rodriguez has negative 4.7. I have his base running very neutral. Clearly a mistake. I'm just going to have him be super conservative, okay? Don't steal bases. He's got good contact, so if you want to hit and run sometimes, then so be it. Okay. Negative 2.6 for Conticello. I'll take that down. And Marchand. So the slow guys are holding us back. Who would have thought? But I have his base running already super conservative. His sack bunt is actually okay. And then -1. Kerry Carpenter's a -1.1. I guess he's just like, I already have his base running very conservative. So we're just losing a lot there, and Rodriguez is killing us with that. All right, I'm just gonna turn those down, dude. All right, hopefully that'll improve some things. Because base running value for them is just real negative. Brito, not so good either. Even though he should be. We were the best base runners in baseball last time. By the way, thank you for the sub, Dom Cheadle. I appreciate it. I respect your Angels fandom, though I can tell you've already been corrupted. You know, you marry a Yankee fan and you start to turn into what you're turning into now, you know? Writing was on the wall there, buddy. That's all I'm saying. Angels fans are nice people, okay? The meanness is seeping into you. You gotta like, be resilient, okay? Doesn't take much to hate the Astros. This day and age, it does. I think you have to try to hate the Astros in 2025. Because the only guy that's even still on the team from 2017 is Altuve, and he didn't cheat. So, but he should have tattled on his teammates who are now on all the other teams. Angel fans are not nice people. This is correct. Oh no. All right. We need to get to the freaking All-Star break. We need to get to the All-Star break. Wait, who's supposed to be pinch hitting here? Matos. I wish you could tell, like, Cooper Pratt just to be a pinch hitter against lefties only. I would enjoy that. Have we had the amateur draft yet? No, I'm dragging my feet. Everything is too difficult. And I keep feeling like I'm like forgetting stuff again. I always feel like I'm missing some details or some important bits of info, and I feel like I need to slow down, but then I go too slow and I ADHD, like, forget what I'm doing. All right, let's hit the series against the Twins so we can get to this draft and the All-Star break, please. 3.34 ERA, CJ Culpepper. I think he's the one that dominated us earlier in the season. He's having a great year. 18 starts, no home runs given up, low walk rate. He's just really good. 6 good pitches, ground baller, normal arm slot. I don't know what's making him so good, but we got Dustin May. I believe in the boys to get it done. Send it. Loss, we got shut out. He shut us out? Chase Davis was diagnosed. He'll be out for 4 days. Oh, I need different music. I need different music. Hand contusion, 4 days. It's the music's problem. We got shut out, brother? Give me some damn good vibes. Give me some good vibes. Six hits, no runs. They dropped the Invaders. CJ Culpepper tied for 7th in the AL with a 3.12 ERA, was a difference maker. 6 1/3 innings. 4 hits, walking 3, no runs. Alex Freeland was 1 for 2 with a double and 2 walks. He drove in 2 and scored once. May gave up 4 earned, or 5 1/3. Diaz gave up 1. Mantiply is 2 scoreless. So they just got to May. He didn't have it, and the offense didn't have it. A Freeman double, and that's it for extra base hits. Team left on base, 9. Jazz with an error. 2 double plays, 2 outfield assists. So we had pretty good defense other than the error. Like, Jazz has had 3 multi-hit games in a row, so that's nice. Brito, I think Brito needs to be moved down now. He's been good, but he's definitely iced. Like, he's cool. Luis Robert Jr. just kind of has to stay there and figure it out, in my opinion. Kerry Carpenter's Kerry Carpenter. Maybe move Freeman up for Brito. Maybe that's the answer. I don't know. I gotta try something, because we're losing stupid games. Because Freeman is hitting both lefties and righties pretty close. He's having a better year this year. And he's got a 344 OBP, so that's nice. Conticello is still there sometimes, but I think we just need to give Matos some starts. Oh man, everyone's tired. Holy. And we just lost? Oh no, we're gonna have to sub everybody. Oh no. Wait, no, hold on. What? The pop-ups. Oh yeah, everybody's tired. Day off for everyone. No, no. Carpenter and Brito. All right, so move Brennan to left. Take in Matos. Okay, that's one. Brito for Young. What a weird day. Subbing 4 guys in one game is kind of crazy. Where's Young? Playing first. Freeman to center. Oh wait, he's already in the lineup, of course. Freeman to center, and then we need a different right fielder. I don't know who's... Is Conicello... All right, Conicello to right. And Robert Jr. day off. All right, who am I missing? We don't have a second baseman. So Arenamo to second, Pratt to short, and then we just a DH. Probably Indy Rodriguez. Oh, this lineup sucks. Oh yeah, this lineup sucks. I don't know why Young is so bad against righties. So Conticello maybe third, Matos fourth, then Arenamo, Indy, Cooper, Pratt, Young, Marchand. Oh baby, this is a hell of a lineup. We ain't betting on this one. Steven Matt's gonna have to pitch a complete game shutout for us to win against Joe Ryan. Oh well, it is what it is. Next. Lost 9-11. Pitching. Chat, is it Jover? Is it Jover? Kalai Rosario went 3 for 3 with a home run, a double, and 2 walks. He scored 3 times and drove in 5 to lead the charge. JT Chargewa, don't know how to say that, is credited with the win in relief. He allowed 2 runs on 3 hits in 2 2/3 innings. Mats gave up 6 earned in 3 2/3. In long relief, Quinn Matthews came in and gave up 3 runs in 2 innings. So another run scored on an error, the Cooper Pratt error at short. Aiken gave up a run. Snyder had a clean inning, so everything's upside down, topsy-turvy land. We had 9 runs on 9 hits, including a Jazz double, a Matos double, an Arenamo triple, a Conticello homer with 2 on, 3-run homer. And we lost because starting pitching, like everything's always backwards. Starting pitching on, bullpen blows the game. Bullpen kind of holds it down, sort of. Starting pitching loses the game, and they're never like all firing at the same time. Because they had to pull Joe Ryan after 2 innings, after we shelled him for 5 runs. So both starters were terrible, and we got to their bullpen and tagged Zach Littell and JT Chargewa with 2 runs each and just couldn't outgun them. Both of our lefties just got blown up. Quinn Matthews was in there to try and like lock it down because he's been pretty decent out of relief. Now he's up to a 3.97 ERA. His expectation is also bullpen. Oh man, we're losing to the bad teams. Like look at that up and down, up and down. Then it just trails off. Like that, we honestly way better production from this offense than I expected with all those dudes having a day off. Mato should get to start tomorrow. Are we gonna get swept? Marchand Arenamo day off. Where is Cooper Pratt? There you are. I'm trying to think of how to get Matos a spot. It kind of has to be either Conicello. Conicello can play first, but that means Brito would have to play second. Yeah, I don't know how to give everyone their shot. I like when a dude gets 3 hits, that he just gets to play again the next day. Brennan's been hitting well too. And Conicello just had a 2-hit game. All right, Conicello, you had a nice day as DH. Let Matos DH. There's our normal lineup. Jazz, Tyler Freeman is in the 2 spot. Luis Robert, Kerry Carpenter, Brito, Matos, Brennan, Pratt, Rodriguez. You should win this. You have to win this. Brandon Woodruff pitching. Are all my pitchers gonna give up a ton of runs? Win 2-0? That's it? Whatever. A win's a win. In a low-scoring affair between the Invaders and the Twins, Woodruff was a difference. He earned accolades for his stellar performance. Anthony Bender closed it out for his 11th save. With the win, Vegas goes 59-37. A masterful performance from the popular Woodruff, who notched 10 strikeouts in 6 innings, allowing 2 hits. Woodruff is tied for 7th in the AL in quality starts. Is 7-2 on the year. I'm proud to wear a Las Vegas jersey, he told the Vegas Times. We played a good game, came out for the win. What more can you ask for? Wow. Look, is this how it's supposed to look? Woodruff, 6 innings of shutout baseball. Aiken, 2 outs. Snyder gets the out for a hold as the right-handed specialist. Uribe, clean inning. Bender picks up the save in a close game. Wow. Look at that. Outfield assist. Robert Jr. gets Alvarez out at third base. Easy. Kerry Carpenter double. That's all we needed, I guess. Hitting kind of up and down the lineup. Just 2 hits. So not very timely ones, but Indy Rodriguez with a ribby. A run scoring single on the top of the second. Carpenter run scoring double top of the 5th. Picking up the double plays. Luis Medina. Medina giving up a hit. He's there, dude. 5.1 ERA on the Twins. Luis Medina. He's there. Claimed off waivers by Minnesota while with Las Vegas. Good luck. Let me know how that goes. Also, the ad's going to start in like 20 seconds. Just checking the news. See if there were any big trades. It is July 4th, and the trade deadline's coming up. So we kind of need to, you know, make some decisions. Dylan Cease is out for the rest of the season with a torn flexor tendon. Angels are probably not happy about that. Ad starting in 2-1 seconds. Turn your volume down. Take a quick BRB. Michael Harris is second out for 3 weeks. Aaron Wilkerson calls it quits and is announcing retirement from the Reds. 4.96 career ERA. Trade between the Cards. Some prospect guys. Zach Pop. No, that's a name. Nobody. Blaze Alexander on waivers from Portland? You don't have anybody better than Blaze. He's hitting 242 with you on the season, dude. You're not doing better than that. Who's playing third base for you, Portland? Trey Sweeney. Okay, he's about the same as Blaze Alexander, but has better range, I guess. And then at second, they have Khalil Watson, which is interesting. And then at short, They've got Rain Doncon. So they do have better options there. All right, ad just started. The ad just started. We're almost to the All-Star break and the amateur draft, finally. I feel like I'm going slow. I'm going as fast as I can. We're just chatting. We're just hanging out. What's the rush? I'll be right back. Thanks for watching. Hang tight. Like, that are noteworthy. Rangers are on a 3-game skid. We had an opportunity to create some more distance. Honestly, we haven't been doing that bad. Everybody else has been around the same spot, actually. Kerry Carpenter's still tied for first in homers, leading the league in runs batted in. Jazz, look at Chandler Simpson, 26-year-old. 80, 80, 80, 80. High contact rate. Leading the league in stolen bags. He's already got 36 on the season. Jazz is the next closest with 21. Hitting 266 with a 328 OBP. It's not great, but he turns that into extra bases, and he's got almost good defense. That poor arm. That poor arm. Bobby Miller trying to take the lead over Michael King in ERA. Bobby Miller quietly like the best pit. Dude, I knew that first year I should have extended him. And now he just wants a bunch of money. Which of course he does. I think the thing that I'm gonna have to learn as I play more is trying to figure out when you want to keep somebody for a while and when you want to use their value to trade. You know what I mean? And save money, because we're not gonna be, we just simply can't pay everyone. That's just how it's gonna work. Their arbitration numbers are gonna go up year over year. We literally just won't be able to afford to pay everyone, so we're gonna have to let various people walk. But deciding who, how, and when is tough. I just want to take a second and just kind of go through a few of the team stats just out of curiosity. Because it's interesting that we've upped our... Why is Quinn Matthews considered our top player? Courtesy of the OSA. Oh, the OSA thinks he's like a 55, potential 65? My scout's like, he's good, but he's not that good. Way lower expectations of him. So this is all based on the OSA then. $4.5 extra million. Team chemistry. Wow, team chemistry is crazy good. Who did we get rid of that had a bad relationship? We got rid of... It was like Ian Hamilton or something. If we wanted a team captain, who would we want? Man, that's such a good relationship. They're riding it. Let's see who team captains are. Who are at least a... There's really not that many total. This is it for batters. Tyler Stevenson, Drew Romo, lots of catchers. Freddie Freeman getting 27 mil. Nolan Jones. Ethan Salas is probably the best prospect here that's also got captain. Insane catcher. It's going to be a very balanced hitter. They're just starting him in the MLB too early, and the fragile proneness might get to him. Yeah, fragile catcher is kind of unfortunate. A bit of an Achilles heel there. What about pitchers? There's only 2 pitchers who are team captains. Reese Olson and Clayton Kershaw that have at least 50 potential. Captain's kind of hard to find, actually. Unless you just want to settle for someone who's a little bit lower down the list. Joe Mack's pretty solid, but also probably very difficult to get because he's only 24. Only a year and 103 days of service time. The Marlins want a right fielder prospect. Chad, do you think it's time to call up Ortiz to try to hit some dingers, or are we doing good enough? What's up, guys? I just finished watching the Rockies lose 21-0. Oh, baby. That sounds like an adventure. Burleson's 28, and again, he's kind of like a depth piece. We're not actually using him right now. Okay, chat, what do you think? I can't imagine a world in which they would accept this offer. Okay, so we start with Burleson. Like, Burleson looks really good, but we've only got him on a 1-year deal anyways, and he's not playing with us right now. He's arbitration eligible. Like, he looks pretty solid with his contact and power, and the defense, for the most part, is okay. He's also hitting 309 in AAA. Maybe he does deserve some playtime. I just don't know if we're gonna do better. Who else can I throw in to make this more appealing? And we try and grab like a nice defensive catcher who also can hit ball good, who's also a team captain. Who's also only got 2 years of their contract done so far. He's almost at 700 OPS, so he's a little below average, but not by much. He's got the defense with potential to get a little better, and the team captain is cool. I just don't know who else I can toss in to make this deal look more appetizing. They'd probably want like Ortiz, but I want Ortiz, so I could just submit it and then see what their counter offer is, but they'll probably just ask for guys that I really want to keep. Well, our team is really like shaped up in terms of potential in a fairly short amount of time. We did not have this many 50s before. Not even close. Thinking of like who can I probably possibly part with. Chase is out for 1 day with a hand contusion. At what if that power develops though, he could be crazy. Who did we originally trade for him? We traded Eric Miller, Mason Montgomery, and Griffin Canning. Am I holding on too tightly? I don't think they're gonna do this, but what if they do? Offer Burleson, Chase Davis, a couple of my outfielders that I'm not currently using. Try to get a catcher that I'll use every day and also have control over. They probably won't accept, but I'll send it. See what they say. This offer of yours is an insult, is the initial reaction. Wait, are they responding immediately? This offer is an insult. Why are they responding immediately? Is it because it's July and the trade deadline's coming up? I don't know who I can, like, actually see myself parting with. They accidentally hit your notification and have to reply or leave it on read. What if I retain... Let's see who's on my, like, prospect list here. Not a chance they'll accept this offer. I feel like I am trading a lot of potential defensive depth pieces in case we run into a bunch of injuries or something like that. But having like a catcher who you have team control over for a long time, who's also captain with good defense and probably good, like, spread out hitting, seems like a solid deal. Get real. Initial reaction. Okay, fine, man. I'm done then. I was just looking. Jeez. Get real. Let's see who's interested in Burleson. How do we feel about Deadneil Nunez to add to the pin and try and, like, sharpen up the bull? The bullpen's already #1 in the American League, but it just doesn't feel that way. I don't want to spend 2.9 mil on him, but Burleson's 1.5. He hasn't even given up a home run this year in 35 innings. That's pretty good, brother. Expectation is bullpen. He's worse against righties than lefties as a righty with ERA, but whip is similar, home runs the same, walks is better against righties, strikeout rate, so he just got unlucky with the BABIP. He seems actually pretty solid. The 0 home runs given up is the most interesting stat. His FIP is really low for both. His Sierra shows that he's pitching worse against lefties, but getting lucky. He does have no blown saves and 11 save opportunities, which is pretty spicy. 10 holds, only 5 meltdowns and 16 shutdowns. He is the kind of guy you want in a high leverage situation. I'd take that, but like after the draft, when we know how much money we have, that's kind of true. shortlist him for a potential trade, I guess, for now. All right, we'll shortlist him for a trade. I think that's reasonable. All right, day off. Ba-boom. Dan Humphreys was diagnosed with a dead arm on the probers. New report on the Mariners. Are playing them at home. They've got 43 win, 53 loss record, 5th in our division, 14th in the league in runs scored. That's not good. 14th in batting average. So it's not good for them. Starter ERA is 8th, bullpen 7th. We have beat them 5 out of 6 times. Miller, Mally May versus Castillo, Kirby, and Logan Gilbert. They have some really good pitchers coming up, though. So, oh man, they got their like 3 best top of the rotation pitchers coming up. AJ Gracia must have thought he died and went to heaven. That was the guy we were thinking about drafting but didn't draft. Nobody on the waiver wire that we want. I want to see how the game at home does here. All right, Mariners game versus righty Luis Castillo. Tough cookie, 3.79 ERA. He's better against lefties than righties. What? As a righty? Okay, we're doomed. We just have to trust in Bobby Miller being one of the best in baseball right now. We had a day off. I'm just going to field the lineup and ship it, clip it. Win in extras? Okay, we're watching this. Holy score. Show me the highlights, please. This is a stupid game. Bobby Miller versus Lazaro Montes. Montes first pitch, first batter in the top of the second, goes deep 389 feet. I don't know where I've got to restart the game because the bat hitting the ball sound is gone. Miller still with no out in the second, up against Johnny Farmello, 7 home runs on the season, and gets a single into right. Oh, how they have fallen. I know. Seeing Blaze on waivers makes me sad. They scored 2 in that inning. Okay, so then we're up 2 outs. Count is 2-2 with Conicello in the second. Lots of 2s, and Conicello goes yard. Past the taco sign, muscles it into left. This one's going to be crazy, but I don't know if the highlights are going to show that much, unfortunately, but we'll see what we can see. So Miller's still out. Montes is reached. Lazaro Montes looks like he's going to be a monster. He's 22 years old, potential 60. And Mike Yastrzemski all the way to the wall. Almost out of here, but it hit the tall part of the wall instead of going over. He's going for 3, which means it's an RBI triple, safe at third. So 3-1 Seattle. And then we're back up, 1 out in the bottom of the third. Jazz at third somehow. Luis Robert Jr. at the dish. Goffs it into right. That's going to be an RBI single. See, this is the kind of game that even though the pitchers apparently got blown up, I want to see. Because it shows that we got fight. We got spirit. Robert Jr. gets the RBI, stands at first for Juan Brito. I bumped him back in the lineup, and he shoots that one into the gap. So yeah, he's in the 5 spot. Goes for 2, decides to go an extra 90 feet. Safe at third, run scoring double by Brito ties it up. The Invaders draw even 3-3. And then he's at third now for Conticello. Up the middle, takes the lead in the third against a good pitcher. Next inning, Williamson at first, a 9-hole hitter, Abizel Ramirez, hitting 188 on the season. No home runs, 188. Grounded. They try to turn 2, but bobbled at second. The throw is off the mark. And Freeman has an error, apparently. And so instead of turning the double play, they get nothing. Big oof. And then Ryan Bliss strikes out on the fastball. Luis Arias up. And he lines it sharply to left. So he gets out of it. The error doesn't cost them, but he has to make some extra pitches. Fast forward to the bottom of the 5th. Robert Jr. on. Kerry Carpenter over first. And Conicello at the dish. And that's going to be down for a single with 2 outs. So some 2-out magic. And Conicello with an RBI single. Luis Robert Jr. slides in. Safe at home. So it's now 5-3. And then Joe Mantiply out. So, okay, so Bobby Miller had to come out after 5. Didn't do too bad. 3 runs given up. And then Mantiply, who's been lights out, like a 1.62 ERA, gives up a leadoff single. Okay, and then Ford makes it to second somehow with the Fry fielder's choice out. So now Ben Williamson in the 8-hole chips it. First baseman dives. They throw bobbled at first. Brito knocks it down. He throws it to Mantiply. Mantiply can't hang on. Mantiply gets the error. So it was a good throw, but Mantiply can't make the catch. What are these errors, dude? Our defense is like one of the top in the league. So now runners on the corners with only 1 out. And that one is going to be down for an RBI single. So runner holds up first and second for Ryan Bliss. 2 strikes. The chance to turn 2. They get the double play. 4-6-3 double play to strand the runners. Fast forward to the 7th, and it's Alexis Diaz, who's only given up 11 earned runs on the season, versus Julio Rodriguez, 0-2 in the count, and sharply to short, but he throws too quickly, and it gets past him to the dugout. 3rd error of the game? An errant throw leaves the field of play. Brito can't reach it. That is an error namo. So J-Rod stands at second on what should have been an out. Full count on Montez, and he gets a RBI single to tie it in the 7th. 5-5 is the score. Montez at first for Mike Yastrzemski, 2-2. And that one through the gap. For runners on first and second, new pitcher Keegan Aiken with 1 out. That one smoked to left. Keegan Aiken gives up a 3-run bomb. 395 feet to left. It's 8-5 Mariners now. They scored 4 runs in the inning. Fast forward to the 8th. And back to Bliss on first. Julio Rodriguez versus Quinn Matthews in relief. He was our starter coming out in relief. And he gives up a homer to J-Rod in right. Matthews made a bad pitch, and that one's tattooed 414 feet to right. It's 10-5. They score an extra run in the 9th. 11-5 Seattle. So they scored another run in the 9th. And Freeman is on third. Robert Jr. on second. 9th inning, down by 6 against Matt Brash. Last out of the game. And Brito smokes this one to center field for a 3-run homer with 2 outs to make it 11-8. Fire the entire pitching staff after this game, brother. So it's 11-8. Last out of the game, Gavin Conticello up. And he loops one into right field. Conticello ties the Vegas regular season game record. He has 5 hits in the game. This is 5th hit in the game. He has 5 of the 13 Las Vegas hits. And now, after making the error earlier, Yadier Arenamo up, last out of the game, and that's going to be in shallow center for a single. So the tying run comes to the plate in Luis Matos, who's hitting .271 on the season, 3 balls. They walk him to load the bases, tying run at first, winning walk-off run at home now in Rafael Marchand. 1-2 the count, and he smokes this one to deep center field, bounces off against the wall, and that is a base-clearing double as the throw comes back in to tie the game. He's safe at third, swiping the extra 90 feet. Vegas scores 6 runs in the 9th with a clutch Marchand bases-clearing double with the chance to walk it off. And Young pops it up on the infield, but they scored 6 runs to bring it back to even. In the 9th inning, go to extras. Bender out on the mound. In play, Ghost Runner moves over. They get out number 1. So Bliss takes third. And now the most dangerous hitter on the lineup, Julio Rodriguez, back up. 3-1. Hit. That's going to score a run. The Ghost Runner comes in. So that won't go down as an earned run. Julio Rodriguez with an RBI. Honestly, I would have walked him. I would have intentionally walked him, but I have intentional walks set way down. But Montez is really swinging a hot bat right now, too. 2-2. In play. Diving play at short to keep it on the infield, but they can't make the out, so Arenamo holds it to an infield single. And then, I don't know what happened, but they got out of that inning because they skipped whatever happened next. So they allowed 1 run in the 10th, so Seattle has a chance to close it down. Young is the Ghost Runner. Luis Robert Jr. up at the dish. Strikes out for out number 1. And then Kerry Carpenter up. And Carpenter lines this one into right. Continues to be clutch. Young goes to third. Runners on the corners. Tying run at third. Winning run at home. And Brito pops one up. Shallow center field. Safe at first. They gun it to first as a runner gets back. That's weird. And then 2 outs. Once again, last chance for the Invaders. Conticello, I think, didn't I say he had a 5-hit game this game? Make it 6. Is that not his 6th hit to tie the game? Conticello sets the Las Vegas Invaders regular season extra inning game record for 6 hits. Conticello had a 6-hit game. How many 6-hit games have there been in baseball? Like in ever? Somebody look up how many 6-hit games there's ever been in baseball. It's got to be a low number. What's up, Psycho Peanut? Drunk after my father's birthday. My birthday next week. I'm ready for an invasion party. Well, we're watching the highlights of an insane come from behind dub, I think. Thanks for the sub, by the way. Conticello going down in Las Vegas Invaders history as one of the greatest of all time with a 6-hit game. Like, this is the kind of game that, even though it's a regular season game, okay, 119 people in MLB history since the 1800s has a 6-hit game. Chad says no one in history has a 7-hit game. So he ties the all-time record for most hits in a game. He's going to go down as a Las Vegas legend for this game because he also tied it up with the 5th and 6th hits, like to keep the game alive, right? So, like, clutch in his veins. And then Arenamo, with runners on the corners and 2 outs, walks it off in the 10th inning after the come-from-behind victory, down by 6 runs in the 9th. What an insane game. Absolute insanity. This win probability. Reddit thread popping off. The Vegas Invaders and the Seattle Mariners played into extra innings before the winner was determined. In the game, Gavin Conticello went 6 for 6 with a home run and 5 singles, while scoring 2, driving in 4. So he had 4 ribbies too. Clutch. Bender snagged the win in relief. Morales suffered the loss. The Invaders got a clutch hit from Arenamo in the bottom of the 10th for a run-scoring single to win. We battled our tails off to get that win, said manager Scott Tyler. You know it. By the way, pitchers, we need to have a talk, brother. We need to have a talk. Also, that defense, there were 3 errors in the game. Mantiply, Freeman, and Arenamo. 3 errors. Miller gave up 3 runs and 4 1/3. Weaver got 2 outs. Mantiply got 1 out. We started to run out of arms. Diaz with the blown save, 2 earned runs and 3 runs. His ERA goes to 2.18. Gave up runs in each of his last 2 appearances. Aiken gave up 2 earned runs in 1 inning. And Quinn Matthews gave up 2 earned runs in... Okay, I think Matthews is proving that he's not the reliever that we want. He's more of a starter. He's been struggling in relief. And then Bender is the only guy that actually came out and got it done. 18 hits in the game. Jazz Chisholm Jr. with a double. Brito with a double. Marchand with a double. Some clutch as hell hitting too. 2 outs. All of that happened in the 9th with 2 outs as well. So they had to be perfect. They had to be perfect. Conticello home run. Brito home run in the 9th inning. 2 outs, 2 on. What a god. Brito, Las Vegas legend. With his 12th homer of this season. Also, did I mention that Conticello is a rookie? So a 6-hit game as a rookie. This is his MLB debut this season. And he's hitting .273. With a .336 OBP. His average went from 256 to 273 in 1 game. I'm just glad I didn't look over here and the manager like pinch hit him or something stupid when he hits like 5 hits. So Jazz had 2 hits, Freeman 0 for, Luis Robert Jr. had 2 hits and an RBI, Carpenter 3 for 6. You love to see it. Brito 2 for 6 with the dingers. Conticello with a homer as well, 6 for 6 is insane. Arenamo 2 for 6, Brennan 0 for 2. The bullpen though, we gotta talk, brothers. Gavin Conticello sets the Las Vegas regular season extra inning record with 6 hits, and that win probability goes crazy. Gavin Conicello did more than his part as the Las Vegas Invaders topped the Mariners 13-12 at Omnibus Park. The Invaders DH pounded out 6 hits to pace his team. He had a solo shot off Luis Castillo in the second, hit an RBI single in the third, RBI single in the fifth, singled in the eighth, singled in the ninth, and an RBI single in the 10th. Team power rankings, we fall into 4th. Red Sox, Reds, Yankees, then us. Baseball officials have suspended players for inappropriate and aggressive conduct in yesterday's Detroit-Baltimore contest at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Kyle Schwarber of the Tigers and Felix Bautista of the Orioles will sit out 4 and 2 games respectively. Barrow picked as player of the week for his efforts on the Mets, 11 for 23. Oak Clemento's Brent Rooker, 10 for 20 with 3 homers. Texas and Minnesota swap players. Closer prospect. John Schreiber, Nolan Sparks. Okay. Carlos Estevez is on waivers, but he has a $4.6 million salary. Damn. 1.74 ERA this season. Low adaptability is a little scary, I guess. But his numbers are great. We can't afford him, though. Brock Stewart on the trading block. He hasn't had such a good year. He has low adaptability too. Can you pay a baseball player an exposure? Yeah, it's called being a minor league player. Felix Bautista now on the trading block. How's our bullpen after yesterday? Surprisingly, not so bad. There's a bunch of people still up. Man, what a crazy game. All right. The All-Star teams. Let's just get this done. Let's get this done, brother. Maybe give Matos to start over Brennan today. They're pretty similar. Matos has slightly better arm. Marchand had a pretty clutch AB. Okay, I'll give him the start. It's almost the All-Star break. We've almost made it, but we got to get through George freaking Kirby next. 3.18 ERA. We'll see if we can tag him up like we did yesterday with everybody else. Carpenter and Conticello are on fire. Might move Freeman down the order. I don't know what he can do from the 2 spot, but why not give it a try? All right, send it. Win 5-3. Let's go. Fractured foot, 3 weeks. The North Division All-Stars. This is like lower level league. Omnibus Park was a site for AL action featuring the Mariners and the Invaders. Las Vegas parlayed a decent outing from Tyler Mahle into a solid win over the Mariners. Final score 5-3. Joe Mantiply credited with the win in relief. Why do we always score late? We scored 3 in the 8th. We're always like doing a comeback somewhere. They scored 1 in the 9th just to keep us honest. Bender picked up the save, his 12th of the year. Las Vegas took the lead 5-2 on Jace Young's 7th homer of the season off of George Kirby in the bottom of the 8th. They took Kirby through to the 8th? And Young hit a 3-run homer off of him, so he just stayed out too long? That's funny. He actually... pitched a 8-inning complete game, but we just won because we... yeah, and a pinch hit home run as well, which is even crazier. Came off the bench and just sent it deep, man. Luis Robert Jr. double. Jazz Chisholm Jr. home run, his 14th of the season. Young, his 7th homer. 7 hits on the day. Jazz had 3 of them. Conticello had 2 of them. Robert Jr. had 1. Young had the other. There you go. Brito with an error. Can we have a game without errors? Is that possible? Mahle with a quality start, going 7 innings deep. Mantiply with the win in an inning, and Bender with a giving up a run. Classic. We need to, like, I think in the off season the goal is invest in an actual, like, real closer that you can depend on. Lots of trading going on. JT Chargeois, we just played against you and now you've been traded. Dalton Pence has been traded. Cool prospect. He's a closer. Wait, did we already look at these? I already looked at these. No, I didn't. All right. New York and the Cardinals have agreed on a trade. Dedniel Nunez. That was the reliever that I was thinking about trading for a prospect. Final results of the American League All-Stars. The top vote getter each position and the top 3 starters and relievers will be included on the final roster for each team. Brent Rooker was the top vote getter on Oaklamento Aztecs. Really? The Oakland got the top vote getter? Cal Raleigh, Brent Rooker, Bryce Matthews, Christian Campbell on the Red Sox, Gunnar Henderson on the O's. Roman Anthony beats out Kerry Carpenter by 150K. Bro, it's not even close, man. 259, 861 OPS versus a 990 OPS, hitting 307 on the season, over 300 at bats. Come on. Vegas, get out the vote, Vegas. It's not our fault the Boston metropolitan area is bigger than the Las Vegas metropolitan area. Vegas, Luis Robert Jr. got 3rd in center field, but lost by 1 million votes. And Joe Mantiply was the 5th reliever. It's so funny. He's number 5. So who's actually going to get to go? The rosters have been announced. We got Kerry Carpenter. He is in there. Okay, so he does get to go. Which means, and Abner Uribe gets to go, apparently. So I guess we were watching the All-Star game then. And Woodruff was in there? I didn't notice him. Okay, rosters announced. True. Oh, baby. I can't afford these dudes. $5 million relievers, man. The dude we were just looking at a second ago. Both of the low adaptable guys that we were just looking at. Cards just demoted or like waived 2 of their relievers. Trying to get people to take them off their books. I don't have $5 million bucks. Sorry. Otherwise, I'd give it a shot, probably. All right, let's finish strong. We got one more game in Seattle versus Logan Gilbert. Hopefully he doesn't pitch a complete game like did George Kirby. In the 8th, Kirby gave up a double to Luis Robert Jr. Intentionally walked Gary. They're starting to intentionally walk Gary Carpenter. I can't blame them. So first and second, Juan Brito flies out, and then off the bench, Jace Young, second pitch, 3-run homer off the bench. Takes him deep, and then Mantiply closes it out. Or no, Bender closes it out. Strikeout, solo home run, classic. This dude's he's got 8 homers on the season. Just to make it spicy. Marchand is hitting 208 with a 277 OBP. He's not slugging that much better than Indy. I'll give Indy the start. Get our backup catcher in there. Okay, yeah, everything else is good. All right, Dustin May, we're the last dude pitching before the All-Star break, and we got Uribe, Diaz. Oh no, Colin Snyder and Luke Weaver are the only guys left. It might be GG, but let's sweep the Seattle Mariners. You lost, 5-7. I knew they would have a lot of runs somehow. I just felt it in me bones. Actually, it was starting pitching this time. Julio Rodriguez was a major contributor over Vegas. He was 4 for 5 with a double and 3 singles. He scored 2 runs. Taylor Gurrieri picked up the win. Ben Williamson walloped a 3-run homer in the top of the second. The last place Mariners are now 44 and 55. All right, we still win the series. We just didn't get the sweep. So Dustin May gave up 6 earned on 4 innings pitched. His ERA is up to almost 4 now after a really solid start. We still have him for 3 more years. Luis Robert Jr. was injured while running the bases. I think he's fine. He seems fine. He's okay. Kerry Carpenter double, Robert Jr. double, Conticello triple. How does he have 3 triples? 10 hits in the game. 2 hits for Tyler Freeman, 2 hits for Luis Robert Jr. Pitching couldn't hold it down, but good to see Quinn Matthews with 2 scoreless, Snyder with 1 scoreless, Uribe with 1 scoreless, and Mantiply with 1 scoreless. So, I mean, it's always either or. Why is it always like huge 7-inning quality start by May, detonate the bullpen, or like whoever the starter is, or the starter is 7 runs come across? How did 7 runs come across? Chat, what is fielding PB? Pass ball. So, okay, so an extra run scored on a pass ball from Indy. That's that blocking, I guess, that'll get you. He did have 1 hit, but maybe he's not worth running just because of that defense. It was almost a 1-run game. The second is where it really went bad. Strikeout, walk, double, 3-run homer, solo homer, back-to-back homers off of Dustin Mays. Big oof. I wonder if the reason we're giving up so many homers is because I have the pitch around set to really low for everybody on the team strategy. But we've been keeping the walks down too. We haven't given up a lot of homers, it feels like. Like, I wonder if it's worth... raising this just 1 point. Just to see what that changes. I'm curious. Curious if that changes anything or not. Okay. So, if everything goes according to plan, we should be good. I'm not gonna watch the home run challenge again. We'll just simulate it because I want to get through some stuff. You really do be thinking though. Devers wins the home run challenge. How do you even see the home run challenge, like, history? Where do you even see? I want to see, like, who else was competing. He ended up victorious after a final round score of 16-15. Wow, that was close. All right, chat, you guys want to gamba on some late night all-star game action, and then it's time for the amateur draft at last? Give me my Carpenter homer to right, Robert Jr. outfield might, comeback win in the 9th. The ad's gonna start in about a minute, and then I'll let you guys gamba for 5 minutes during that. Harrison Bader. All right, nobody crazy. Wish we had enough money for those relievers. Sell out crowds, brother. We're making bank on revenue. All right, gamba on the all-star game. Here's the initial lineup, but there's gonna be 100 substitutions, so it's impossible to know who the other substitutions are. So it's pretty pure gamba. But if the way that this is starting matters to you, you can look at this. You'll have 5 minutes. Starting now. While the ad is rolling, turn your volume down, ad watchers, so you don't get blasted by the ad. Has loyalty gone up all season? I don't know. I think it takes like maybe multiple seasons for you to become sort of ingratiated in the league before fans get loyalty. We're still too new, so they're not attached to us yet, maybe. But they're interested. They're interested, they're just not loyal. They ain't loyal. There are 3 Red Sox in the starting lineup. An Astro, a Mariner. 2 Mariners. A Twin. So the AL West has like 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, sorry. Well, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the starting lineup are AL West. Chris Sale as a Yankee feels wrong. Is that future Las Vegas invader Kyle Tucker? He's hitting 291 this season, but he's no Kerry Carpenter. Kerry Carpenter didn't get enough votes. But yeah, chat, tab in. There is a channel point prediction. If you can't see it, you might need to refresh your chat window. Okay? National League is over here on the left in blue. American League over here on the right in red. It's impossible to tell how long these guys will actually play for because they'll change pitchers like every inning. Cotton Candy, what's up, Cat Kiwi? Thank you for the big 62-month sub, which I appreciate. It's been a fun night tonight. Thanks for chilling with me. Carpenter didn't get in? Oh no, Carpenter's only getting paid $6 million this year, I think. But Luis Robert Jr. is going to lose his $47 million deal. Very sad, but I told him he needs to be an all-star next time. But at least I don't have to pay him, because I think there was an all-star bonus. Though I might have to pay Kerry Carpenter. I didn't check his contract. What's up, Shin? How's it going, dude? All right, chat, 1 minute, minute and a half on the ads. Give me 1 sec, quick bathroom break. We come back, and then we watch the all-star game. While I'm doing that, put your channel points on the line. Yo. Yo, we're back. Ad is done. Your time is almost up to bet. We have a few All-Stars this year, but not in the starting lineup, unfortunately. And a few seconds of time for bets left. Gamba? That's right, Gamba. What's up, Northern 9? The Dark, Conditioner Man, Dragobot, Take Tank. Hey, guys. Who is in? We got Chris the Condor, Chris Sale. Having a 2.86 ERA season over 20 starts, earning that $40 million paycheck that he is getting. So I gotta say, I laughed at how much he was asking for in the offseason, but he's earning that paycheck. Personality selfish. He landed a 3-year, $118 million deal. Ronald Acuna Jr. batting leadoff. 17 homers on the season, hitting 237 for the average. Let's play ball. Welcome to the MLB All-Star Game. Chris Sale gets to start for New York. 3 balls and a strike on Acuna, and he loses him. So that is going to be a leadoff walk. Fastball high and outside. Francisco Lindor coming over from the Mets. He's got 22 homers on the season, and he'll smoke this one into left. That'll be a single to move Acuna Jr. over to second base. So 2 on, nobody out. That was a 13 pitch at bat. Sale versus Lindor. He fouled off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pitches. Took 2 balls and then finally found something he could handle. 13 pitch at bat casually. Another full count. And Wood lines this one to left for out number 1. So some deep ABs. 7 pitch at bat there. Ellie De La Cruz up from the Reds. And pop that one up past the infield for out number 2. All right. Henderson's got it. Now it's up to Ketel Marte for the National League. And he will get it done. That's a single in the shallow center. Runner coming home. Safe at the plate. National League takes an early lead, 1-0. Chris Sale gives up a run. And now Patrick Bailey with a hitting 309 on the season. Another full count, but he watches strike 3 down the middle called. So 1-0. National League is up on 2 hits. Roki Sasaki taking the ball. The monster of the Reiwa. How do you say that? 2.35 ERA. The 25-year-old. Phenom. Almost 11 strikeouts per 9. And he's facing Julio Rodriguez in the leadoff. These National League outfits. The green hat. The gray pants, the blue shoes. Oh, it's a grounder for out number 1. Now Roman Anthony, who's batting second, where Kerry Carpenter should be by rights. I hope you strike out. All right, line out just as good, Roman Anthony, for out number 2. And now Gunnar Henderson batting third. First into the game for the AL. I don't know why the camera keeps doing that, but whatever. Brent Rooker, who received the most votes in the All-Star voting, will first pitch swing, chip that one up for the center fielder. So no runs on 1 hit. Amusing nickname. It's pretty much saying Monster of the Century. It's Japan's Imperial Era calendar thing. Gotcha. New pitcher Brian Bello taking the place for Chris Sale off the Red Sox to face Jordan Walker at the DH and the bottom of the order for the Nationals.
Strike 3.
National League. I guess Nationals is a team. Strike 3. Now CJ Abrams. That one hit hard. Nice coverage in short. J-Rod locks it down. Now Brenton Doyle in the 9 spot. Hitting 319 out of the 9 spot is something that only happens in the All-Star game. That retires a side. So new pitcher for the National League, Corbin Burns. Burns with a 5.09 ERA. He has not had a great season, so it's befuddling to me how he has made it to the All-Star game at all, in fact. Apparently he's just got a good ERA, I mean, like a good average against, and he gets a leadoff hit to Casas, who slides in. Cotton Candy, that's an extra base hit, leadoff double. And now Kyle Tucker up for the American League. He's looking at strike 3 called. He's going to be an Astro for like 8 more years in this timeline. All right, runner in scoring position for Cal Raleigh. Slow roller to the second baseman. Oh, no throw. Infield hit. Runners on the corners. Rafael Devers is up. He just won the home run derby and is batting 8th for some reason. I feel like if I won the home run derby, I'd want to be like 3rd or 4th in the lineup, but he flies out here for out number 2. And Alex Freeland off the Twins in the 9-hole.
Strike 3.
Swings and misses, so nothing doing for the American League so far. Nick Martinez also off of the Red Sox, up to pitch next with a 3.69 ERA off the season. Acuna Jr. back up for his second AB, and he strikes out. 1 out now with Francisco Lindor up. Puts it in play. Says, I don't need a walk. I'll hit that one to the corner for extra bases. So 1 out double. In scoring position now for James Wood, getting his second attempt. That one hit hard toward the gap and left. That one's back to the wall. And the National League is taking a 2-0 lead. So some difficulties out on the mound now, as Martinez has only recorded 1 out. Ellie De La Cruz coming up with a runner in scoring position. Big strikeout there. And now Ketel Marte. Hits it hard, first baseman has it. So, some trouble, but it's handled. 1 more run comes across for the National League. Now they send out KC Hunt from the Brewers to face Julio Rodriguez. And that one deep to right field, looking up. It's out of here. Acuna Jr. leaps at full extension. He comes up short. That is a 380-foot solo home run to bring it back closer to even. It's 2-1 National League, but Julio Rodriguez takes KC Hunt deep as the leadoff batter. Next batter he sees will poke that one into the gap between the center fielder and right fielder perfectly. Roman Anthony socks that one for a double. Still nobody out in the inning, so tying run is at second for Gunnar Henderson. And this one lofted to right. Not sure if it's deep enough to tag up. Okay, Anthony tags up. Safe at third, so he'll move up 90 feet. For Brent Rooker. Full count.
Strike 3.
Big strikeout. 2 outs now. Runner at third, Tristan Casas.
Strike 3.
Watches a pitch that froze him, caught the corner. 1 run comes across on the Julio Rodriguez deep fly. But that's it. Now, Edgar Portes. He's got a 2.49 ERA. Coming in relief here. Elevated the fastball, got the swing and miss. Playing with the Orioles pretty well this year. And then he misses low for ball 4 and walks Walker, which is always fun to say. All right, CJ Abrams up 0 for 1 so far, and he walks. So back-to-back walks. 1 out in the inning. Brenton Doyle, center fielder for the Rockies, hit sharply, diving to be kept on the infield. No throw. Everybody moves station to station. Freeland managed to save a run by keeping that ball on the infield. Bases juiced now for Victor Mesa Jr. Pinch hitter. First one of many for this game. Playing for the Marlins, and he takes a walk. The bases loaded. Sorry, the bases are loaded. He walks in a run, and that's a 3rd walk of the inning. So the National League All-Stars add to their lead. Francisco Lindor also takes a walk. This is the 4th walk of the inning. He's having a bit of a meltdown out there in front of everyone. It's so embarrassing. There's only 1 out. Luckily, it's not my guy. I'm glad it's not my guy. Orioles, come get your mans. Come get your mans. Jack Sawinski up now after 4 walks in the inning.
Strike 3.
And he finally throws a strike, a swing and a miss. New pitcher, Brandon Woodruff in a... Okay, starting pitcher Brandon Woodruff inherits a bases-loaded situation facing Ellie De La Cruz with 2 outs, and it's up to the Las Vegas Invader to get the American League out of this jam. And Ellie De La Cruz smokes this one to right. It's all the way back to the warning track. That's going to be a bases clearing double off of Brandon Woodruff. Wait, is that a triple? That's a bases clearing triple off of Brandon Woodruff to make the score 7-1. None of those runners are charged to Woodruff's ERA, but he's responsible for De La Cruz. However, rest in peace, the 67.5 ERA of Edgar Portes, who managed to record 2 outs in the 4th before being held responsible for the 5 runs that came across to score. A dribbler at the plate. Tough play for the catcher. And he gets out of it. So he gives up the bases clearing triple, but in 10 years, no one will remember that because his line score will simply say that he came out to get 1 out and gave up 1 hit, no runs, no walks, no strikeouts. So the history books will remember him kindly. Those who were at the game, not so much, maybe. But he's a starter. What do you want for him? Very efficient. Very efficient. All right, Kyle Tucker up to face Aaron Savali. And a 6-run deficit for the American League believers. Cal Raleigh trying to get something going. That'll be toward the gap, shallow, for a 1-out single on a 3-1 count. Rafael Devers now at the dish. He smokes one to deep right field. That one zinged off the bat, and it's out of here. Second homer of the game for the American League, and they bring it a little closer. It's 7-3 on the 379-foot 2-run bomb to right. That is the home run king from the home run derby yesterday. All right, Alex Freeland up with a full count, 1 out. Popped up on the infield. Out number 2. All right, Julio Rodriguez now. Dialed up a homer in the 3rd. And he strikes out here. So, the American League puts 2 back on the board. New pitcher. So, I like that Woodruff went to the All-Star game to throw 2 pitches and give up the bases clearing triple. And now it's Jacob deGrom up, getting a clean inning from Texas to face Drake Baldwin, pinch hitting on the National League side. And that'll hang up there for the right fielder after working the count full. All right. DH Matt McLean, 0 for 0 today. So he's off the bench too, getting a chance to hit here in the All-Star game. And that one smoked to deep left field. That one's out of here. Anthony just looks up as it sails over his head. National League adds to their lead. It's 8-3 with a commanding lead, and they take Jacob deGrom, of all people, deep here in the 5th. Then he gives up another hit. C.J. Abrams with a 1-out single. Now pinch hitting is Brady House in the 9th spot to face deGrom here. Little slow roller to 3rd. Only out is at 1st, out number 2. And now Victor Mesa Jr. He has walked to bring in a run, and he'll ground that one over to 2nd for out number 3. So another run ticked across for the National League. Roman Anthony facing Ronnie Henriquez, coming off of the Marlins, new pitcher.
Strike 3.
I don't know. We have piano music on, I guess. Hold on. I don't know. This soundtrack is like a anime game. I don't know. Gunnar Henderson up now after the strikeout. He'll take a 4-pitch walk. Aaron Judge following up Gunnar Henderson now. Full count. Slow roller chance to turn 2, and they do it. The 6-4-3 double play. You're out! Angel Perdomo pitching for the American League. Top of the 6, 2 strikes on Marco Luciano, new hitter. Hit sharply to the third baseman. Cotton Candy. I don't see any more of our guys yet. Do you guys? They hit him! Perdomo nails Sawinski with a pitch. He lost control of the slider. Hitting somebody in the All-Star game is not a real good look, Angel Perdomo. All right, we probably should listen to a different song because there we go. All right, Amador at first, Estrada up. Chipped into right field. Can the National League chill, man? Tucker on the move. Amador to third. Amador coming home. The runner is safe at home. It's 9-3 National League. Perdomo versus Baldwin. The ball gets away, but it keeps it close to the plate, so the runner does not score from third.
Strike 3.
And he comes back to strike him out. So another run for the Red Hot National League, who sends out Yoshinobu Yamamoto into pitch versus Tristan Casas. I haven't really seen much pinch hitting coming from the American League side, but there's been a lot from the National League side. In play, second baseman has it. Out number 1. There we go. Pinch hitter Tyler O'Neill off the Yankees. That one deep to left field, still going back on it, looking up, and it's over the fence into the jackfruit signs. So the third homer of the game, I think, for the American League, though I don't remember the count. Off the bench. It's 9-4 with the homer off of Yamamoto. A rare homer. He's given up 18 on the season. 2.92 is the ERA for him. Rafael Devers had a 2-run home run earlier. But there'll be a liner to first. One on, nobody left. Or sorry, nobody left on one hit. Hey, it's Uribe. That's our guy. Abner Uribe out to pitch in the 7th with a clean inning and a chance to keep the National League, giving him one of 2 zeros on the game. Let's go. Top of the 7th for the National League is McLean. And first pitch, he fouls it up on the infield. Out number 1. Let's go, Uribe. Pinch hitter Jimmy Crooks coming in from the Cards. Full count.
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Got him swinging over the top of the sinker. Off the corner. And now Brady House. 0 for 1. Grounded, playable to short, and 3 up, 3 down for Uribe. He finally tames the National League and makes amends for the previous outing by a reliever from the Invaders from last year. MVP. Alex Freeland in to face Jordan Romano in the bottom of the 7th, down by 5. Little fly ball to right for out number 1. Cotton Candy. Pinch hitter Wyatt Langford off the bench now to face Jordan Romano. That one's smoked to left, but a little bit too much under it. Sawinski calls him off, makes the catch. Out there in left, Kerry Carpenter. That's our guy, finally getting an at bat in the bottom of the 7th because you let Roman Anthony bat like 3 freaking times. We've had 8 hits in the game and you're just now putting Kerry Carpenter in, dude. Hard hit, but to the second baseman. And he's out on a 3-pitch grounder. Rip. Goodbye, Kerry Carpenter. See you later. All right, Michael King out from the Blue Jays to face Victor Mesa Jr. Are those all of our guys? All 3 of our guys? Slow roller to second. Do we have any other guys? All right, King trying to keep it close. for the American League to make a stellar comeback, but he'll have to get an extra out as he lets a single down in the left from Luciano. Strike him out, throw him out. Spicy. That's efficiency right there. Tried to steal second, got tagged out, and swung through strike 3. All right, Bobby Witt Jr. is one of 6 outs left for the American League, trying to close this 5-run gap. But he'll pop it up on the infield on 4 pitches. It looked like they missed, but he didn't miss. Aaron Judge back in for his second AB. In play to left, playable. Out to number 2. DH Kyle Manzardo coming in off the bench. And he'll line out sadly to the first baseman. So the offense stifled for the American League. Kumar Rocker out from the Rangers, out of the pen to try to keep it close. And by close, I mean he's losing by 5. Hard hit up the middle. Full count. Single for leadoff base runner. And now Thairo Estrada. That one sounded like it was hit hard off the bat. Center fielder tracks it down, gets it in. And Drake Baldwin, 1 for 2 today. In play, could be a double play ball, and they'll only get the lead runner. Settling for 1 out. Francisco Alvarez now at the dish. That one down the line and right. Leaping grab, nice play. O'Neill tracks it down. Side is retired. All right, last chance for the American League, but they have to get through Paul Skeens in relief. 3.02 ERA on the season, 10.1 strikeouts per 9. Good luck, Tyler O'Neill. He's 1 for 1. Strike 3. Out number 1. Yainer Diaz. Strike 3. Out number 2. That'll do it for Diaz. And Carlos Correa pops it up. I knew that. GG, National League bettors, you win by a lot, and it's not even close. At least we had a good outing from Uribe. That's pretty much all we got. 3 All-Stars is still nice. Nationally, you guys are taking home 1,000,000 channel points. Enjoy your winnings. Paul Skeens as a closer. Paul Skeens as a closer. Casual 67 ERA, making an appearance there thanks to Woodruff. Shh, we don't talk about that. We do not mention that. Aku, thank you for the sub, by the way. Katakiwi with the cotton candy sub. I saw you, but Aku, welcome back to you as well. First year player draft is almost upon us. Okay, before that though, I want to check on how our minor league players are doing. Holcomb is in high A. We moved him up. Honestly, he's fine here. I'm just gonna leave him here. Hitting 232 with an almost 800 OPS. He's hitting some dingers. Got to develop that power. If he could develop, he needs to develop the avoid Ks more. And I don't think he's really gonna be like a star or anything, but I'm just kind of, you know, watching him, seeing if they're in the right spot. Luke Stevenson in high A. We moved him up as well. He's got like a 726 OPS, hitting 233. I think he's fine to keep developing, keep growing. Hosky's injured for 5 months. Antonio Del Bosque is still 75 potential. He's playing in the Dominican Rookie League with a 2.52 ERA, 25 innings pitched. It's pretty good. Now, the game says that he's a 50 relative to rookie ball, but here's my issue. His HRA is only 35, and his control is only 30 relative to that, which doesn't seem what you want for a starter. So I think I'm just gonna leave him in Dominican League rookie ball until he can try to build some of that control. Bro's only like 17 anyway, 18. So he's doing really well in the Dominican Rookie League, which he should be. And he's still a 75 potential, which is cool. His potential's come down from 80, but like his stuff potential's come way down. That's probably why it came down, went down to like a 60. 60 stuff is fine if you have that much movement and that much control as well. With 4 pitches, good stamina, good traits. I like it. Longoria is out for 2 to 3 weeks. Alex Lopez, also 18, hitting 322 in Dominican Rookie League ball. Contact hitter with no walks. We just signed him from, like, he's supposed to be just a 30 relative to Dominican Rookie League, so he's kind of overperforming his stats. I think it's fine to just leave him there. Why are they unhappy? Team record. Team chemistry. Wait, the team chemistry. Staff is content. Team chemistry has 4 bad relations. They're all unhappy, dude. Holy. Isn't it full of ghost players? No, we filled it with real players. And I removed the limit on nationality so we can put whatever kind of players we want in there so that I could fill it. But we filled it with a bunch of fictional players. But no, it's real. I just removed the nationality thing so we could put other people in there. Because there's no way for us to sign Dominican players currently without just going through the international draft every year, which is not going to be possible. Why are they all pissed? Brian Nichols is just a normal personality. Bradley Stewart, normal. Dusty Allen, easygoing. Like, there's nobody crazy there. I have no idea why they are funky. Their record is pretty bad. They're 5-25. Oh man, I put some apparently really crappy players in there, I suppose. I don't know. We got some dudes hitting .056 in there, dude. How could pitching possibly be bad when you... Oh. .43 ERA? It's impressive. That is very impressive. All right, anyway. I don't know if there's much I can do about that. Okay, yeah, we said Alex Lopez is doing good. David Rodriguez also doing good. So we've got some people here who are trying to, like, boost the team. He's hitting 295. I'm just going to leave him. He's 17 years old. I'm just going to leave him in there and let him have a good season. Garrity is tired, pitching 4.52 the ERA. In A-ball, I think that's fine. Charlie O'Shell, 391 in A-ball. And then DeCaro in Double-A. Oh, DeCaro's had 2 starts in Double-A. Did he get pulled early? Why did everyone just pitch 1 inning? Is that just how it is in Double-A? Everyone just pitches 1 inning? What? Is that how it's supposed to go? Because he pitched a normal game. Wait. He's not even in this game. Oh, that was the Futures game. Okay, thank you. Yes, it was a Futures game. So he pitched in this one, 6 2/3, 3 earned runs. All right, that's the game he started. Got it. So he's had 2 starts, off to a really good start. BABIP a little high, but he started probably top prospect right now, and he needs to just stay in AA. He looks sharp. Three to 4 weeks. Oof. Are we ready for the draft? First year player draft day, boys. Game time. The scouting reports are in! Baseball officials have spent endless hours, days, and weeks debating and agonizing over which first-year player should be drafted. Some do it scientifically, while the grizzled pros go by gut. Whatever the team's philosophy, the MLB amateur draft is today. And these ball clubs have the first 5 selections: Las Vegas, Washington, Portland, San Diego, and Chicago. It is the consensus among baseball journalists and experts that these guys will go first. All right, I'll be looking at that, of course. By the way, we went into the All-Star break. First overall, we're ahead of the Reds by 1 game. They went on a 9-1 tear in their last 10. But we're 2 games ahead of the Yankees. What really matters is this. Rangers went on a 2-game losing streak. That's the only thing that matters. I don't care about the rest of the teams. Rays, Red Sox, and Rangers fighting for wild card spots. Right now, we're the best team in the league. Yep. Aaron Judge passed Kerry Carpenter in home runs. Who knew that Kerry Carpenter and Aaron Judge would be facing off for most homers in a season? Tate, it's Paradise Killer B-sides. Bobby Miller bidding for a Cy Young caliber year. We've definitely fallen down the offensive numbers, but we've been anchored by the starters ERA and the bullpen ERA being the best in the league. I don't know how the bullpen ERA is the best, but it is. And our defense is insane. First in defensive efficiency, first in zone rating, which means we have a ton of coverage. The team is very pleased with themselves as well. They're ecstatic. Just want that team captain that we were thinking about trading for. And then we're still like selling out games. We got major league free agents coming up after this year that we need to think about either extending or trading. I guess we have to extend our starting rotation. Because what's the alternative? We could trade one of them, like we do have Cade Horton in AAA that we could call up. But if one of our guys gets injured, then we want Cade to fill in there. Like if we give away one of our major league pitchers, we'll have to play against them in the playoffs. So you want to extend them, but they're going to ask for a lot of money next year. These minor league free agents, I don't really care too much about. Mantiply's been having a goated year with us for some reason. He really just works well here. So, I wouldn't mind giving him a 1-year extension. Bender is a big question mark. He's okay. Is Burrito still on the team? Burrito's one of our best hitters. Yeah, I don't know why, but he is. Okay, I think I'm ready. Ready to fight robots. I do want to look at accounting because I'm curious how the year-to-date matches up with last year. Season ticket revs, $5 million more. We've already made 11 million more in revenue halfway through the season than we did all last year. Think about that. We had 41.5 million last year. Now we're projected to hit 85. Gonna double our year-over-year gate rev, which is kind of insane. Media revenue is only $1 million more. I don't know how merchandising is the same, considering all the star talent that we got. You'd think we'd be selling more jerseys, but I don't know. Scouting's about the same. Draft expense coming up right now, actually. That miscellaneous player expenses are going to go down to 7.5 mil, so we're actually going to free up like $14 million next year. And he's thinking about raising the budget by $28 million. Which means good things for us, because that's going to be 28 plus 14 here. So that's going to be like $42 million extra liquid that we have that we didn't have before, which will let us do some things. Final balance projected to be like 7. He's going to take like 20 million out from the, that makes sense though. He's trying to make a profit. But yeah, we're going to end up with a lot more to do next year. Okay, it's time. I just wanted to kind of catch up on some stuff here. It's time. We have the first overall pick. And we're first overall in the MLB, which is why I titled the stream what I did. So now we have to make a really hard decision. I want to do two things. I'm going to make sure, I'm pretty sure I save. I'm going to save and make a backup in case something funky happens. Just in case. We run it back next season. I don't know. Depends on how well this season does. Gotta play it by ear. Maybe we go on a 15-game losing streak and miss the playoffs. Potentially franchise-altering pick time. Kinda, yeah. All right. Start it up. Here we go. Draft Central. Chat, they want more money than I have. We don't have that much money, brother. Hold on. How much money do we have? We have $13,234,000. But here's the thing, right? We don't necessarily want this bro, because he's not, we have no scouting on him. So let's see what they predict. The draft pipeline predicts John Patterson to go first overall, because he is an infielder that has like potential to be an insane power hitter, crazy eye, crazy gap, crazy avoid Ks, but we don't really know because we didn't get to scout him because he did not go to the combine, and he wants $14.5 million, which we don't have. He doesn't even want to play for us. High financial ambition, but high work ethic, high baseball IQ, so he could be a god. He's the god of Gamba. In the mock draft, he goes first. They predict Funkhauser to go second. I'm looking at Funkhauser, but seriously. What does demand slot mean? It means that they demand the draft slot. So like, if you're first pick, your slot is $9.6 million. If you're 35th pick, it's 3.2. So if they want slot, they want whatever your slot amount is, which is basically just like their compensation for being drafted. The reason why they get so much money is because they're committing basically their next 6 to 10 years, like basically their next 8 years with your organization. And so if they never get to play MLB ball, they want money. They're not gonna just sign their soul away for free. So like, these guys might never even play in the MLB, so they want to make sure they actually get paid. But if they do play in the MLB and they are as good as they look, they'll be worth 10 times that much money, 20 times that much money if they're like really, really, really good. So it's kind of just like a insurance payout for the teams. So in the mock draft, Freddie Roberts goes 3rd. We have high scouting accuracy on him. In the mock draft, Jesse Curran goes next. We don't really have info on him. So actually, let me just look. In the draft pool, we do have a bunch of people who we just didn't get to scout because they didn't go to the combine. Or I didn't like I didn't like the personality or something, or their defense. This is gonna be tough, chat. This is gonna be tough. Oh, I wish I had more money. Don't we all? And also, we don't get a pick in the 3rd round because we signed Luis Robert Jr. So, just FYI, we get a 1st round pick, a 2nd round pick, then a 4th round pick. Here's the actual... Here are the guys that we actually have, like, good information on. Cameron Pfeiffer is the one we have the best info on. High leader, high adaptability, high work ethic, some defense, bad errors, big power. He's not really my top choice, though. So, the guys that I have in caps lock are the ones that we were eyeballing. Trevor Augustine was one. 65 stamina pitcher. 17 years old is a risk, so the control may never develop past like 35 or 40. Could you click on Funkhauser? He's on the list. Just chill. Eddie Compton, 2nd base, 3rd short, with really just balanced. Yeah, Augustine was crazy because that was the reason why Augustine was like our number 1 or number 2 is because he's already like a 40 stuff, 45 movement, 45 HRA relative to MLB as a 17-year-old, which is insane. And he has a up to 101 mile an hour velo. I need a different soundtrack. I need a different soundtrack. Hold on. I guess I've already listened to all of that. Have we listened to... I don't know what this soundtrack is, to be honest. Okay, sorry. Hi. His nickname is Cookies. That's a great nickname. Like, if your name is Cookies, man, let him cook, you know? He's got it. He's got it. But yeah, it's hard not to like him because he's already developed. He's that 55p BABIP. And it looks like he's got room to go higher that we didn't know about until now, because I swear it was maxed out when I looked at him last. Then there's, like I said, Eddie Compton is kind of just like a high school dude that might hit for very balanced, decent defense. Like, Jared Donahue is kind of like the dude we were just looking at, but less developed already. Trevor Augustine wants 11.5 mil, normal signability. So, like, he's gonna take almost all of our money, but he'll sign. So, and it's not gonna break, it's not gonna go to zero. So the difference, I think, is that Donahue versus Augustine is just, it seems like Augustine has much more potential in everything except like 5 control. And then on top of that has 15 more stamina. And then on top of that, it looks like the only thing that Donahue has better is maybe he has more pitches? Or maybe he doesn't. No, he has 4 pitches, but he has like fastball, curve, changeup, sinker. Whereas he has fastball, sinker, changeup, slider. But the sinkers doesn't have as much potential. So I think that Donahue's pitches will have higher potential overall. But I think it's pretty clear that Augustine is preferable to Donahue, in my opinion. Okay, the Funkhauser. The Funkhauser is in. So what's interesting about the Funkhauser is, despite his low baseball IQ, he is a catcher who we could use. He's out of college already. He's out of college and still has an 80 potential with high scouting accuracy, which doesn't happen very often. He's going to be a contact king with elite blocking, framing, and catcher arm. A catcher with a low baseball IQ. Yeah, I know how it sounds. I'm just saying. That doesn't happen very often when you see an 80 potential out of college that you have high accuracy on. Me catch ball. Juan Garcia's 70 potential with great personality and 80 stamina, but not a lot there. He's the slowest guy you've ever seen. He is a pretty slow guy, so a guy that hits for contact and is slow is not my favorite. But we need a freaking catcher, man. So we either have to sign one in free agency. I keep looking for one, but this is a second draft pool in a row that just has nobody that's like a great catcher that pops out at you. That's the problem for kind of going. That's the problem with going for like a W season, is that we're basically ensuring we don't get a good pick next year. You know what I'm saying? So like, we're not going to get other opportunities because we're going to be drafting toward the back if we keep the pace up for this season. So we won't get an actual like top pick next year. It's extremely rare to have such a good defensive catcher that can also bat top of the order because of their on-base talent. Yeah, he has everything except for the eye. If he could get that eye, I think if he got a 45 eye, that would be acceptable. Like, honestly, if he obviously he's not going to max his stats. But if he did max his stats, he would be an insane... Like 45, 45, 45 is very respectable here if he could actually reach those. And then 65 BABIP would be crazy with that kind of defense, yeah. And then we looked at Juan Garcia, the 80 stam pitcher, which seems crazy. Josh Miller is a center fielder, kind of a balanced bat with bad arm that you could maybe train, but good range in left with a high work ethic, low financials, so he only wants 5 mil. That's an advantage too, you know, people will take less money. Freddie Roberts is kind of like all-arounder, high speed, gonna be a potentially crazy bat, and also I think a very good fielder. So if you're looking for an outfielder with a lot of potential, this is a good choice. And he's also a smart dude. And then after that, I don't have anybody bookmarked, but that doesn't mean that there's not the dudes here. The problem is there's a ton of dudes here. In my mind, go for someone that you have information on instead of Gamba, unless there's no one that you like. In my mind, it's gotta be Augustine. Wait, is that dude's name the Silent Assassin? But yeah, it almost feels like it has to be Augustine, because if not, then you're just Gamba on the other, like, the top prospect apparently Patterson. Is that what the email said? Yeah, Patterson's the top prospect, so you're just Gamba-ing on what the OSA ratings are. I'm sure that he's goated. Like 55, if he does actually have 55 aptitude at shortstop. Huge range, error arm with crazy potential hitting power and eye for a shortstop. Like, sure, that would be great, but again, I can't afford him. And then we have high accuracy for Freddie Roberts. I agree that Freddie Roberts is also another... He stood out to me as well. He's the outfielder. Jesse Curran did not stand out to me. Average or subpar defense. Trevor Augustine, that was the dude we were just looking at. Adam Larson, we don't really have information on. Infielder with good defense and potentially great power. Jim Vitek, power hitter, slugger, DH kind of guy. Ray Gamino, just terrible defense, terrible work ethic and personality. Dumb. Sorry, Vitek. Or Gamino. Jason Farrow is the other big pitcher that I was looking at, but we have like only average. Chase Salyers, aka Sally. He throws 60 stamina, 5 good pitches. He's already got 45 stuff, so another pretty solid pick there. Could Portland be waiting to use all their money here? I don't think so, because once the first round is gone, the slot goes down every single round. So it's not going to be $11 million a round, right? It's going to be like... Portland is going to have like a 8.6 mil slot, so they can ask for more than slot up to 1%. So they might, like, the guys are asking 14 from us. So they might take 12 mil. The other thing is, I think that's Portland's available cash. They have 69 million in available cash. And then on top of that, they have already budgeted $30 million in draft expenses. So they actually have like $99 million available. Now, if you don't budget for the draft, you can actually dig into your available money. Like, you don't have to budget this. It just earmarks it. But they've got like $99 million available. So 30 including what they've set aside just for this draft. So I don't know what they're holding it on to for. Salyers is a possible two-way player and the best starting pitcher in this draft. I don't think he's the best starting pitcher, but it's funny that he does play like catcher, has contact, power, and eye. Let me look at his like compare. So Salyers on the left has 80 stuff potential, but then he kind of locks out at 55 everything else. And as an 18-year-old, that's kind of risky. But he does have the potential for 4-5 excellent pitches. And then batting wise, this is a little crazy. But again, he's a two-way player and he might not fully develop either side. But he's got reasonably high gap, reasonably high. We're not looking at Pharaoh, chat. Ignore Pharaoh, brother. We're looking at this guy. You dingus. I'm just using the comparison page so I can see all of his stats in a line. Well, are we gonna get this guy or this guy? No, just looking at this. And then his defensive ratings, he's got 55. How he can't throw to himself though? That's the thing. What, he's gonna be a pitcher, and then the rest of the time he's gonna be a catcher? Can he just throw the ball, run really fast behind home plate, and then catch each one of his throws? Because like those are his best defensive stats. He has really great framing, but I don't really see him. He's definitely not going to be an infielder. I mean, he's obviously set up to be a DH, right? But I'm just saying, like, listen, he's interesting. He's interesting. Catch for 4 days and starting pitcher on the 5th day. He's gonna be tired as hell before his start. That being a catcher 4 days in a row is tiresome. I wouldn't take him at 1, but I would take him at 4 or 5. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. He's just interesting, and he's gonna be gone before the second round shows up. And he's not our best bet because he'd have to hit perfect numbers here to be worth it, and perfect numbers batting wise to be worth it. Well, I mean, he doesn't have to be perfect batting, but he's really interesting. There's a second thing you're not thinking about, which is we only have average scouting accuracy on him. So you get that to high, you get that to very high, and these numbers might go down. They might go way down. Are you interested in trading down, though? There is no such thing as trading down unless you change the MLB rule in your game settings. By the way, the ad is about to start, and I already snoozed it once. I'm not going to make any decisions while the ad is running. But yeah, you can set the game up to trade your draft pick if you would like to trade with draft picks. I wish NCAA football had draft depth like this. I'd dive into that hard. Yeah, there's a couple of football simulation games, but there's not really one to the depth of Out of the Park and Football Manager. Who do they think is going to go after that? Jaden Cook, the other catcher that just has no contact. Not really good anything except brute force. We looked at Jim, Jesse Kerwin, Funk. They think Funkhauser's going to go 11th. They think Josh Miller's going to go 12th. Contact shortstop with insane range. Okay. Ad just started. The thing is, there should still be some interesting picks in the second round. The third round, we don't even get, sadly. Like, I'm looking at the pool, and it kind of seems like there's a lot of 60 or betters. Which, you know, they might devolve the second that we pick one of them. But there's a fair few people. I wasn't expecting you to pick him. Who? Bro, I just got a DQ baseball ad where they make a trade. Yeah, I think Trevor Augustine is the guy. I think he's him. I just feel like we're only ever taking pitchers and we're never taking anyone else. But you do need like 5 pitchers for a starting rotation. My vote is the silent assassin. We're gonna blow like all of our money in the first round. I should have set aside more money. I think we just got super lucky last year with a low overhead. I only spent $11 million total in all of last year's draft. We just happened to draft people who really wanted to play with us. So next time if I ever get first overall pick again, I'm drafting more than $9 million. I'm glad that we freed up a little bit of cash because I wouldn't even be able to afford this guy if I didn't free up another 4.5 mil. For me, it's Funkhauser, but I won't be mad at Augustine. I'm not done yet. I'm not gonna pick. It's the first pick. I gotta drag this out. I'm not trying to drag it out, but it's like it was easier being the 4th pick because maybe your first 3 choices are gone, so it's a little easier to narrow it down because it's a bit more obvious who's the best guy left once the first few picks are through, you know. But having the freedom to do anything you want is there's a lot of pressure, man. That's a lot of pressure. All right, ad should be over in like 15 seconds. How many picks before it comes back to us? 30... 42? Uh-oh. Why does wait, does every round get shuffled? Why are we not... Why don't we have a 2-1? Is it the draft lottery is just for the first round, and then afterward you go back to your normal spot? Is that what it is? Yeah, I was number 5. Okay. For some reason, I didn't pick up on that before. Welcome back from the ad. So we don't get to go again until, like... There's gonna be a lot of picks. "46 picks between these two. Woof. Oof. Be interesting to see who's available after that. Okay, let's... Chat likes Funkhauser. There are things I like about Funkhauser, but... the things that I don't like about Funkhauser are he does have to get that eye or some of the power up to max. Otherwise, he's kind of wasted on all that contact. Because, like, you can get by, in my opinion, low baseball IQ is not great, but also that doesn't mean that he's useless. Like, he has insane defensive... He works through the pain. He's got the high work ethic. He's slow. I think there's too much that disagrees with this pick for me to be able to pick him first. Because I don't like the unsynergistic, slow as hell, but hits for contact. So he's going to put the ball in play. It's going to be a single every time. If it's not a single, he'll never leg out an infield hit, ever. And if he never develops this power, this eye, he's never going to take walks, and he's never going to hit doubles, and he's never going to hit homers. So it's like you're taking a real big chance that he can realize this 10 that he hasn't realized yet. And then on top of that, catcher with low baseball IQ is questionable. Like in college, bro's hitting 317, slugging 566, so like he's got some power there, but that's also college. And it doesn't mean a whole lot. He wants $11 million, which is, you know, it's about how much everybody wants from us, it seems like, this go round. But like, you compare that to Trevor Augustine, who is only 17 years old, yes, but already has 40 stuff, 45 movement, 45 home run rating, 55 PBABIP, and 4 pitches with a high work ethic. And if we set him relative to AAA, he's a 35 to AAA. He's a 40 to AA. 45 to high A. 50 relative to A. So he can skip rookie ball as a 17-year-old and go straight to A ball. He's a 75 relative to rookie ball as a almost 18-year-old. Okay, you're selling me on Augustine. So like, he's skipping rookie ball and going straight to A as an 18-year-old. Which is crazy. So like, I don't know, it's hard to beat that because I'm just looking at, I prefer to go with someone I have at least high scouting accuracy on, which I feel bad for because I wish I had more gamba on the other guys. But then it's like Donahue, who's just another pitcher that honestly looks really good, but he just doesn't have as much going for him as Augustine does with the, like, oof. Just 5 less control potential. He's got more velo, but 15 less stamina, and maybe like a better curveball than his sinker. So a better 4th pitch. You could have Augustine in the majors in like 2 seasons, something like that. He seems crazy. All right, who else do we have high? Funkhouse. He wants to sign. I think it would be funny to have Justin Funkhauser, but Freddie Roberts also looks really kind of underrated by us, but he is a high schooler, so more risky. Not ready to go to A ball, probably. Yeah, Augustine's kind of just a phenom. If we wanted to fill a specific slot, that would be the only reason not to pick. And then Josh Miller in center. So I really don't know who's even gonna. I'd be surprised if any of these guys are left in the second round. It's a hard choice for me. Funkhauser versus Augustine are both top tier. And then there's a couple dudes with just like goated personality, 80 stamina, 70 potential, but like maybe you just trust that he can at least reach that and he'll still be amazing. But yeah, he's not Augustine. And then we have some high knowledge about some other dudes who are a little further down the ladder, but they're out of college. Okay, I think it's gotta be Augustine. Chat, I think you guys are really undervaluing Marchand. Okay? You guys are really undervaluing Marchand. Marchand has got pretty great catcher aptitude, framing, blocking, a strong arm, and he might only be hitting 209, but he's got a more respectable 648 OPS and good defense. And then on top of that, we've got behind him in training, I realize he's a fragile catcher, but he's got Indy Rodriguez in training behind him with worse defense a little bit, but much higher potential for like being a solid everyday hitter who's kind of like working on things right now. Marchand slander. How do you see? I don't know how to see someone's defensive WAR. Is his WAR stat not cumulative? He had 2.2 WAR last year. Is that not both? No, he's only projected to go 0.6 this year, but that doesn't make any sense because he's got 0.4 already. I don't know. He was a god last year, I guess. He was hitting a lot more frequently and getting on base, but he wasn't slugging as much. Okay, upcoming free agent catchers, it's easy. Just pay Tyler Stevenson $21 million to hit the ball and don't worry about these, okay? Don't worry about them. We do need a team captain. God, he's really, like, not doing so good for 21 mil. He ain't doing so good for 21 mil, in my opinion. I see the, like, there's really nobody in free agency. I would have to trade for someone. Like, there's really no upcoming free agent catchers, truthfully. It's like Gary Sanchez. So you're stuck with either trying to trade for somebody. See if anyone else is any catchers on the trading block. It's Tyler Stevenson on the trading block. Or you draft a catcher. I see it. I see it. It's just Augustine just seems so good. He just seems like a 18-year-old that's ready to go to A ball right now. Oh man, yeah, I'm looking at the other dudes. And the only ones who even have a flash. Like if we're going by framing. Why is Doug Rancourt like Funkhauser 2? The difference is Funkhauser's out of college. Rancourt's high school, so Funkhauser's a lot closer. Funk has a better arm and way better blocking. Rancourt has better framing. He's still solid defensively. But this is alarming. Very low. Other stats. And then you get down into the guys who can't hit. Or you get that, like, what if we just get Chase Salyers, the two-way guy? He's not gonna last until the next round. He's just not gonna last. And just make him the catcher. Yeah, I think we just go with a pitcher. How long would it take for Funk to make the show? Probably not that long. Because he's already out of college, and he's already got, relative to the MLB, 45, 45, 45. So you throw him in, like, A ball, and he's already at 55. So he'd go straight to A. And you might be able to get him to high A. You could take him to high A, probably, to start. So he'd be pretty quick. But Augustine is just... He just is the guy. Like, he's the guy. Funkhauser will raise the roof. Someone else can gamble on Patterson. I'm sure Patterson could be goated, but I just don't know. And I can't afford him anyway. Recommended slot 9.6 mil. He wants 11.5 mil. If I don't offer him his demand, he might turn it down. I don't know what the rate is on that, and then we get a compensation pick next year. Which is kind of funny to think about. We would get the first overall pick next year, right? If he turned it down. On the right side, it says he demands slot. Well, I mean, if I meet his demand and he demands slot, then it'll be less money. Both are legit. Do we trust the scout? If you don't trust the scout, why do you have the scout? I trust the scout. Congratulations. You have selected Trevor Augustine with the first pick of the first round. All right, we offered him 9.7 mil. Which is slot, basically. So we actually got him for almost 2 million less than we expected, which means we still have a few mil to play with for round 2. Hooray! We did it. He still has to accept, but if you give him his offer, he'll accept. You can also do negotiations later if you want to offer him less and then figure it out. But I don't really see any reason to beat around the bush. We're not going to get a better deal in the second round than we do in the first. Okay, I want to not auto draft a full round. I want to see who the Nats select. They took Chase Salyers, the guy we were just looking at, projected to go 7th. They took the two-way player. Oh. The two-way player went 2nd. I mean, he's got 5 pitches and a freaking forkball. We should have taken the forkball guy. Oh, wait. I'm looking not relative to MLB, but still. They faked out with Funkhauser on the board. The first prediction overall still hasn't been picked. We picked the 5th overall in the mock draft. Actually, Salyers was 10th. Funkhauser was predicted to go 2nd. All right, Portland selects the predicted number 1 overall, John Patterson. So they rolled out the carpet and spent that money. I think this guy could turn out to be insane. The Padres take Adam Larson, projected to go 6th, another shortstop. 18-year-old shortstop. He's slow as hell, though, but he has high work ethic and baseball IQ. That was one of the guys that I was just eyeballing. And then Justin Funkhauser, he's gone. The White Sox take the funk. The White Sox take the funk off the table. Time to add him to the shoulda, woulda, coulda short list. Tampa Rays take Freddie the Silent Assassin Roberts, who was projected to go third. He was hitting .590 in high school. Los Angeles takes Jared the Tank Donahue, the other kind of pitcher that I was looking at that we ended up not going with. The Minnesota Twins take Jesse Charmer Curran, or Curran, the kind of like infielder with bad defense who might hit a ton of homers. The Chicago Cubs take Jaden Cook, the other catcher that's going to hit for power. The Phillies take Brett Bolt. Where the hell even is Brett Bolt? He was projected to go 31st. Starting pitcher, 17 years old. Risky. The low control at 17 is risky. The Giants take Ray Gamino, projected to go 8th. He went 11th. The low adaptability, low work ethic, low baseball IQ, high power. Good luck with that, caveman. The Rangers draft Justin Bosch, projected to go 34th. Third baseman / shortstop. They love the power, man. They want the power. The Royals take Jason Farrow, projected to go 9th. Okay, that's the other starter with terrible control out of college, which is worrisome. Kurt Geeter. Where the heck is Kurt Geeter? He was projected to go 33rd. High contact outfielder with good gap power, speed, and good traits. The Reds take Juan Garcia. Really good traits. That was one of the dudes that we were looking at for just his like 80 stamina, crazy good personality. And the Oaklamento Aztecs take Jim Vitek, projected to go 7th. Power and I DH guy. Blue Jays take Sandy Petard. 65 potential? Really? Power. They just love power, man. He was projected to go 14th. And he went 17th. So they're getting pretty close. Travis Brooks was projected to go 11th. The other power hitting catcher. The Guards take Cameron Pfeiffer. Oh man, I was looking at Cameron Pfeiffer. That's okay. Bill Crow to the Diamondbacks, right fielder. Okay, so all the top like 11 dudes are gone, and now they're starting to. We took someone who was predicted to go in the supplemental round. The Orioles take Josh Villasenor, kind of an all-around outfielder. The Astros take Francisco Harrow, a 50 potential catcher. I don't know if your scouts are good enough. They were projected to take J.R. Dillon, who is also a catcher, but they took a different catcher, which is bold. Atlanta takes Doug Rancourt, another catcher. Okay, chat. Maybe we missed the catcher train. And we'll regret it later. Rancourt was the other guy. We still have hope. I don't know who's going to be around by the time we get there. Greg Allison, that was a dude we were looking at for his like crazy utility plus just contact. High work ethic. The Tigers, Jordan Rivas. Mostly a bat. The Rockies take Hugh Butler. Projected to go 12th and went 26th. DH kind of guy. The Brewers take Chris Grigsby. I wish it was easier to find out. He was projected to go 18th. Blue Jays take J.R. Dillon. Another catcher with big power. Lots of catchers in this draft. The Braves take Eddie Compton. He was another dude we were looking at for his all-around batting skill with some infield potential. He was projected to go all the way back here. Like, we actually would have been able to draft him if he went where he was predicted. And the Mariners take Bruce Messick. Shortstop, Yankees grab Steve Curro. Wasn't Curro projected to go a little higher? I don't know. All right, Art Mann still hasn't been picked. Terrible two-way player. And only knows how to play first base. I can kind of see why. Dave Linares. Turn double play 35 is a big oof. John Harrison. All right, who's next? Mets take center fielder Josh Miller. We had scouted him too. He almost made it back to us. The Red Sox take Mike Brown. Out of college. Almost really good defense with almost really good batting. And then we are now one more to go. Rich Ortega, insane speed and contact. And finally, the Mets take Art Mann, the dude we just looked at a second ago, the kind of first base guy. So that's the first round. Now the in-betweeners. White Sox take Greg Sutton, a pitcher out of college. Clemente takes Zach Lovejoy. Power, gap power, good eye. Some outfield. Orioles take Luke Price. Power hitting infielder with terrible defense. Marlins take Steven Nisbet. Contact hitting first baseman and infielder. Braves take Rusty Dillon, starting pitcher. Oof, the stuff. No stuff. All movement and control. Interesting. No strikeouts for you. The Nats take Edmund Muldoon. And then the last first round compensation pick, or whatever this is, the in-between round, Keith Kirshner. Contact hitting, kind of second baseman, shortstop. All right, almost back to us. Tyler Hutchinson. Power hitting DH kind of guy. The Angels take a first baseman, hit for power, okay. Trying to get guys who can hit dingers. Padres take Adam Caranda. 55 potential high school pitcher. The Nats take Jesse Johnson. All right, let's see who's left. There's still a few people that were projected to go in the first round that didn't. Let's see the pool. All right, this should be all players. So there is still a couple 80 potentials here, but they're both closers. Which is probably a waste of a pick, but it would be interesting to have a homegrown, insane closer who has high loyalty, adaptability, work ethic, baseball IQ, low financial. His nickname is All Reliable. That's not going to blow up in his face. There is still a catcher left, but I can't say that his defense is elite. 18 years old, might hit for average and take some walks, and then gun out anyone who dares run on him. Unfortunately for us, nobody that we have high scouting accuracy on is left. They're all gone. So now it is just a pure gamba. I'd be curious to see who the scout thinks we should pick. They recommend second baseman Jody Hart. Not a huge fan of the defense plus all the bad traits. Roger Lukens, another pitcher. Slow velo, 3 pitches. Great control and movement, but really bad stuff and P-BABIP. Another second baseman with no defense. Hits for average and takes some walks. And then Perry Malachi. I was hoping there would be a few more better picks here, but maybe it's better to look for like age at least 20 and look for some college dudes who are, oh man, the low work ethic, low intelligence, oof. Low adaptability, oof. Philip Sullivan, starting pitcher, already out of college, already got 45 movement, 40 control, 40 stuff. Potential to get higher. Only got 3 pitches. Have to teach him a new pitch probably in the dev lab. High adaptability, high work ethic, high baseball IQ, low financial ambition. It's an interesting one. College age shortstop, only 50 aptitude at that position. More of a second baseman. Might end up with pretty good contact and eye. Dean Land, power hitting catcher with a noodle arm. Adam Lindable. Okay, so if we want it, we don't have to get a college dude. Probably want someone with a little higher than 60 at this point since it's the second round. But yeah, the 280s are the closers. It was kind of weird to pick a closer as a second pick in the draft overall. And like Steve almost has it. I don't know how hard it is to teach blocking in the dev lab for a catcher. I like the second base so far. Yeah, I like the second base or that other starting pitcher. One of the starting pitchers will work out if we just draft them all. Don't like Jody. Low range, bad traits. Ditto for Will. It's just kind of like not the DH you want. Center fielder who's not going to have the defense but might just hit good contact. Another closer. And a right fielder is going to make a lot of errors and hit for contact, but has slightly better range. See, none of these guys are really doing it. Just throw the ball, man. So I would say, yeah, it's either second baseman Gonzalez or it's try and train this dude to have better blocking. I don't know. Or you go rogue and pick a closer. Save a bunch of money. Or you get the college dude. Not you. Which guy was it? Should have marked them. I think it was Phil Sullivan. He's a potential 65. He wants 700,000. He's already got 40, 45, 40, 50, 40. So he's already almost ready. Like, he's ready to go straight to A-ball too. Just like the other pitcher. They can both go to A-ball together, develop at the same time. Could go to high A if he had a better sinker, maybe. Look for another two-way player for catcher who's listed under another position. That guy's gone. You're not going to find that guy again. Also, they're not literally listed under any position. You can show pitchers and sort by power. But, like, there's Caleb Hoover, who's got 60 power potential. He's a 40 potential overall, though. And then if you were just looking at, like, BABIP potential, there's not really any pitchers that are showing up. At least not that are college age. I say take the catcher and try teaching him to block. Does anyone even know for a fact that there is a dev lab blocking for catchers? It wasn't this dude, it was the other dude. Was it the high schooler? Or was it this guy? I mean, Ryan Hernandez is interesting, but that 35i is so sad. In my game, it's just improved defense at catcher. Isn't that just going to raise his aptitude? It does all three, does it? Okay. There's you a defensive catcher who might hit for average, but he's not going to ever take a walk or hit a double or a home run. It generally just randomly improves one of the three ratings. Well, it was this dude. The other problem is we don't even have good scouting on any of these guys, so they're all a huge risk. Yeah, and we're gonna run out of spots in the dev lab real quick. To be honest. All right, the dude that I was looking at was not you. But honestly, this dude might grow into like one of the thing is about closers, they're probably terrible draft picks. However, the best closers in the league are worth like $20-30 million a year. And we have been complaining about not having any closers and having to like Nobody's actually reliable enough. So I don't know, it's kind of stupid, but maybe. I don't know why he has 75 sacrifice bunt. He's got 60 outfield range. Look at him go, dude. .65 rating at left field? Holy. He can pitch, and when they hit the ball into the outfield, he can catch it himself. Batting ratings might suffer though. He can lay down the sack bunt. Listen, he's ready for them to take the DH away. That's what it is. Drew Messer has been training for the day when the DH gets removed from the league. That's the only thing I come up with. Sullivan or Messer? Yeah, I think Sullivan was the other dude that we were looking at. I think it is Sullivan or Messer. Because Sullivan's another 21-year-old who's already got, like, good stats already before even getting better. And he's got the personality to improve on it. Starter stamina, he just needs to be taught an extra pitch. Maybe learn some defense. Part of me wants to get this closer. I think in my gut, I want the risky closer. Even though it sounds stupid. But that second baseman was pretty good too. Where's that second baseman? Was it Will? No. It wasn't Jody. I love how all of our drafts are just pitchers. I know, but think about it. How many games are we winning because we're first in the AL in starters and bullpen ERA? You know what I mean? Like, they win games. What was the name of the... I just need to, like, mark these guys down just in case. Well, compared to these two... It's basically like control. I think I'd rather have the crazy high stuff and movement. I guess Messer's problem is I don't really love fastball splitter. But it's even weirder to be a closer with just fastball curveball. Those are like two weird pitch choices. I really just don't like the splitter very much. I don't like it as a pitch. But if you have an 80 splitter, then I can't really be too mad. I love fastball splitters. See, like, if in my closer, I want, like... I would even be happier with, like, fastball changeup. Or fastball slider. Fastball curveball is a strange one to me. He hates Mariano. Sorry, Mariano. I'm sorry, man. All right, and take the filter off. I don't think there is a filter. It was Gonzalez? Jesse Gonzalez? Oh yeah, it was Jesse Gonzalez. Jesse Gonzalez is pretty good looking. He doesn't have like a ton of personality traits, but like he looks potentially really balanced across the board with good range, error, double play, second baseman. Only a 60 potential, but like problem is that's medium average scouting accuracy, so it's probably like a 50, you know. Like you get him in the org and it just goes straight down. like 50 potential. That's what I'm afraid of. Can we get him later? Probably not, but I'll bookmark him. I don't get a third round pick, so that's why I say probably not. But I'll bookmark him because why not? And then the pitcher was Whomst. It was like Messer. And then I don't think it was Grizzle. Sullivan. Where is Sullivan? Did I already pass him? Oh. All right, you know what? I'm going rogue and I'm picking Drew Messer. I like the loyalty, adaptability, work ethic, baseball IQ, low financial ambition. We need a closer in the org anyways. I'm going rogue. I'm taking the fastball splitter closer. Go rogue. Maybe he'll become a $20 million closer one day. Because we have been having... The bullpen's been scaring me. I'm going for it. I'm going rogue. I wanted to become the best closer in baseball. He wants 700,000. Meet the man. You've selected Drew Messer with the 5th pick of the 2nd round. Boom. The White Sox took the other closer. Okay, well, there you go. Missed it by this much. Literally the other 80 potential closer. So I don't feel as stupid now. Twins take Jason Brown out of high school. All right, let's just auto draft and I'm just gonna scroll over them. Pew! All right, where was my pick? Oh my God, yeah, we missed so much. Because I skipped the 3rd round. I wonder who's even gonna be left. I remember seeing LaFada, a lot of these guys we were just looking at on the list. The easiest thing to do would just be go to the player search list. Wait, wrong list. Sullivan was 85th pick overall. He went in round 3. And then it was... Who was the other guy? Madge. It was a second baseman. Did I not bookmark him? Rodriguez, right? I thought I just bookmarked Gonzalez. Okay, Gonzalez. He's a short. Well, he's listed as a shortstop. He got picked in the 2nd round, 70th overall. Okay, so let's just see who left. There's still some 50s and 55s that'll probably degrade rapidly. No filter, no player filter, purely potential. That one catcher, I guess we take him now and do a can we fix him? I just don't want to waste a stupid slot in the damn one precious slot in the we can fix him vat. Roger Lukens. The movement control pitcher is still there. 3 pitchers, let's go. Perry Malachi. Or do you wait and draft a catcher next year? At this point, we draft best available. I just don't know who's best available right now. Because, like, it might be this outfielder, but they're kind of slow on the base paths, and they're going to make a lot of errors. And they don't have a lot of range, but they might hit well. But they're also only 18, so... it's whoever is best available. Could be somebody like this. As just like a left fielder, right fielder kind of guy with good speed, good range, low baseball IQ, but might hit for power. I think he's at least worth shortlisting. But anyway, waiting until next year's draft for anything is dumb because we're first in the MLB right now, so we're going to have like the last draft pick next year. Definitely not you. Holy. Another closer. Edward Barrios. Can't do it. Can't do it. DH guy. Another closer. I mean, we can't draft another one. He was already dumb to do that first one, but I just felt it in my bones. Wait, did I just click on that guy? Yeah. It's just that one dude or the catcher, I think. Those are the only two choices. Let's see who my scout wants. He wants Bobby Farmer. I don't want Bobby Farmer. He wants Roger Lukens. I can see why he might want Roger Lukens. That's the high movement, high control pitcher. He wants Perry Malachi for the outfield. You'd have to really work on that defense because it's kind of embarrassing. Chad, here's a question. If you use a spot just to do defensive training, can you train the same guy a bunch of times in defense, or can you only train each guy once in defense? Can you repeat that? Like, if you use, instead of doing the 6-month, like 4-month training inside of the development lab, if you do the defensive ones that just take some weeks, can you do the same guy on defensive training over and over again in the same slot just once a year? Oh, okay. Well, too bad. So you'd have to get really lucky. Okay, I think it's either Lukens, Castro, or this dude, the catcher. It's either the catcher and just pray that the dev lab raises his blocking and defense, and that he develops the rest of his bat and eye. You take Roger Lukens and just go with a third pitcher, because why the hell not? And then hope that the control and movement is enough to get him through games, which it can be. Or you take the center fielder. I think the center fielder might be the best pick here, just because he's already got good enough defense to play right or left. And then best case scenario, he develops contact and some good gap power for our ballpark. All right, let's take Oscar. Oscar Castro, right? The low baseball IQ, just hope he overcomes it. Risky boy. 5th pick of the 4th round. Yeah, I can see how missing out on the 3rd round is devastating, but it's fine. It's all good. Did I make the smartest moves ever? No. Was that okay? Yeah. Auto draft until the next peak. Lots of 45s and 50s going now, so we're starting to get down. Roger Lukens is still available? Grizzle finally gone? Which two is Grizzle? Is that his nickname? Best name, but bad. Oh, okay. Both of our other picks are still here. So you guys chose correctly. The center fielder went, and now we can still get the other 2 picks, Lukens or Benuelos. The problem with Benuelos is you have to jam him into the dev lab and pray that blocking actually goes up, but he's only gonna go by like 5. Is Lukens impossible to sign? Nah, they're all signable at this point. They don't want that much money. I think Lukens is probably him, but Benuelos might not sign any deal. Oh, because he's impossible? Oh, he just doesn't want to play with us. So his bonus demand is unknown because he just does not want to play for us at all. All right, I guess Lukens it is. We already liked him. All right, let's go. Meet demand for Lukens. Boom. He wants to go to college because he didn't get drafted early enough, maybe? He's still there. No one wants to pick him because he's impossible, maybe? Should I just try and see what he says? Because, like, I don't know, none of these other dudes will get, like, a compensation pick next year, I guess. I mean, you could argue that just get Travis fair. He's kind of the same guy. He still sucks at defense and just try and train him up. High work ethic, high baseball IQ. If you're really lucky, he'll hit for contact and take walks. What round is this? This is the 5th round? Sixth round. I say take a chance on him. Yeah, I mean, the worst he can do is say no, and you just get a compensation pick next year. But it feels like there's more 70s and 60s still left here, even though they're definitely going to go down once our scouting accuracy goes up. Than there were last year. But sure, let's just pick him and see what he says. There you go. He might just say no. We have to negotiate with him afterwards. So he might be like, screw you, I'm going to college. Bro, the other catcher I was looking at is still there. Probably should have drafted the earlier catchers, but that's okay. I don't like hate this guy. Everyone else looks stinky anyway, so I'm just gonna take him. At this point, we're sort of just like loosely gambling because we're just hoping these guys don't drop to a 35 to 40 immediately. Take the possible DH. I don't hate Bill a chance, actually, like as far as gambas go, because at least he's already got range. I don't know if you could teach him better errors. The speed is garbage, though. Yeah, he just wants Harris, which is whatever. It's just a DH that might hit dingers, maybe. Sure, why not? At this point, they're almost certainly not gonna stick around. Bill the Chance was the other dude I was looking for. He's durable? He is durable, and we got him. It says extremely hard signability. So at this point, I think it's fine to just grab some bros, because it's the 10th round, and it ain't gonna get better. Three catchers seems like a lot. Dobbins at least has high adaptability, work ethic, baseball IQ. Got some range, no arm. Draft him. Take him. We're gonna have lots of catchers down in our system after this. Mystical music. Mystical music. I like to look for pitchers that throw really hard at this point. What does that mean? Like this guy? He throws 100 miles an hour at 18 years old? Also, the ad's gonna start in like 18 seconds. Oh, that is his velo. This is sorted by velo potential. All right, we'll take this, bro. High adaptability and work ethic. Throws up to 101 miles per hour. It's either that or this dude. Luke Peters? High financial ambition, low leader, low loyalty? Maybe. If we wanted another starter. That looks dubious. But why not? But this guy could be a reliever. If he gets a few successful movement dev lab successes, he'll be lights out. Yeah, the control is 20 though. This guy could be 35. Luke Peters could be just a normal guy. You don't really need another starter, I know. But you want someone that has more than 25 control, probably. Also, the ad just started. I don't even know who to pick here. Peters is like fine, but high financial, low loyalty, whatever. The change up is crazy. All right, while the ad is going. But anyway, what's up, False Lobster? While the ad's going, I'm gonna take a quick BRB, go to the bathroom, grab a drink, grab a snack, be right back. Thanks for watching.
And we're back. Yo. Okay. What were we talking about doing? Where's the dude? We were looking at either Luke Peters or that random guy that we just looked at. What was his name? Chad, how was your Saturday? What'd you guys get up to? How did you spend your free time? How are you supposed to find the dude here? Paul Kennard? Paul? What level is Paul? He's only a 35 potential. I think he sounds like too much work. He sounds like too much work. All these guys are gonna suck anyway. So I'm just gonna take Luke Peters. Why does everyone not want Demetrius Bennett? Because he looks bad? Whatever, it doesn't matter now. We're in like the 13th round, okay? You just take whoever and sort it out later, in my opinion. He's not even suggesting anyone anymore. Oh wait, yes he is. Mario Barbosa. Doesn't matter, just take him. I kind of stopped paying attention after the first 12 rounds. I'm allergic to not paying attention until the draft is over. The 17th round, suggest whoever you want. That guy. And now that guy. I trust you implicitly. Almost done. Oops. That guy. We're done. We did it. Congratulations on finishing the first year player draft. You can now negotiate signing bonuses. Sick. All right, what'd you guys say? Had dinner with my mom as an early Mother's Day thing. Wheeling and dealing and out of the park. Work, it was my hump day. Currently on the IL recovering from illness. Played video games and chilled. I woke up at 5 a.m. and I'm still up. Picked up my girlfriend from wildlife techniques course and then watched TV. How's your day been? Well, I've been here. So pretty good. Pretty good. Excited to be through the draft. Make sure I save my game. Probably create a backup. At this point also, we gotta figure out, we gotta move these guys where they're supposed to go and add them to the short list for the farm system. Start that back up. Updated. All right, beautiful. So I'm gonna go back to the draft and look at a couple things. Well, I guess we haven't successfully drafted them yet, necessarily. We can negotiate. Awaiting offer. Steve Benuelos. He would need a signing bonus significantly above 5.5 mil to consider signing. You've set a draft budget of 9 mil and have spent 0 so far. Yeah, I'm not gonna submit that offer. The patience of the player is running very low. This is probably your last chance to sign him. Okay, so that's what impossible means. He's kind of just a dingus. So I don't think we even, like, send him a serious offer. Travis Fair. Probably worth paying 770K. How long do we have? We have until September 9th to sign them? Okay, why don't we wait to make sure that the first guys accept that we actually want and don't ask for more? Why did Lukens only want 80K? Because he's just a cool guy. Confidence oozing out of him. He knows he's gonna get paid the big bucks. But otherwise, I don't know. All right, we'll come back to these dudes. I think Luke Peters wanted to get drafted earlier. So the rest of the dudes I drafted are just... Are they already in my organization? Or no? They have to accept... Does everyone have to accept, I guess? Or do I have a ton of people on my Dominican Rookie League who weren't there a minute ago? Possibly that one. Possibly that one. Hello. Is there any way to sort by recent drafts? (2027) round 9. Dude, we got a 60 potential dude in the 9th round. Is kind of crazy. Put him on the list for Farm System Core. Demetrius Bennett. Just to kind of watch them and pay attention to what they're doing. Jared Dobbins. Okay, a lot of these guys were actually draft picks from this year, so we're gonna have to, like, kick off people who are not. They're all going to my Dominican Rookie League. Is that cheating? It kind of defeats the purpose of the Dominican Rookie League, but it is what it is. I've already made it this way, and I can't really fix it, so I think I'm just gonna have to leave it like that. But yeah, basically all these dudes just went straight over. Add them all to my farm system core. The core. I'm trying to see if these guys were draft round picks for this year. There's not really any high potential guys here anyways, so I don't think I need to worry about that. All right, so I'm gonna have to kick some dudes out. So who are we kicking out? Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. At least like 3 pitchers. Is this the first draft? Nope, it's the second one. We did the draft in the first season last year. This is our second season. Probably kick this dude out. Probably kick that dude out. Try to get the number down. We have too many people in this roster. Honestly, that's enough pitchers. We have so many catchers. The 2 20 guys that are 20 potential. Time to move on with your lives. Anyone on top 100 prospects? Yeah, we had the number 1 prospect for a while. He's a number 6 now. Jason DeCaro's number 7 per OSA. Antonio Del Bosque, number 35 on OSA. David Rodriguez, number 59 OSA. Ryan Garrity's not as good as the OSA thinks he is. And then Manny Longoria, number 97 OSA. So quite a few. About to be more now. But the OSA doesn't really know what they're talking about most of the time. Where do you see like what rank your farm is? I remember seeing it, but I forgot where it was. We've looked at it like 4 times, and I can't remember. Player development tab? Okay. Eighth out of 32. I think there's another place you can look at it as well. It'd probably be like MLB, reports and info, minor league system ranking. There you go. You can see every team's top prospects. Nice little list. Marlins are ahead, and it's not close. They have 162 points. Francisco Felix, international free agent signing. Ayala, who we couldn't sign because he refused because they had more free agency money than me. He was the guy that we tried to sign. Cerna, 7th pick in the 2025 draft, which we didn't exist then. Baltazar, 2026 draft, their 5th pick. And then Lobato, international free agent signing. So they're first. I don't know how the Dodgers farm is 4th, considering they're the Dodgers. Seems like cheating. All right, anywho. We need to get rid of a couple more players. Here's like a 20. Sorry, Adam Roth. We need to get rid of at least 2 more players, maybe more. Lots and lots of infielders. Here's a couple of dudes who are 20 potential, and that's it. All right, that'll at least get the roster moving. Though Humphreys is about to come back, so I need to get rid of a couple more. Goodbye shortstop. Goodbye first baseman. Okay, we did it. Is there anything else to do today? People should start potentially signing with us. We don't really know how much money we have left because I want to trade. I wanted to do some trades, and it's getting close to trade deadline.
I think we're good to move forward. Okay, Dan Humphreys off the IL. 24-year-old Gavin Conticello of the Las Vegas Invaders, best batter of the week. He had 9 hits and 15 at-bats, hitting 600 in that stretch with a homer and 4 RBI. Let's go. They recognized his 6-hit game. He had a 6-hit game as a rookie. His rookie season. I don't know what this music is. Stop listening to it. Right now. Yorvis Tarilba, player of the week in the Southern League. All right. Before a 3-game series, the Rangers, they're right behind us, chat. This is an important rivalry game. We have a split record, 3 wins and 3 losses. It's Mats versus Eovaldi, Woodruff versus Leandro Lopez, and Bobby Miller versus John Gray. So we don't have to face DeGrom, which is a kind of an important note. They still got some dangerous hitters. Yeah, we split this series so far, and they're breathing down our neck right behind us. So if they sweep us, bad for us. If we were to win the series, very good for us, because we'll create some distance for the playoffs, which are still a ways away, make no mistake, but we're approaching 100 games in the season now. I don't know how long it's going to take these guys to accept. I mean, this dude got 10 mil. I think I'm still going to sim these, or at least sim the first 2, and maybe watch the 3rd one. Matos and Brennan are pretty close together here. They're like almost the same. They both have like a 70% stolen base. Base running value a little higher for Matos than Brennan. Matos has a lot higher win probability added, which is not a predictive stat, but it is kind of interesting. Kerry Carpenter leading an OBP against righties. Brito still got it. I could move Brito back up. Conicello is also insane against them. I don't mind where things are at right now. You could make a case for moving Robert Jr. down after in the 5 spot after Carpenter and moving Brito up. But I think Luis Robert Jr. has one thing that's not reflected on these stats, which is clutch. I think he has been like pretty much anytime there's a scoring opportunity, I would trust Luis Robert Jr. at the dish after what I've seen this season. Brito too, to be honest, like he's been insane. But I'm gonna stick with this. Okay. Do we want? We don't have to have Matt's start. They're all rested. We could actually have Dustin May start. But Dustin May got a little blown up in his last outing. It might be Woodruff is who I like. Who would I match up against the Rangers? I feel like Woodruff, Miller, Malley.
is a better matchup for them. Because we need to win these ones in particular. The Rangers only have like 3 lefty hitters as well. One of them's Evan Carter, one of them's Corey Seager, but then you got Wyatt Langford. Also the dude that we traded them, who's doing amazing for them, because of course he is. Classic. Should have just tried to keep him and send down Arenamo. Classic. Woodruff is tired. Is he still tired? I didn't notice. Oh, he is slightly tired. Yeah, you're right. How is May rested? I guess Woodruff did pitch last. We could do Miller, Malley, and Matz. Would be fine. All right, we'll give Miller the ball to win the first one because he's been our best pitcher so far this year, and our whole bullpen is up. Is Walcott a guy yet? Nope. Not yet. Hitting in AAA. All right, Bobby Miller then. Good call on Woodruff. Our default lineup, as it is, against Evaldi, who's got a 4.94 ERA. Got blown up for 2 back-to-back 7 earned run disasters in June, okay? So we can get to him. Let's go, send it. We lost and we got shut out. Bobby! Bobby! Nathan Evaldi had a large part in his team subduing the Invaders 5-0. The opposition could never mount much of a rally against a right-hander. The Rangers got a big at-bat from Adolis Garcia. He went 1 for 4 with a homer, driving in 2 and scoring once. In the bottom of the second, with a runner on first, he stroked a 2-run homer. 6 hits in the game. Boys. 2 extra base hits. No runs. Miller went a quality start, 6 innings, 3 runs given up. Evaldi was just better. Alexis Diaz gave up 2 runs in relief. In the 8th, presumably. Fly out, single, double, wild pitch, and they score. Luke Weaver in. Gave up a... Why would you bring Luke Weaver in to relieve Alexis Diaz, brother? He gives up a single and another single back-to-back. Why would, of all people, why would you bring in Luke Weaver to fix that situation? Management. It's fine. I mean, we didn't score anything anyway, so it's fine. He was saving the stronger arms. Baseball officials have suspended 2 players. Carlos Concepcion, Tim Holdgrafer. Okay, whatever. Roger Lukens is convinced by your offer. He's joined your organization and is in the DFA area or your lowest minor league team. Okay, so Roger Lukens is the guy that only wanted like 80K. Good for him, you know, good for him. Lukens, where are you? He went to the probers. Okay, yeah. Going to the probers is good. That's where I want you. And I want you to get some game time in. So we need to do a little thing called find my high potential guys and force them to play. Like, let them... Force roll starting pitcher. And we need to get a scouting report on them now that we have the opportunity to. Like, I'm assuming that the dudes will do it anyways, but like, I don't trust him. So do I want him to play second or third? Probably second, but the infield error is gonna be a issue. So I like to force start. So they will definitely use him. Alex Lopez, what can you learn, dude? How do you see somebody's potential at a position? It probably doesn't matter much, but it's funny you're sending all the draft picks to the Dominican Republic. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of screwed it to the point where I don't really know how to unscrew it. You know what I mean? And I figure it doesn't matter that much. It's almost like we just have an extra sub-rookie league, which probably doesn't affect much if everyone has equal access to it like I do, right? Like, I'm not getting an advantage. The other teams can use it too. But yeah, if I limit it to just nationality, we'll have to work. It'll be so much micromanagement to keep it full, so it's almost easier just to treat it as a sub-rookie ball league. I don't know. I haven't really figured out how to fix it, so I'm just kind of going with it. I can't believe we got shut out, man. Where's the offense? But how do you see position potential? I feel like I should just show you. Like, I can compare the guy, and then I can see. Alex Lopez ain't a good defender, let me tell you that. But he do hit the ball good. I'm curious if they'll use him in the lineup. Yeah, he's using the higher potential guys in the lineup. Seems like. Yeah, for the most part. All right, just let him cook. Let him cook. So Bobby Miller, he did his best, but we just could not hit the dang ball. Why are you forced? You guys should not be forced. All right, sorry. Sorry. Lots of junk going on. And my brain starts to malfunction the later that it gets. So, Jazz had a hit, Conicello had a hit. 2 hits. Luis Robert, nothing. Carpenter 1 for 4. Brito 0 for 2 with 2 walks. Freeman 0 for Brendan a hit. Marchand a hit. Camacello had a double, Brendan had a double, and that's all she wrote. Nothing. 2 caught stealing, by the way. All right, why have you been caught stealing 5 out of 15 times? Luis Robert Jr. should be amazing at stealing, and yet gonna set your base running to middling. No hit and run ever for you. No sack bunt. No bunt for hit ever. He just gets caught a lot. I don't know why. And then Brennan, likewise, is supposed to have really good ability, but has been caught 3 out of 8 times. Like, what? Our base running is somehow worse this year. How's your contact? Your contact's really good, so I don't mind some hit and runs. Your bunting is not bad either. So if you want to occasionally do that, that's fine. The 2 caught stealings, killing me. All right, Leandro Lopez. He has a 3.94 ERA on the season, 3-pitch pitcher, fastball, slider, changeup. So first time through the order is probably tough. And then after that, they start to get used to his 3 pitches. Pitching split-wise, he's given up more runs to lefties, more base runners to lefties, more walks to lefties. And therefore, but his BABIP on lefties is worse. So let's just see how we do. I'm going to field the same lineup, definition of insanity style. Because Conicello is the only one that got hits. Brennan got hits, and those are the people I would probably replace. We could give Brito a day off at first. And give Young a day on, but he's not been good against right-handers at all. In a pretty significant sample size. So I'm just going to send the same lineup, definition of insanity, and say they're going to break out of it. While Malley pitches... He's had quality starts in 4 of his last 5 outings, and we have the whole bullpen available. But yeah, Stacey, I know the rules for the Dominican League, but I turned them off. So you do not have to, nationality doesn't matter, so because I changed the rule. The age rules are still there. But since I don't have Discovery on for international players, we cannot keep the Dominican League full if we don't allow multinational players. So I would have to constantly go check on them and refill it, or just allow anybody to play, which I think is easier. So I'm going with that. All right, send it again. We lost in extra innings. This is the most important series, dudes. This is the most important one! Now they're only 3 games back because they just beat you twice. Texas DH Wyatt Langford contributed significantly to his team's 7-4 win over the Invaders. Tied for 6th in the AL with 64 RBIs. Went 2 for 5 with a run scored to lead the offensive attack for the Rangers. The game was up for grabs in the bottom of the 10th with no one out. He had a sinker from Anthony Bender for a 3-run homer. I'm not surprised. I should be, but I'm not. We tied it up in the 9th because somehow that's just become our thing that we do, and then we didn't have enough to actually win. 7 hits in the game. Burrito double. That's the only extra base hit. Jazz 0 for 5. Conicello 1 for 3. Luis Robert Jr. asleep. Jazz asleep. Carpenter asleep. Brito a hit on an RBI. Freeman a hit on an RBI. Young a hit off the bench. Brennan 0 for 2 with 2 walks. Arenamo 0 for 3. Pinch hit for Indy Rodriguez out of desperation. Marchand 3 for 4 with 2 RBI. He's the only reason why we survived. He had a 3-hit game, dude. With 2 ribbies. 3 singles. Arenamo. Malley gave up 4 runs in 5 2/3. And then they scored 3 off of Bender in the 10th. Bender has not been clutch. We traded for him
in exchange for Ronnie Mauricio, which has been okay so far. Like, he's not amazing for San Diego either, but his potential's also come down. Well, no, his potential came down. Weaver actually had a clean inning. Snyder had 2 outs. Aiken had 2 outs. Bender gave it up. Couldn't keep it close. Got donked. He didn't just get donked. He got donked. He donked them. He hit Evan Carter with a pitch and then immediately gave up a 3-run homer to Wyatt Langford. They intentionally walked Luis Robert Jr. to get to Kerry Carpenter. And he flew out. So sad. All right, so basically all of our best players just fell asleep over the All-Star break. Am I understanding that correctly? Are these games at home? No. So with the negotiations, the problem is we're drawing closer to the window. The trade window. I have $2 million left. And I would like to sign all these guys. But I actually don't have enough money for all of them. We're a little bit short. So is there a salary that we can cut? I have to assume Bender is gonna get better. Like, he has 12 saves with us on the season. He's only blown like 0.095% of the saves, which is pretty good, right? Like, when it's an actual save opportunity, he's good 90% of the time, which is about all you can ask. Uribe has gotten a lot smoother recently. Just gotta stick with it. It's a long season. One of my favorite things has been you giving Gavin Conticello a chance, and he's been incredible. He's been very good, yeah. I don't know what salary I might be able to get rid of. In order to shave off some money. It'd be like Burleson maybe, or Basabe. But Basabe's a depth piece for the infield. And kinda so too is Burleson. He's hitting 305 in AAA. Has Keegan Aiken been good this year? I think so. He's had his moments where he gives up an important homer, like the rest of the bullpen. But I think on the whole, he's been pretty dominant. Like, just looking at his stats from a from an ERA plus standpoint, he's like 121. So I think that means like 21% of the league is doing worse than him. 3.4 ERA. The reason I have him, he's had some meltdowns. Uribe's been like the most consistent. Keegan Aiken has the most, third most shutdowns, but also he's got 8 meltdowns. So it has been less than ideal. He's lights out against lefties though. Righties is a struggle. We haven't really found a good pitcher who's just like solid across the board, is one of the problems. Mantiply seems like a better dude because I think we've been strategically using him against lefties. So he seems like he's got god-tier stats because I haven't really even let him pitch that much against righties. But he's honestly been very decent against righties too, inducing the good contact. But I would say he's been good, but not great, is what I would say about Aiken. He was better in 2026 with Baltimore. Could try using him as a left-handed specialist. Try Mantiply as the setup guy. See how that goes out of curiosity. But yeah, I'm running out of time, and I don't really know. The trade deadline is coming up, dude. I'm scared to play this game because I'd almost rather just rip the band-aid off instead of watch this game, because bro has a 2.45 ERA. And if I have to watch 9 innings of my team getting swept by the Rangers, I kind of just want to peel the band-aid. And if they sweep us, and we move on, you know what I mean? Because his whip is low, his home run rate is low, his walk rate is low, strikeout rate is good. He's having a really good season. The question is, like, you pretty much almost have to field the exact same lineup. Maybe just change Brendan out for Matos. And keep everything else the same. I think drop Arenamo for Pratt. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it. Steven Matz with Quinn Matthews, Colin Snyder, Mantiply, Aiken, and Uribe up in the pen. Matz has had no quality starts, really. Oh my god, he got blown up for 6 runs and 5 runs his last 2 times out. 2 out of his last 3. Just rip it. Got swept. I knew it. Oh, no, dude. Again with the bullpen in the end of the game. 4 runs in the 8th. We had a 4-run lead, 3-run lead, and you blow it in the 8th? Swept by the second place team, dude. Matz's effort was not enough to keep the Rangers from winning. He threw 7 innings of 3-hit ball. Abner Uribe was saddled with the loss. We had the #1 bullpen in the league. Not for long, brother. Reddit threads are being made as we speak. Corey Seager's 14th home run of the season, 2-run homer. In the bottom of the 8th, left Las Vegas pitcher Uribe stewing. We had the game right there for the taking, said Scott Tyler, but we decided not to take it. Ain't that the truth? 4 runs on 8 hits, a Luis Robert Jr. double and triple, a Kerry Carpenter home run with 1 on. Jazz 1 for 4, Conticello 0 for 5. Robert Jr. 3 for 4, Kerry Carpenter 1 for 2 with a walk and 3 ribbies. Brito 0 for 3, Freeman a hit. Matos 0 for Marchand 2 for 3 again with a walk. Pratt 0 for 3. Chris Pratt's brother Cooper stole a base. Freeman caught stealing. Robert Jr. with an error. The rare Luis Robert Jr. error. Texas got Acuna? Yeah, because I traded them little Acuna, and now he's kicking our tail. Just kidding, he only had 1 hit in the series, but... yeah, I traded him. We didn't actually have any room for him. So Mats gave us 7 innings. We need a complete game from our starter, or else it ain't. Snyder came in relief and gave up 2 runs. Am I trading Snyder now? Like, how long do you give a guy? How long do you give a dude? It's been 50 innings of work. Is that not a good enough sample size to be like, man, maybe a 5.33 ERA ain't so good? He was lights out last year, and I know he's got it in him to be lights out again. But it ain't, he's holding us back. Like... the thing is, I can see here that he's been getting unlucky a lot. His Sierra is like a 3.32. His FIP minus is 104. His walks are 7.5%. He's got a 23% strikeout rate. He's got the worst whip on the team. 3rd highest BABIP. But he's just been giving up dingers. He's got the worst ERA plus on the team, the highest ERA. And he was lights out last year, 3.05 ERA. He was like a 2.4 ERA for the majority of the season and then had a couple bad outings and has been terrible ever since. And we've got him on a 3-year contract. I'm very reactionary, dude. I feel very reactionary, but he's just lost us so many damn games. The problem is, I don't really have the pitching depth. We don't have anybody else, like, in AAA to call up. We have Cade. I guess we do have Cade Horton. I don't know. He wasn't really a reliever, though. Damn, man. Like, come on, dude. Top of the 8th, Colin Snyder pitching. Strikeout swinging, base on balls. Strikeout swinging, steal second base. You've got 2 outs. You give up a single. New pitcher Uribe, and then Uribe gives up a double and a 2-run homer. So, like, if you think it's really Uribe's fault. But Uribe also hasn't given up a run. He's given up like 2 runs in the last like 15 outings. He was an all-star. They just got to our guys and we just lost. And we got swept. What will Etal do? Dude, I don't know, man. I don't think bringing Cade back up to pitch in relief is the right play. He's got the best ERA plus on the team, but he's like a starter. Jaden Hill is the dude that we're like waiting to get better because he's like training. Chandler's only a 40 overall and has not great HRA or pitches to go with. So I don't know. We just don't really have anybody. I can't believe we got swept. And they're only 2 games back. They closed the gap on us, brother. And somehow we still have the best record in baseball because the other teams, Cincinnati Reds just lost 3 in a row too. Dodgers just won 3 and they're 1 game back from us. Oh wait, no, Yankees are first. I see it. Someone in chat probably just wrote that. Because they have no patience. And now we're facing the Angels, who are 3rd in our division. It was you, Cliché. It was you. Bullpen is fixable at the deadline. Probably. We need to check waivers. Seeing if there were any trades. Okay. Am I forgetting to do something? We got Reed Detmers, 3.33 ERA. Chat, our honeymoon period might be over, dude. I'm just gonna put up the way we drew it up. Dustin May's ready to go, okay? Whole bullpen's up. Colin Snyder, avoid high leverage. Is there an avoid high leverage here? Everybody, my whole bullpen's on avoid high leverage. All right. Brito, Brennan, Cooper, Kerry Carpenter, Luis Robert, Jace, Luis Matos, Arenamo, Indy Rodriguez. Send it. We're on a 4-game losing streak. We lost another one in extras. Come on, guys, get it together. The bullpen. May went 5 1/3 innings, 1 run. Diaz gives up a run. Aiken blows the save, gives up a run. Bender takes a loss. He's 1-5. He's not even supposed to have losses and wins because he's a blown save number 3. An earned run there to lose, and then Mantiply had to come out to get the last 2 outs. Look at this. Look at this in the 9th. The ad's about to... Actually, I'm going to snooze it. Manager needs to be fired. Fire the manager. How come our bullpens are always imploding, but we have 5 hits in the game, and we don't ever get hits on their team? They only get hits on our team. Brennan double, Kerry Carpenter home run, trying to carry the team. Burrito didn't show up. You know, to be fair, he's been slowing down for a while to the point where I think I'm just gonna, like, give him some days off. Brennan 1 for 5, Pratt 1 for 4, Carpenter 1 for 4, Robert Jr. 1 for 3, Young 1 for 1. Why did you pinch hit Tyler Freeman for Luis Robert Jr.? I have never lift for a pinch hitter on. That's what it says. Right there. And yet, that's what you did. But yeah, we had the #1 bullpen, dude. And now, look at us. We now have... We still have first in bullpen ERA. In the AL, apparently. But it's like it only works against us. We never punished their bullpens for some reason. Anthony Bender took the loss. That's because he's given up runs in 3 of his last 3 outings, and he is just terrible. Took his 3rd blown save. Nolan Shawnuel with a run-scoring double in the top of the 10th put the Angels ahead 5-4. We lost the lead in the 9th Classic. Team is now imploding. Sell the farm. Trade all assets for a bullpen. May not quite getting the quality start. Everyone just gives up 1 run here, 1 run there, 1 run there. 2 runs scored. That means there was an error. No, wait, that was the 10th. So it gave up 1 earned and then... Uh-oh. Oh. So, wait a second. Anthony Bender is out in the top of the 9th, and they brought him back out. Brother, the manager doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Anthony Bender gets a strikeout, gives up a single, gives up a double, scores a run. Okay, so they've tied the game now. Strikeout looking, fly out. He brings the same guy that just blew the save back out in the 10th and gives up an immediate double. After a balk, moves to 3rd, double, scores the run. Why would you bring the same dude out who just blew the save? When you've got 3, 4, 5 other arms in the bullpen. A darn good win for you, maybe. Trevor Augustine has been convinced by your offer. He's in your organization. Let's go, boys. The $9 million bonus boy. 1st round pick, 1st overall, super pitcher. Ready to go straight up to almost AA, to be honest. He's going to start probably in like... He's going to start an A ball just to make sure he's got it. He's a 50 roll. He's skipping straight to A. Getting the promo right now. That's crazy. He's skipping rookie ball entirely. Cookies! His name is Cookies! I'm starting at A. There's no reason to rush. He's 17. He needs to build some confidence. He's just a kiddo. Also, the ad is starting. Turn your volume down. I snoozed it already. I already snoozed it. 65 stamina, high work ethic. He's already insane relative to the MLB because he's already got 40 movement, 40 stuff, 45 movement, and 245 pitches relative to MLB as a 17, almost 18-year-old. He's insane. 101 potential velo, 65 stamina, high work ethic, good at fielding his position-ish. He's already a god, so get him in there. I'm excited. Force roll, starting pitcher, please. We got Charlie O'Shell and Garrity in there as well. There's Augustine. He's rested, he's ready. I don't know if O'Shell... Okay, I can't change O'Shell. He's gonna pitch the dudes who are exhausted, which is confusing. Garrity sucks now. Buying some jerseys. Also, the ad just started. I'm gonna get a water refill and I'll be right back. Because now I'm pissed about this 4-game losing streak. Post All-Star break, we have not won a game yet. And did Texas lose? Nope, they won. They're one game back. They've won 4 in a row. We've lost 5 in a row. It's about to flip. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. If we go under 550, we're at 592 now. Oh man. Oh man. Yuki Matsuai ruptured disc. Someone's proposing a deal. Houston Astros and the Invaders negotiations are heating up. No one's been identified in the trade. Are they now? They want Alex Lopez out of my farm system. And they'll give me a 45 overall reliever. Okay. He does have only 15 innings pitched this season, so it's not exactly a large sample size. He's probably better than the rest of my bullpen, to be honest with you. But they want me to pay his $1.2 million contract and give them one of my prospects. Yeah, sure. This deal doesn't make sense to us. No, it doesn't.
Josh Hader not doing so good for Houston this year either, dude. Apparently he fell off in 2027 after having a 1.18 ERA in the simulation in 2026. Have a good night, username PP Washer. At least you're clean. It's easy. Just trade for Brian Abreu. He's got a 6 ERA. What's going on, man? Everybody's closer sucks now? All right, I think we just reject this trade and then move on with our lives and try and win the rest of the series. Check waivers. Okay. You know what we should look at? I'm curious how this looks if we do a time frame like July. Who's been the most productive against righties in July? Not Brennan and not Arenado. And definitely not Cooper Pratt. But Cooper Pratt's... yeah, he has barely been here, dude. He's 0 for 11. 0 for 10. I'm putting Matos in instead of Brennan. Because he's actually been productive in a few at-bats. Maybe he's... I like the time frame because maybe you can look at like hotter hitters. I just don't know where Jace plays. I think we just make that one change and then that's it for now. Like the lineup is already good, right? Like it's good. It just they have to hit the ball. Maybe move Brito back up to the leadoff just to see how that goes. I don't know. I think I'm going to leave it as is. Pitching, it's Woodruff, who's rested. The bullpen is the bullpen. I've already got to avoid high leverage, and they just don't listen to me, so... Quinn Matthews has been giving up runs every time he comes out, too. Feels bad, man. Ugh. What else can you do except just try and push through the dog days of summer? 4 losses in a row. We gotta turn the money down. Fewer people coming to the game. That makes 5 losses in a row, chat. 5 L's in a row. Los Angeles Angel starter Tuki Toussaint pitched his team past the Invaders 6-2. The winner was Toussaint. He threw 6 innings, allowed 2 runs. The loser was Woodruff. Tolentino had a big run-scoring double for the Angels in the top of the 4th, with the Angels leading 2-1 and a runner on first. He got a fastball from Woodruff, who finished 4th in the NL in innings pitched in 2020. It's a weird stat. And swatted a double to left. It was his 16th of the season, and it put the Angels ahead 3-1. They out-hit us. Woodruff gave up 4 earned runs. Like every single game, a different reliever is giving up multiple runs. Like we would have lost anyways if Mantiply didn't give up runs, but every single game, a different reliever is getting tattooed for like multiple runs. This time Diaz had a clean inning, Aiken had a clean inning, Weaver had 1 out. Good for you. Jazz, 0 for, Conticello, 0 for, Robert Jr., 1 for 4, Kelly Carpenter, 1 for 4, Burrito, 0 for, Freeman, 1 hit, Matos, 1 hit, Arenamo, 3 for 3 with a walk. Matos had both our runs batted in with a homer, and that's all. That's it. Losing to the Angels? We're losing to everyone in our division. Thomas Parsons in Double-A, one of our pitchers, just pitched a complete game shutout. 9 innings. Good for you, brother. Good for you. Okay. Are we gonna get swept by the Angels too? Brito has been the hero, but he's regressing back to the mean. I think. Ditto Conticello. All right, let's see if we can get swept by both teams in our division back to back. By the way, chat, we are no longer in first. Well, we're tied for first with the Rangers, who are on a 5-game win streak, while we're on a 6-game losing streak. They are beating Oclamento, who's at the bottom of our division now. Yes, Squipsy, Edmonton sauce. All right, I need a different soundtrack. Why are you monka shushing? Since we've lost the season series to the Rangers, we're technically behind them. We're now tied with the Dodgers record and the Reds record, which is weird that all these teams, we're also tied with the Washington Nationals, half a game back from the Braves. Why is every single team at like the same point in the season? The Yankees are like 3 games ahead now in their division. I mean, compared to us. Woods Richardson, 3.65 ERA. Time to sell the team, I think. He's terrible against lefties comparatively. Now's our chance. Stack the team with lefties. All right, let's do this. Conticello, you're getting a day off of DH. Matos, you're in right. Brennan, you're the DH today. We're gonna go rogue and try moving Brito back up to the 2 spot where he was being very productive earlier. I'm going to trust in Freeman behind Carpenter. Who's slugging? 407. All right, actually, we'll do Matos. Actually, you know what? Freeman, I trust Freeman a little more. And then just to go... Well, actually, Arenamo just had a 3-hit game. Who's pitching? Bobby Miller. Only people in the bullpen up are Snyder and Luke Weaver. It's over. It's over. It's already over, right? Like, the only two people in the bullpen up are Snyder and Weaver. Oh, it's gone. And Quinn Matthews, just end it. We won. Holy shit. We avoided the back-to-back sweeps. We avoided the back-to-back sweeps. The shutout. 11 hits in the game. The bats are awake. At Omnibus Park, Las Vegas pitcher Bobby Miller had a standout performance. He allowed no runs on 2 hits over 7 innings. That's what it takes. It needs all of our starters to go 7 innings. He's a 9-2 record with an ERA of 2.69. 3 hits given. Miller, 2 hits, no runs. Uribe, 1 2/3 innings, no runs. Bender for the save to get 1 out. I don't know why he came in for 1 out, but Uribe must have been gassed. We tagged Woods Richardson for 1 run, and he had to be taken out after 96 pitches, giving up 7 hits, so we were just not able to score that much, but we took him out of the game and then got 2 more runs off Kikuchi, who seems to... He's been doing better, but yeah, he's got a 6 ERA, so not so good. Tyler Freeman double. And a Tyler Freeman home run. I told you I trusted him. He went 3 for 4. He's like, I am the team captain now. No, I'm just a spark plug, but... Jazz barely awake. Brito asleep. Luis Robert Jr. barely awake. Kelly... I keep saying Kelly. Kerry Carpenter barely awake. Freeman, real shit. Brennan 2 for 4 with an RBI. Matos a hit. Arenamo a hit. Freeman double. Brennan double. Matos double. Arenamo double. A Freeman homer. 8 lobs. Turn the double play. Mike Trout error. All right, there you go. Avoid the double sweep. The game against the Orioles. We've beat them 4 times. They beat us twice. 47 and 58. They're 5th place in the East Division. They've lost their last 6 games in a row. So it's time for them to sweep us, I think. It should be an easy series. But Bradish has been a thorn. I don't know about Bryson Motts. He doesn't look like he's been having a wonderful season. And then Brandon Young has not been having a wonderful season. So, like, these guys should be toast, with the one possible exception of Bradish, who, for some reason, pitches well against us. We've got very high scouting accuracy now on Roger Lukens. That reminds me, I need to get very high scouting accuracy on everyone I just drafted. Does anybody know if there's a list of... Well, there is a list. Hold on. I could just go to... the rookie draft. Is there an easy way to see just your picks? Oh no, every time you make a click, it goes back to the top. I think I already have Lukens. Now I do. I'm adding them to my short list for the farm. Actually, I don't know if he's gonna sign. Okay, that was the 6th round, 7th round. He's already on it. 8th round. 9th round. He's already on it. 10th round. Jared Dobbins. He's already on it. 11th round. Jeremy Schaefer. Already on it. I don't know why I have some of them, but not the others. That was a 12th. 13th. 14. I don't need to do all of them probably, but yeah, like he's like a 45. We'll figure it out. All right, that gives us the opportunity to find them. I could probably delete this. Goodbye, Philip Sullivan and everyone else. Farm System Core. So, not all these guys have actually signed a contract yet. I love how they are all playing Dominican Rookie League ball. I'm not sure if that's going to affect things in a weird way. What happens if I turn the nationality restriction back on? What do you think happens? I don't know. It's just going to be a pain. I'm just going to leave it the way it is. Vodka Knockers, trust me, I'd prefer it if Weaver was good too, you know? It would be a lot easier for me. Okay, anyway, the reason I did this is because I'm going to sort by scouting accuracy and ask for a report on all the dudes that recently got added to our farming system to try to increase the scouting accuracy. And then just to get updates on the rest of our farm, because you do get new reports. You get new reports that can be updated. So you can manually update them by asking him to give you a report. Because like, if you look at Antonio Del Bosque, the last report was July 18th. So like he did just update that one. But this one was June 7th and it's July 18th, right? So you might want an update. Season done for Jonah Tong. He would miss 13 months with a torn flexor. Oh, they traded Felix Bautista. He's a Marlin now. And we think he dropped from a 65 to a 50. Wow, he fell off. Los Angeles and Clemento make trade. Okay, check waiver wire. Uh-oh, there's a closer up here. On a minor league contract. What? He's out of option years, clears waivers in 3 days? 3.48 ERA? What? How's this dude sneaking through, trying to sneak through waivers from Miami? 0.87 whip. He's only pitched in 10 1/3 innings. Chat, we claim this all day, right? He's only pitched in AAA this year. He pitched 13 innings last year with a 1.32. It's not a big sample size. 3.83. I mean, at least it gives us like someone else to try. Pretty good PBABIP, decent stuff, control, movement, 3-pitch mix with a great slider. And he doesn't even have a like expensive contract. The problem is
That he is supposedly on a $2.3 million contract. So what's actually happening here? He signed a minor league contract with the Marlins, did not elect for free agency, and remained in the Miami organization. Do you have to pay him that? Do I have to pay him 2.3 mil to use him as a major league pitcher, though? I think he does. Yeah, no, I would have to pay him 2.3 mil. Becomes a major league contract if added to the secondary active or active roster. I don't have that money. Unfortunately. So I think let him go. Because if I claim him, I don't know if I can get him through waivers. Because I won't be able to demote him. It'd be the same thing. All right, I guess I claim him and then just don't put him on the roster. If I'm not mistaken. A little confusing. Since 1996, 13 of 22 World Series winners led their division at the All-Star break. Interesting. I'll claim him and kind of just see what happens here. Pitchers on the trading block. How funny would it be if we got Duran on our team and got them to like eat the contract somehow? What would we have to trade them for that? Ditto Brock Stewart. What's going on with Brock Stewart? Why is he giving up so many runs? Kind of just pitching poorly, to be honest. His FIP is 6.02. Well, that's 2016. Okay, his FIP is 2.26 and his Sierra is 2.91, so he's getting a bit unlucky. His strikeout rate is insane. He's got negative R-WAR, which is interesting. I don't know what PLI is. There's some interesting things that we could do with the trade deadline coming up. This is not for real. I'm just like curious. So Duran throws righty, but he's given up most runs to right-handers. 1.3 home runs per 9 to righties. Less strikeouts to righties, even though he's a righty. That's weird. Way more strikeouts, way better FIP, way better Sierra against lefties. What does he throw? Fastball, curveball, sinker. "34 save opportunities, 28 saves." So he's blown 6 saves this season. But he's had 26 shutdowns and 7 meltdowns, which is a pretty good ratio of shutdowns to meltdowns. But yeah, blowing 17.5% of the saves is not great, but his Sierra is like 2.26. So he's been getting a bit unlucky because his FIP is really down.
His strikeouts per walks is also way down. So he's striking out 11.1 per 9 and only walking 1.9. So when they do make contact, for some reason, it's just going for hits. Like his hits per 9 is way up. Anyway, I was curious what they would want out of just morbid curiosity. They want like a prospect shortstop and a prospect catcher. I wonder if you offer them Basabe. Because I like Basabe. And he's got the potential to hit for a lot of contact, a lot of doubles, a lot of PBABIP, good defense. But wouldn't it be hilarious to just get like one of the best closers in the league to just come down to try to patch up? Basabe's almost 400 on my team. Really, Putrid? He's been iffy on mine, but I think he needs another year or two to really peak. A little bit of extra training, because in AAA he's doing good, like 271, but that's going to come down in the MLB. He's going to hit like 600 OPS, 650 tops. In my save. 87 OPS plus, isn't that great this year? But anyway, like, what if I just threw this in here and was like, hey, if you hold on to, that's an $18 million. How much would you have to give them for them to hold on 100% of that contract? You'd have to give them an actual real prospect, not like some junk. But I don't know who's even tradable. We don't have any catcher or shortstop because you can't trade recently drafted players. The OSA does not like Alex Lopez. All right, I was just curious because Duran's contract is huge. So that would make it difficult for them to take it. Let's look by a couple things here. Let's look at actually like pitcher analysis. Okay, so if we just go by most shutdowns versus least meltdowns is kind of what I'm interested in. Edward Bizardo is actually on fire right now. 2.34 ERA. 42 and a third innings pitched. Pretty great sample size. 1.13 whip, 0.6 home runs per 9. Walks at like 3.4. 10 strikeouts per 9. BABIP is there. It's up there. He's probably like, let's see how lucky he's gotten. So Bizardo's Sierra was like a 3.13. So he's gotten a little lucky as far as ERA goes. But his strikeout rate is up. It's like pretty good. He's coming in clutch because he's only got 4 meltdowns and 22 shutdowns, which is nice. The whip is pretty respectable. The average against 211. 29 save opportunities. He's blown 0.069% of them. So less than 10%. Like 3. He's blown 7% of save opportunities.
So he's kind of on fire, and also he is cheap. Yeah, like you said, Broken Helix. And he's on the trading block. That's why I'm looking at him. Best pitcher by Pure Sierra is Duran. So Duran's just been unlucky. He's got the most shutdowns, but Duran's expensive as hell, so it's just really difficult to get a trade for him. Bizzardo was having a bad season, like in 2026 with Portland. Not bad. It was fine. I'm thinking about it for sure, because, I mean, that... he's got 1.3 R-War. He's cheap. By ERA plus, out of curiosity, it's Ryan Helsley, $14 million. It's a little on the expensive side. He seems like a good budget pick compared to, he's like 22 mil, like 7 mil, 10 mil. There's Tyler Malley, 18 mil. Urseg is also in the budget realm. 2.68 Sierra. Pretty good 3.15 ERA. Only 3 shutdowns, 6 meltdowns, though. All right, Bizzardo. He's got the low adaptability, low work ethic, but you know what? Maybe his motivation is money. The Giants are in win now mode, but they're trying to get rid of Bro, and they also want a first baseman prospect or a left fielder prospect. Is this our opportunity? First of all, should we give Ortiz... maybe we bring Ortiz up to try to breathe some life into this offense. He's hitting really well in AAA for us. 293 with an 884 OPS. I ain't trading him. But is now the time to try and, like, move Burleson? Burleson's been slamming it in AAA, though. And is a depth piece for us. It's a tough one. Like, I want them to retain 100% if possible. But I have to give them something that's actually worth it. I wonder if they would like Chase Davis. They're in win now mode. They don't want to prospect. Well, they do want to prospect, but they're still in win now mode. But he's on the trading block. So let's try Davis. I bet they'd want a little more. Heck yeah, he says. So there's like an outfielder. Holcomb from last year's picks. Possible kind of like power having first baseman guy. 45 potential, says our scout. Try and fill their first base left fielder and get Bizzardo. Is this am I making a terrible mistake? I think I am a little too quick on the trigger to trade, but it's just how I am, man. You gotta make moves. We gotta win now. And Bizzardo really is like the best up there from just a pure budget perspective. They might like the fact that he's a prospect. OSA thinks he's a 50. I like it. It's good enough for me. Submit. We'll see what they say. We're trying to make moves. Okay, now Baltimore. Who pitch? Malley. Right-hander. I think I have to just trust that the lineup is good, though I do want to try bringing that dude up. I just don't know who do I send down in order to give it a try. We could send Jace down. He's kind of just been sitting on the bench, though he is a nice backup third baseman and first baseman. Ortiz can play first, and that's sort of it. Hey, what's up, Franchise Time Machine? Hope you had a nice stream. Catching me running on fumes here pretty late, trying to desperately cling to my expansion team's second season lead, which is slipping through our fingers as the Rangers have slightly overtaken us in the division with a 6-game win streak. We just got swept in a divisional series post All-Star break. We're 1-4 post All-Star break, so we just lost the lead and my offense has fallen asleep. Running out of steam. What happened to your 13-hour streams? Brother, when you do that for 2 weeks in a row, it starts to catch up to you. Okay? We just did the amateur draft this year. Had first pick overall. Our friend just accepted. Our first pick overall just accepted the offer. So that was cool. It was hard to pick. There were some good choices this year, I think. But anyway, how was your stream? Thanks for the late night raid. And welcome, Raiders. Playing a little expansion team, late night gaming. Toward the beginning of the season, we were first in every single category here. Now we're not even on the list. Our starter ERA is still first in baseball, though, somehow. We have an insane rotation who's been getting a bit unlucky lately, so we're starting to everyone's starting to slide simultaneously, it feels like. And we're trying to make some trades because the bullpen has been losing us games, and I'm very reactionary. People are causing me problems, I trade them. If I were a real GM, the people watching the games would be like, this guy doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He's just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. And it's like, yeah, kinda is what I'm doing a little bit. Like, I'm trying to see if we can get Ortiz up, breathe some life into this offense. First baseman, DH type. Trying to figure out who I can replace. The first baseman DH type is like Conicello, but he's been doing well. He's had a few rough games, but that's not enough to send him down. And other than him, it's like Jace Young, who can at least cover like second or third. But I don't think we need him because we have Arenamo and Pratt, so it just feels redundant. The benefit of Jace is that he hits lefties well. 262 average, 870 OPS. He does hit lefties well, which we definitely struggle with. How does Ortiz do against lefties? Why does he have only 2 at-bats against right? Wait, what? Am I missing something? He's got 140 at-bats, so why do I only see his versus lefty split? Why does he only have 2 at-bats against righties? I'm still calibrating one of the Out of the Park community games we play in stream. It was fun. Hey, nice. Glad to hear it. But yeah, I'm a little confused right now. Where are the rest of his hitting stats? What if I had to go to AAA, lineups, split versus righties? Justin Foscue has a 960 OPS this season in AAA. Have I been sleeping on Foscue from last year? Because he was on our team last year. Anyway, it says here that Ortiz has a 135 OPS plus against righties. So he's not good against lefties. Neither is Foscue. So I feel like we have a team that is specifically designed to beat right-handed pitching, and then a left-handed starter comes out, and then we cry. That's how it feels. Because, yeah, Foscue versus righties is going crazy. 291 average, 433 OBP, 623 slugging this season. He can play first, second, and third. It's tough because, like, Brito has been that guy, and he's just, like, cooling off now. So I don't know if I want to send him down because he might heat back up. Freeman's been a bit even against both, which has actually been very pleasant and nice to see. I took a nap in the yard today. Imagine having a yard. Couldn't be me in Las Vegas. That's for sure. You wouldn't want to take a nap in one of these yards. I'll tell you that. It might be a little rocky. Might feel something jabbing you in the back. Wake up with, you know, a red spot from something digging into your spine. Chat, I don't know who to send down. Do you guys have an opinion, or should I just leave it as is? I don't know if it's a, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, or is it broke? What's up, Notorious? Thank you for the Prime sub, by the way, and your second message ever. Third message ever. Young, probably, but then you lose the left bat. Yeah, exactly. Is the left bat doing anything, though? I mean, he's hitting 262 with an 870 OPS. Is pretty good. So we lose a platoon bat. You stop reading before my Foscue Fescue joke? Okay, well, for it to be a joke, I would have to know from Googling that fescue is a genus of flowering plant. But now I know. It occurs on every continent except Antarctica. Lawn jokes. But thanks, Notorious, for the sub. I appreciate it. All right, I think we leave him down there for a bit longer. I think we leave him down there. Let's just send it with the usual. Let's do definition of insanity. Tyler Malley, go. Shutout 0-9. 0-9. Let's go, boys. We're bad now. Yes. Let's go. Baltimore pitcher Kyle Bradish did his part helping his team defeat the Invaders 9-0. The opposition could never do too much to get anything going. Bradish, the winner, moves up to 7-6. The W lifts Baltimore to 48-58. We're losing against bad teams too. No offense, Orioles fans. But this year they're 48-58. We should be beating that. They scored 4 runs in the 5th. Tyler Malley pitching, flyout, single, 1 scores. 2-run homer, Adley Rushman. Quinn Matthews in, base on balls, single, strikeout, ground out. It's not great, brother, when your starter, whose ERA has been amazing, gives up 6 earned and 4 1/3, and then your long reliever comes in and gives up 3, and they've given up multiple runs in 4 of their last 5 outings. I think it's time to send Quinn Matthews down. We don't have a spot in the starting rotation for him unless we go back to the 6-man rotation, which was working pretty well. I'm willing to give it a try and just take him out. But that's like 2 lefties in a row. Probably just throw him above Malley. I mean, when you got shut out, he may as well stay out there and throw 3 innings. I don't know. But yeah, he's getting dotted up. Oscar Castro has been convinced by your offer. He's joined you. Welcome to the Dominican Rookie League, Oscar Castro. You'll be right at home here. Want to make sure they're all playing. We have a lot of dudes that are competing. He's the leadoff guy now. All right, cool. What else? Alex Lopez. Uh-oh. He's dropped from 60 potential to 50. His potential is falling every single day. Just like you, chat. Potential is just going down every single day you spend watching this stream instead of doing something productive with your life. So Lopez has dropped. But honestly, you know, if he became a 50, he'd still be a god. I just don't think he will, probably. Kang says, I'm not sold he'll ever hold a spot in a starting rotation, but he might be good filler. True. David Rodriguez. David Rodriguez is a still a 70, but we just got him this year. He dropped from an 80, but not by much. Hitting 280 in the rookie league. Reaction to trade, almost. Add a bit more and we might do business. Brother, you want a lot of stuff. He wants any of my really, really good players. Oh, classic. Any of my extremely good players. Who am I willing to give you to make this deal? Maybe, I don't know. Who am I willing to give you to make this deal? How much do I want Bizardo? I could also try and like take some of the payoff so they're not paying as much money. Our money would drop by 89,000. That's not bad. I'll try like a same offer but 50%.
Nashville's Abimelech Ortiz would not be denied the Pacific Coast League Player of the Week. He was 12 for 27 with a 444 average. All right, I'm bringing him up. I'm calling him up. Something's got to be done. We're just losing game after game right now, and it ain't looking good. But yeah, Ortiz is normal against lefties. 101 OPS plus is not amazing, but it's like good enough. I'm calling him up. I'm sending Young down. Maybe we wait one day to send Young down. Let him play against the lefty and see how he does. And then call him up. Okay. How the heck does this dude shut us out? See, Bradish, I told you, he's just weirdly good against us. He's got a 4 ERA. He's given up 3, 3, 5, and 1 earned runs. Hasn't made it past 4 2/3 innings in his last 3 starts. Against us, 7 shutout innings of 3 hit ball. We had 6 hits on the game. Jazz had 1. Luis Robert Jr. had 1. Tyler Freeman had 2. Arenamo had 1. And Marchand had 1. Kerry Carpenter's finally bat gone cold. Conticello's bat gone cold. He's 0 for his last 4 games. Arenamo had a double. Cooper Pratt. Do I take Pratt or do I take Arenamo? Arenamo's hitting 270, but he has like no ability to walk. Pratt has way better defense at short. But Arenamo has like much better avoid Ks. Cooper Pratt has a more balanced eye. Also better against lefties. And defensively, he's got more range, stronger arm, better turn double plays. And a much higher, like a, well, +5 aptitude at shortstop. But Pratt's bat kind of sucks. Oh, okay. Arenamo's got 3 option years left. I might just... Chad, I don't know. I don't know, man. I can't make decisions right now when there's an ad starting soon. I didn't even see it. Ad starting. I didn't even see it. I would have snoozed it. I got analysis paralysis because I'm look at this. Post All-Star break. Loss, win, loss. It's falling apart. Now we're 1 game back. Rangers have won 7 in a row, dude. They're 8-2. We're 3-7. Kerry Carpenter and Luis Robert Jr. just need a day off. They haven't had a day on. Everybody on the team sucks versus lefties. We're almost guaranteed to lose.
doing the unthinkable and putting Marchand in as DH. Shunk was hitting crazy against lefties. Well, the problem is Shunk doesn't do anything else. He's also only had 11 at bats, so it's not a big sample size. Like, Nick Allen is much better against lefties, but I have to pay him to even bring him up. 50 at bats is a much better sample size, or Dion Jorge. I'm already paying Dion Jorge, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to bring in a second base shortstop as a dude who handles that. I really just want to get Ortiz in because I think he's just been hitting it really well, but I don't know who to send down. And it's starting to drive me crazy. Because it's got to be Brito, who's 0 for his last 5 games. He hasn't had a hit in like 5 games. Or it's got to be Jace, who hits lefties really well. When did we get Michael Conforto? He's been there. He's been there for a bit. Like, Conicello's been clutch, but he's kind of that, like, first base guy. And we can send him up and down. He's been 0 for his last, like, bunch as well. So I say I'm too attached to Conicello. Because he had that 6-hit game and then fell off. He's had so many moments of brilliance, though. I think realistically I'm just too attached to Jace. Alright, send Jace down. I'm sending Jace down to AAA. Taking Ortiz up. Gotta do something. We just have like 3 DH guys. It's kind of the unfortunate truth. So versus righties, Brito can actually play second, right? So just sit. Well, then where does Tyler Freeman play? He can learn shortstop to like a 50 aptitude and just be bad at defense for a bit. That's kind of interesting, and just take Arenamo out. Jazz has kind of been a hole in the lineup of late. But he's on par for his norm. Like, he's kind of doing his norm. I don't know if he should hit leadoff anymore. This is a lot harder to do at 1:30 a.m. after 10.5 hours, let me tell you. All the sleepy chatters are online. You guys are just like happy to be awake. The people with opinions who were like, do this, do that. They went to sleep like 3 hours ago. I could just do what they told me to do and pretend like it was my idea. The dregs, yes, at 1:30 a.m. it's the dregs, brother. I just need to solve this, and I feel like I'm stuck. Arenamo's average is good, but his OBP sucks and his OPS sucks. I don't know if now's the time to teach Freeman how to play shortstop, though. You know what I'm saying? Is it? It seems risky to be like, here you go, you learn shortstop in the middle of the season. Like, he's got the potential aptitude. I'm trying to figure out how to get Brito, Conicello, and Ortiz a bat. Ortiz has got to be the DH, right? Like, he just kind of has to be. But if Ortiz is the DH, then Conicello has to play either right or first. And if he plays right, then Brennan doesn't get the hit, who's been doing pretty good. So, like, you're missing somebody all the time. You know what I mean? Trying to see, like, who has the best shortstop. Besides Pratt and Arenamo. Because at least Arenamo's got 55 aptitude there. Cooper Pratt has had 151 ABs versus righties. He's hitting 159. View position ratings. Yeah, but that's not potential. I was looking at potential. You silly goose. That's why I have this. Pew! See? Right there. Everybody's potential. All right, anyway. There's not really a clean way to let all of them do their thing unless you bench Kerry Carpenter, which isn't going to happen. All right, Ortiz, you're in for now. Arenamo has to stay in at short, unfortunately. Ortiz is like backup first base, which we don't even need. And then it's like a who's better, Conticello or Brito. Probably just Conticello as a pinch hitter. Matos as a pinch hitter. And now we don't have Young at third. You probably just let Cooper Pratt play third. And then you could let Tyler Freeman play third as well. He would have to learn the position. He doesn't have the strongest arm. Neither does Arenamo. Who's playing third right now? It's Cooper Pratt. Strong arm, strong range, and then shortstop just sucks because Arenamo versus lefties is like 233 with a 551 OPS. It's pretty bad. I'm seeing the problems with our offense, but the problem is it's like holding it together with duct tape. There's not really a solution. The solution, unfortunately, is probably just like let Pratt play short. We're going to teach Tyler Freeman to play third, which I'm sure will go really well. And if we teach Freeman to play third... This red eye's killing me. I need to stay up. Sorry, Tesla. This is not the best place to do it. I'm EP2. I am EP and also bad at this game. Apparently. And I'm indecisive and I'm annoying myself now. What was your first ever comment here? Your first ever comment here, Tesla, was in 2022 where you said, "No!" in all caps. That's all you said. What did it mean? What were you trying to say? Free chat audit. All right, this is gonna be, we're getting real funky with it. Matos to center, Brennan to right. Okay, yep, we're going crazy. We're benching the $47 million man. It's the only thing I can think of. I'm benching the $47 million man. We're gonna have Brito, Pratt, Ortiz, Carpenter, Matos, Brennan, Freeman, Arenamo, Marchand instead of Rodriguez. You're going crazy with it. All right, backup right fielder is Gavin Conticello. Backup catcher, Indy Rodriguez. Pinch hitters, Luis Robert Jr., Jazz, Conticello. Pinch runner, Jazz, and Luis Robert Jr., which is so funny that they ended up over there. All right, that's it. Send it. I'm going to laugh when we get shut out after all of that work. Kerry Carpenter kind of needs a day off, but I'm going to ask him to play one more day before I give him a day off. Mats is pitching. Weekly team power rankings. Chat, we've fallen to 9th. We used to be first. We're 9th. The youngest players in Major League Baseball, Hector Castillo, 20 years old. Torn UCL, rip. Bunch of 20-year-olds. Let me check the waivers real quick, because we got Evan Phillips, who I still can't afford. I won in extras! Oh my god, it mattered. 2-1. Close-ass game. Due in large part to Cooper Pratt, the Vegas Invaders sunk the Orioles 2-1. He was 3 for 4 with 3 singles and a walk. He's a god against lefties. The win belongs to Abner Uribe in relief. His record improves to 3-3. Joel Cannell took the loss. Anthony Bender gets the save. He's converted 14 of 17 save opportunities. The game was tied up in the top of the 10th until Pratt delivered big time with a run-scoring single off Joel Cannell, putting the Invaders on top 2-1. In post-game comments, he said he was glad to contribute to an exciting win. Vegas is currently in second place. I don't like reading that. We had 10 hits and only 2 runs. I don't like reading that either. Matos double, Freeman double. In this timeline, Freeman is playing third base and then also second base. Brito with a hit, Pratt 3 hits. Ortiz we didn't watch his debut. I'm sorry, but he struck out twice. Robert Jr. DH 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts of his own. Carpenter 1 for 5. Matos 1 for 4. Brennan nothing. Freeman 2 for 4. Marchand with a hit. Arenamo with a hit. And then 2 pinch hits. Okay. Matt's 4 1/3 innings. 1 earned run. That's all he could make it. Weaver actually with a scoreless 1 2/3 innings. Mantiplier with a scoreless 2 innings. 2 walks, no hits from either of them. Uribe gave up a hit, 2 strikeouts, and then Bender picks up the save. Wow, the pitching actually did well. How about that? And we have a Cott Cedric Mullins stealing. Okay. Now can we win the series? That's the question. Can we win the series? They want me to include one of these nerds in. Dude, these are all my best players, man. He's not really on the trading block if you only want my best possible players. Oh, wait, no. Wait, why didn't the day advance? Oh, the probers are over the roster limit. That'll do it. Trade proposal reply. Would you give us one of your absolute best players to complete this deal? Or one of your best prospects and you can have the deal. It's a great deal. Drew Messer was convinced by your offer. He's joined your organization. Hell yeah. Look at this guy. Our second round pick. 47th overall. I picked a closer, which you probably are not supposed to do, but I don't listen to the rules. I make my own rules. All right, I'm sending him straight to A-ball. And he is going to get strategy, force roll, closer. Well, one of the dudes that we just drafted already dropped 5. Luke Stevenson's down. He's been down. Drew Messer, we have very high scouting accuracy on, and he's still an 80 at 18 years old with very, very good stuff. High loyalty, high adaptability, high work ethic, high baseball IQ, and low financial ambition. He's going to become our god tier closer. Watch. He's going to become an insane fastball splitter. 80 out of 80 stuff. You watch. Longoria's dropped from a 75 when we first saw him to a 55. He's hitting 209 to start. Out. Oh, yeah, he's out for a week with that bone marrow thing. Nathan Lavender could be placed on the injured list. Well, that's a Padre. He's got an 8.31 ERA and 4 1/3 innings with the Padres. It's not great. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this trade if you don't... Like, I don't know what you want, man. He's like, can I have all your best players, please? Give me your best players. I'll give you Cal Stevenson. Second to final offer, okay? Miami, Chicago trade confirmed. The Cubs, couple of prospects. San Francisco trades Oaklamento. All right, last game against Baltimore. Marchand's tired, Freeman's tired, Carpenter's tired. Freeman could probably make it. Carpenter, you're out. Marchand, you're out. Rodriguez, you're in. Brennan's already in. Move Brennan to the left. Matos into right. I'm gonna move Brito up. Then Freeman, then Brennan, then Matos, then Aronamo, then Rodriguez. Who's pitching? We got Keegan Aiken, Colin Snyder, Alexis Diaz with Dustin Mayday. Versus Brandon Young with a 6 ERA. Come on, boys. Take the series. He's pretty bad against both, but especially righties. We won in extras again. Another extra inning thing. Holy. We also got Evan Phillips. Oh, no. Okay, we'll watch this one. Hold on. What happened? We're tied up with the Rangers again. That must mean they lost. Let's go. Bottom of the first. Heston Kierstad up. Nobody out. Gunnar Henderson on third. Cowser on first. RBI single. Golfed into right. They scored 2 in the inning. I don't know what the next one was. And then top of the second, Freeman at second, Matos at first. Aronamo up. Why are you showing me a pop fly? On the so-called highlights? Okay, anyway, nothing happened. They stranded the runners. Classic. May back up, Bregman on second. He's an Oriole. Gunnar Henderson on first. Cowser up again. Cowser the God? Cowser the God. Okay. Throw the ball. There you go. Oop. Okay, so 1 in to score. No, 2 in to score. Cowser knocks in 2 with a double. I'm not really sure why they didn't get the ball back in. So it's at this point it's 4-0. They scored 4 on Mayday. Matos on first against Justin Topa. Past the third baseman. Good job, Aronamo. Okay, safe at second, so 2 on, nobody out in scoring position. For Indy Rodriguez, grounder softly to first. They get the out, but it's an RBI fielder's choice to score 1. Aronamo at third for Jazz. And that one is going to be down for a single. Nice job, Jazz. Good RBI to drive them in from the top of the order, bottom to top. And then still the 7th. So basically, their starter who sucked kept us to 6 scoreless innings. I don't know why that keeps happening to us. So Ortiz must have done something because he's at second now. And they walk Robert Jr. with 2 outs for Brito, who's iced. Slow roller. Second baseman gets it. They get Robert Jr. I've never seen that animation of the second baseman getting the tag or like getting the force out off an infield single. That seems insane, but I've never seen that animation. Apparently, we stranded 2. That's the first time I've ever seen that animation. Okay. Anyway, fast forward to the 8th. Nestor Herman out. On a 2-out, 2-2 count. Got a single. Still down by 2. Why do we always only score at the end of the game? Arenamo with a slow grounder back to the pitcher. Safe? He's safe on an infield single. The speed. And Indy Rodriguez. Second baseman gets there. And they get the out. So we come back in the 9th? Why do we wait so long? Full count on Jazz Chisholm Jr. on Cannell. Joe Cannell. Past the first baseman. This will be a fun team to watch, but also a frustrating team to watch. You know what I mean? Teams that make comebacks often are fun to watch, but the bullpen side of things makes it not fun. New guy! Abimelec Ortiz up from AAA. Struck out. Okay, so 1 out for Robert Jr. And he's out. Center fielder Cedric Mullins gets there quickly. Literally down to our final out. Brito made it to first on a walk. Tyler Freeman, former team captain, now happy to be a spark plug in a 0-2 count, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the 9th. And he clutches up and gets a single to left to load the bases, still with 2 outs. For Will Brennan in the 6th spot. First pitch swing and chips it into left. That's going to score 1 run. Second one coming in. Safe with the aggressive send to tie it. 2 RBI single, Will Brennan. Tie it in the 9th with 2 outs. Insanity. And then Conicello comes up and he grounds out, I think. So we tie it up in the 9th, and then of all people, you'll never believe who the manager sent out to keep the game tied. Colin freaking Snyder versus Jackson Holiday pinch hitting off the bench. And he gets it, they ground into the shift. Jazz playing in the shift has it perfectly timed up. Emmanuel Rivera in the 9-hole. Works the walk. Winning run, walk-off run, goes to first. To face Gunnar Henderson. Hitting .295 on the season. But the left fielder is there. Coverage. Brennan. Out number 2. And then Colton Cowser, who's got 2 or 3 hits this game, pops it up to left as well. So they keep it tied. And then Ghost Runner Conicello for Arenamo. Diving play, and they bobble it at first. That's what happens when you make a ton of contact, is you have a ton of speed. You make the defense work, and they went too fast and got an error. So 2 on for Indy Rodriguez. Up the middle, nope. Caught by the second baseman, and they double up. Turn the double play. Great recognition by Westberg. And now we go to the bottom of the 10th. Ghost Runner can win the game. It's Keegan Aiken versus Heston Kierstad. Has the out. Cowser tags up. He's safe. Winning run 90 feet away. Samuel Basalo can be the hero. Smokes it into right. Right fielder playing shallow. Gets it in quickly. Holy, Conticello hustles. And he has it. Playing the shift in. Jordan Westberg, full count. Strike 3. Aiken has him. 1-2-3 for Baltimore. They strand the runner at third and don't pull off the win. And then Ghost Runner Rodriguez for Jazz Chisholm Jr. works the walk. Good AB. And then new guy, Abimelec Ortiz, straight out of AAA into the 2 spot. And he pokes one in the right. That's going to hang up. I probably shouldn't have put him in the 2 spot. But was it a lefty today? I don't know. So he's out number 1. Luis Robert Jr. up. Slapped into right. That's down for a hit. He's clutch, I'm telling you. He might not be worth 47 mil. That's a... I don't know. He's still running. I don't know what's going on. Safe at third? How does he go first to third on a single? What is the defense doing? It says it's beyond him and bounces all the way to the wall. So the animation did not show that. But that's what happened, apparently. So we scored 2 to go up 6-4, and then the closer, Anthony Binder, is in with Westberg on second. Big fly ball into straightaway center. Too close to tag up, so Westberg stranded. Cedric Mullins up the middle. Shortstop's covering. They get the out. Arenamo fields it cleanly. So 2 outs. Final chance. Rhys Hoskins full count. And they walk him. Tying run goes to first. And now 9-hole hitter Emmanuel Rivera, full count. And they walk him to load the bases. Tying run goes to second. Bender, please, man. Why do you have to make everyone have a heart attack to get to Gunnar Henderson? You don't want to walk Emmanuel Rivera to get to Gunnar Henderson. Trust me. And they get him to softly ground back to the pitcher's mound. Makes the throw to first. Game over. Jeez. We out hit them 14 to 7 hits and barely won that. Had to score 2 in the 9th to tie it up. Where's the clutch hitting? Okay, Ortiz was actually 2 for 4 in this game. So, there you go. He's got his first 2 ever hits with the organization. Not his first major league hits, but his first hits on the team. What's up with these closers, man? I don't know. We just try to have good at-bats, whether we're winning, losing, or tied. Jazz was 3 for 5 with only 1 ribby and a walk, so nice day for him. The new guy, Ortiz, 2 for 4 with 2 walks. That's excellent. That's excellent. OBP goes up to 444 because of that. Luis Robert Jr., 1 for 5 with 2 RBI. He didn't get many hits, but he was clutch when he needed to be and took a walk. Brito has been 0 production, cold as ice. Freeman continues to hit well, 3 for 5. I think I'm going to move him up over Brito. He's got a 358 OBP this season. He's turning it around. Brennan 1 for 5 with 2 RBI, so clutch hitting and a walk. Matos 1 for 2. Conicello off the bench. Arenamo 2 for 5 was pretty clutch. Scored a run in the 9th. Rodriguez was not clutch, but we don't expect him to be. He was given a day off. Kotz? Dude. Look at the Kotz stealing. 3 times Kotz stealing. Do I need to just readjust my game plan and just stop stealing? You ran on Basalo. Like, there should be a thing that's like, if catcher has 60 or better arm, do not steal. There needs to be like a setting like that. I don't know how to baby that. I need to make like a separate importable strategy for when the catcher is goob, you know? Caught stealing 3 times explains a lot. That's 3. We just gave them a free inning of outs. Trying to steal on that gun. No wonder we had so many troubles. I wonder if it's been like that each game. Just manage the game. Just manage every game. No, that was the only one we got caught stealing on. Arenamo double, Luis Robert double, no other extra base hits. Yeah, the 3 caught stealing is devastating. But look at this. Alexis Diaz pitched 3 clean innings. No hits, no runs in relief. Snyder came in to get 2 outs. Aiken, clean inning. Weaver... Weaver didn't look clean. No, it was Binder that didn't look clean, but he picked up the save. the whole bullpen actually worked and let the offense do their thing. Player of the game, Jazz Chisholm Jr. I could buy that. We win a series finally, and more importantly, come back to tied with the Rangers. Well, they just won one too. Tampa Rays, they're 61-47 with a win percent of .565. The other nice thing was we beat Baltimore in their own ballpark. Jared Dobbins, not so good. Bill, a chance. He's a 55, so he came down a little bit with high accuracy. Oscar Castro was a 65. He came down a little bit. Hosky was a 50, still is. San Francisco trade, almost. Bro. I'm not giving you my bet. I'm not giving you Kerry Carpenter for this one reliever. Oh, the trade deadline's coming up, but none of these bros actually want to trade. All right, it's 2 a.m. I gotta go. It's 2 a.m. Future me can deal with these problems. Kerry Carpenter couldn't be home run leader forever, but he did good with what he had and for what we've gotten him for. Team schedule not looking so great. We are currently 6-9 in July. Not nice. Not nice. Post All-Star break. Not good. We are exactly 32-22 on the road and at home, which is kind of crazy. 6-7 in extra innings, 11-13. So we're slightly worse when the pressure's on. Slightly worse in extra innings, slightly worse in one-run games. Versus righties, we're 49-29. Versus lefties, we're breaking even. Our bullpen is still first in the AL in ERA somehow, but we're 9th in home runs allowed, so we're giving up a ton of homers. 3rd in walks, 4th in strikeouts, 1st in defensive efficiency. And our defense is goated. That's the only reason we're even still hanging in there. All right, gamers, I'm out. I'm probably not going to be here tomorrow. Probably. I need a day off. But I want to finish this season and see if we get to the playoffs. If we do get to the playoffs, we're going to watch the playoff games, and it's going to be a lot of fun betting and gambling on them. If we don't make the playoffs, then we cry. Pretty much how it's going to go. From here, the season doesn't have too much further. It does still have a ways to go, but like once we get past, getting past the trade deadline's the big thing, and that took a while last time. We don't have that many things to trade this time. I just want to get like a better reliever for the bullpen maybe. And if not, then we just make do with what we got. But I'd like to trade some people, or we have to extend them. Those are the two things. So I'm going to figure out. At this stage, it kind of seems like the best play is to extend your starters. Like, Brandon Woodruff's contract is running out. Malley's contract is running out. Would you rather look for more pitchers? You could trade one of them and then just let Quinn Matthews pitch. Like, he's a starter. You also have Cade in AAA, who's got a 2.48 ERA in AAA and was pitching well enough for us at the major league levels. So, like, you have those guys already, right? So you could try and deal somebody. Before their contract runs out. The other option is you try and trade them. Because right now, to offer an extension, Malley wants $10 million a year, and Woodruff wants $18 million a year. So You know, like are they good? Yeah, they're pretty damn good. But maybe he's 34 years old, he's done his time. It would feel bad to trade them before the run up to the World Series though, you know? So I don't really know what the best play there is. But anyway, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Decisions that have to be made in like 1 week in game or less. So, not a lot of time left to figure that out. That's why the trade deadline takes so damn long. But I'm gonna try and like solve some of that, maybe off stream tomorrow, and kind of get an idea, a plan, if you will, of what to do, so I don't get so deadlocked. All right, gamers, I'm going to send you all off on an end-of-stream raid. Those of you that are still awake, go say what's up to Sui, who's playing Cash Cleaner Simulator, which I have not heard of, but sounds funny. Sounds like something I would play. Sui, if you don't know, is the organizer of the RimWorld Hot Potato charity stream every year, and also is streaming on Twitch all the time. So check them out. Toss a follow if you like what you see, and just say hi. I'm sure she'll love to see you. Be nice, smile, do whatever you want to do. Okay? But I appreciate you guys chilling until the wee hours of the morning. Good night, get out of here, and I'll catch you in a couple days probably. GG's. Night-night. I'm ready to finish this season, though. I'm ready to finish it. Get out of here. I appreciate you. Now leave. Have a good weekend, gamers. Into the void with you.